Good morning and welcome from Allianz Park here in North London. Wednesday, March the 16th is finals day at Twickenham, and this is very much what everything today is all about. Last week we learned which under-18 sides would be playing at the home of English rugby, but today it's the turn of the under-15 sides in the NatWest Schools Cup and Vase competitions. There'll be 4 matches today, 2 in the Vase competition first and then 2 in the Cup competitions. We'll be starting with Bridgewater High School versus Dr. Challoner's Grammar School, and then there'll be 3 games after that. And let's see just what this competition is all about.
Well, a very good morning from the commentary box. Delighted to have your company, and if that rousing little promo didn't get you going, well, I don't know what will. We are live from Allianz Park, the home of Saracens, and it is, of course, the Under-15s NatWest Schools Cup, and we are in the NatWest Schools Vase competition in the Under-15s level, and our first semi-final this morning, Bridgewater High School against Dr. Challoner's Grammar School. My name's Nick Heath. Delighted to have your company this morning, and I'm also very pleased to say that alongside me, well, no less than a Rugby World Cup winner. She's hoping to be an Olympian this year as well. It's a very good morning to Natasha Hunt. How are you, Natasha?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for having me, Nick.
Great to have you here. Looking forward to your insights, of course. So yes, the 2 schools that we've got here, Bridgewater against Dr. Challoner's. These 2 schools have done superbly well to get to this stage of the competition. Both have gone further than ever before and now have the chance of reaching a first Twickenham final. Might not be the most recognisable names in schools rugby, but these 2 have put in some outstanding performances to get here. Bridgewater have beaten the likes of Audenshaw and St Edward's College. In fact, we can have a look at the results of the teams and how they have got here so far. Just looking at Bridgewater then, of course that was the result in the Cup, that first game. So into the Vase, a big win against Liverpool College, and then the bye through into round 4, Christleton High School, and then the win over St Edward's, as I was mentioning, big result over Audenshaw, the Rodillion Academy, and then into the quarterfinals, that 20-3 win over Devonport High School for boys that's got them to this position today. And they, of course, as with everybody else, are bidding for a place in the final at Twickenham. It's a great competition for schoolboys of this age, a chance to get themselves playing at some of the biggest stadiums in the country, Allianz Park for the semi-finals, and if they can go all the way, a chance to get through to Twickenham. Let's just have a look at the Challoner's results and how they've got here as well. A few nils on a few of their opponents as well. It was a closer game in their Cup game, but then straight into the Vase. Parmeters School 57-7, a 31-5 win over the Windsor Boys School. Then they nilled Reading School, nilled Desborough College, Dauncey School, and that big result against Clifton College. That was really a big statement, and there was lots of anxious parents on their way to the Manchester Grammar School as they took on them away, and they won 28 points to 10 in that quarter-final. I know how tense they were on the bus because, well, my sister happens to be a mother of one of the pupils. I'm commentating on my nephew this morning, which will be interesting. Natasha, it's going to be your job to make sure that there's not too much bias in favour of Dr. Challoner.
I'll try and make sure I keep you in check, Nick.
Yeah, excellent stuff. So the sun is shining in North London. It is bitterly cold, as I know it is up and down the country, but the mottled clouds are flowing overhead, and we are live. It is the live stream of the NatWest Schools Cup Under-15s NatWest Vars semi-final. Bridgewater High School against Dr. Challoner's. And there is the Vars awaiting the entrance of the team. So let's just have a look at the individuals who will be taking the field very, very shortly. And here's the Bridgewater squad, Bridgewater first 15. Coach Martin Turner. And front row there, Ben Glee, Josh Hadland and Joel Hughes. In the engine room, Angus Stewart and Austin Carr. Nathan Burke, Curtis Connop and Cole Oakley running things in the back row. Natasha Hunt's position of scrum half, Jacob Roscoe, Jake Hibbert, Jack Rigby. Centre partners, Oliver Livet and Philip Rattigan, who is the skipper of the side, and Jack Shaw. And at the back, it's Oliver Brown. And the lineup for Dr. Challoner's school. In the front row, Sid Day, Jake Wilkins and Ben Quick. A couple of those boys will be wearing the scrum caps. Dom Goodman and Joe Long in the second row. Ed Griffiths, he's the skipper. I think there was a little bit of concern over the injury of James Tunney, but he is playing. Daniel Peters is on the open side. Then Devon Owen, Monty Weatherall, the halfbacks. Blake Morrison, Richard Dean, Zach Collingbourne and Ollie Anderson, the three-quarters, with Huey Chadwick, who is part of the Wasps Academy. He's got decent hands, and coach Chris Duggan will be certainly hoping that Dr. Challoner's can show the form that has got them here to try and get their way past Bridgewater. But was chatting to Natasha Hunt just before we came on air, just about how difficult it is to predict so many of these results, given that it's a new school year group each time. It's a new opportunity for another batch of players to have their legacy within their own school year, and certainly this morning it's going to be fascinating to see which of these teams comes out on top.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can work up to the 1 year, and then obviously the next year that's coming through, they can back-to-back sometimes, and you can try and carry on that form, but a lot of the time it is dependent on what kind of schoolboys you get at that level. Just looking at the replacements then, Bridgewater with a slightly smaller squad, it has to be said. Andrew Kellett, Jack Smith and Joe Higgins. And then Dr. Challoner's, well, they've got a fair few more in that side. Valji, Benjo Race, Harry Spenowin and Matt Bellamy. Expect him to come on for the second 40, likely to be the case with Devon Owen. And that's how the lineups are looking. Getting ever closer to kick-off. So, Natasha, you were here for the under-18s games last weekend. Now we're to the under-15s level. What difference will we be expecting, perhaps, in terms of skill level from these two age groups? It'll be really interesting to see. I'm a previous school teacher and worked up at King Edward School for Boys, so I've done a lot of coaching, and I think the tactical side of it will be the thing that we see the big difference with. So the under-18s, tactically, they were really astute. They were using the kick really, really well to get in behind their opposition and try and gain the territory. So it'll be really interesting to see if the under-15s boys take that approach as well. And in your former position, or not former position, current position, my apologies, of scrum half, I haven't retired you too early, I didn't mean to do that. Is this the age where you really start to learn how to talk back to the referee and try and referee the match? I think you kind of have that or you don't, you know, like it depends on whether you know the rules inside out like I do, or whether you're still trying to learn them as you go. So it will be interesting to see, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the nines take the field and see the battle that happens in that position. Yes, absolutely. There have been some decent nines that have played on this Allianz Park pitch, of course. Richard Wigglesworth, often the lead man for Saracens. And don't forget, you can keep in touch with us here on the live stream as well. We will be checking the social media feed, hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. We are at Schools Cup on Twitter, that's the handle, but we want to hear from you. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup, wherever you're watching. If you are parents, grandparents, friends and family from around the world who are tuning in to catch your son, your nephew, your cousin in action, well, we would love to hear from you.
Great opportunity for all of these teams. We saw them arrive earlier. They've had their big team shots taken out on the field. They then had head shots individually as well. Perhaps the very start of a profile that could go on to greater and bigger things if they go through the age grade school-wise and then on into the national setup. Got some county players certainly in that Dr. Challoner's side, playing for Bucks County. Dr. Challoner's based in Buckinghamshire, out in Amersham. And now the moment that the intro music starts, the atmosphere begins to build. And can you remember the earliest moments where these sort of atmospheres were coming to you, Natasha?
I didn't really start playing properly until I was about 17, so I didn't necessarily feel that atmosphere build until I got into the senior level. But definitely, I think as soon as you started playing for your country and representing that, then the atmospheres that come with that are just so different. And this is a great occasion for the boys. Under 15 level, being at Allianz Park with the background music going is fantastic, and something that I really hope the boys rise to.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the coaches emerge from the dressing rooms just down below us out of your picture. They go and take their seats. It's a North versus South derby, really. Bridgewater High School, based in Warrington, in Lancashire. Chance for the bragging rights north to south, as we can see both of the teams lining up there. Bridgewater in the blue, on the left of your picture, and Dr. Challoner's on the right in the red. Just getting their final instructions. And of course the parents and fans are in the stands opposite us, and they'll be, well, desperately excited, desperately hoping that their families, their sons and nephews, grandsons can do the job here this morning. Here come the two teams. So the two teams out onto the field, then they get into their huddles. We're starting to get the messages in on hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Come on Bridgewater, watching live, supporting Curtis Connaught. That's from Louis Johnson-Eyre. Good to have your company, Louis. Messages for some of the teams playing later on. Of course, we've got a second Vase semi-final to come, and then the Cup semis a little later on. Games at 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock. It's going to be a full day of action here at Allianz Park. My name's Nick Heath, alongside me, Natasha Hunt. And it is Bridgewater High School against Dr. Challoner's Grammar School, and we're live from Allianz Park. So waiting to get underway, Oliver Brown plays for Cheshire under-15s County. The ball is knocked back and into the big hands of Joel Hughes. Dr. Challoner's just carry him into touch there. First opportunity for Jake Wilkins from the line out. Ball is in. Trying to get that ball away at the back. Daniel Peters lays it back, but it's a little untidy. Bridgewater hoping to use the momentum from the turnover ball, and comes out to the fly half, Jake Hibbert. Real contest for that ball. It's coming back on the Challoner's side. So early difficulties for either side to hold on to the ball in those breakdown situations, and now they look to try and find some room on that right-hand touchline, but Ollie Anderson was taken into touch.
Yeah, it's a real breakdown battle at the moment. Both teams are really physical in that department, and we've seen 3 or 4 turnovers initially. Protection
of the ball so key. commentating on Gloucester against Wasps in the Premiership yesterday, and well, Gloucester's strategy against Wasps was just to deny them ball and keep territory, keep pinning their opposition back. Peters with the carry around the corner. Bridgewater are really rucking through heavily there, but the penalty comes to Challoner's. Coming in at the side is the decision from the referee. It was a little untidy in there. They may need a strong eye from the referee just to make sure that that breakdown is a little bit more clear. Challoners will have the line out. First foray really into the Bridgewater half. No lifting at this level, of course. Peters tidies up at the back of the line out, but it was just knocked forward before it got to him.
Yeah, there's a real emphasis on not getting pushed into touch, isn't there? That line-out ball is such a lottery because there is no lifting, that it can just end up on any side. So that is a real difficult one that you can't rely on in this game.
It really is the sort of level where height is such an advantage, isn't it?
It really is.
Your natural gift is what's going to be helpful. Come on, Challoners from Mark Roberts. They have the ball here. Coming through the centres. Decent bit of play here from Challoners on first phase ball. Blake Morris is going for that corner. It's a really strong run. Gets the ball back in field. But the assistance flag on the far side is up, but that was a really strong attack from Challoner's, and it came flying down that back line. Great hands, good depth on it, and a really incisive attack.
Yeah, great bit of play here. You see the crisp handling, balls out in front, taking it to the line, and the timing on that pass was absolutely brilliant from Richard Dean. And then you can see when Blake gets the ball why he scored 8 tries this season.
So, another opportunity for Challoners. It's really good work from Dean again, delaying that pass and inviting Chadwick onto it. Can they get Anderson in at the corner? I think they can. What's the decision? They're celebrating. Referee's checking with his assistant. Try given. Challoners first on the scoreboard, and look what it means to them.
Brilliant to see how excited, ecstatic those boys are to get the first score. Absolutely fantastic. Again, we see the crisp handling from the backs. Brilliant bit of play. That one just checks the fullback, Hughie Chadwick, a bit, but he manages to get the ball away, and that's a great finish from Ollie Anderson.
Well, dream start for Challoners. They were under the cosh in their own 22 for that opening minute, but as soon as they got the chance to get going, off they went. Ominous moments for Bridgewater, given the strength of that attack. But now, first opportunity. It's a tricky old effort from Monty Wetherell. Oh, he's hit that absolutely sweetly. It's a superb effort from Wetherell. That will give him enormous confidence.
And that's just taken him over 100 points this season. Absolutely fantastic kick from that young man there. Monty Wetherell, brilliant stuff.
So Bridgewater got to try and get themselves back into this. Trailing as they do. Bridgewater 0, Dr. Challoner 7. Restart from Oliver Brown. High hanging kick, it's not gone 10 metres. So Challoners will have the option back. So many teams talk about compounding the errors, not wanting to do too many negative things, one after the other. And well, for Bridgewater, that restart was crucial. They needed to try and get a hand on it. Unfortunately, it's not gone the 10. So once again, it's advantage Challoners.
We've seen how dangerous as well these Challoner boys are from set-piece play, so they'll be loving this opportunity. There's a fantastic blind side that potentially the 8, 9, 14 are going to be able to take.
Yes, real options here for Challoners. Always come back on the Bridgewater side, though now, and Challoners have got some defending to do. They've kicked the ball away downfield. It's gathered and into the hands of Wetherell to make the clearance, but he hasn't found touch. Brown receives it. Comes running forward. He's got Rugby in support on his left, but He's swallowed up well into the tackle. Places the ball back. It's not the tidiest, but it does come away through the number 8, Cole Oakley. And then Roscoe. Scrum half takes it in. They're going to need a scrum half. Ben Cleave carries it on. Roscoe once more. Oh, plenty of pressure coming through from Challoner's on the collision. Jake Hibbert. Well, then there's a turnover. Challoner's look to have won that back if they can get it back. Well, there's a penalty coming. Might have been a bit unfortunate for Challoner's. They'd won that ball back, but then I think as they tried to secure the ruck ball on the ground to get decent service, that's when they actually strayed into an offside position. So, call here from Bridgewater is to go for the 3 points. Try and get the team on the board and narrow the deficit. More of you communicating with us through hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Joe, come on Bridgewater, shout out to Sheriff. So, Oliver Brown to have an attempt just inside that 10-metre line. Strikes it right-footed, it's not going to get there. And it's fielded by Collingbourne. Clearance is made. That's a really good clearance as well. That will relieve the pressure on Challoner's, and well, they're doing everything right so far, Natasha.
Oh, they really are. It's a great bit of hands off the floor just to get that ball away with the oncoming Bridgewater defence, and then the composure of that young man to send the ball that far off his line. Brilliant.
Bridgewater with possession inside their own half. Has come back on the Challoner's side. Certainly is a little bit more of a lottery. It's less secure ball from the line out at this level. Break round the corners from the hooker Wilkins. Taking it into contact, supported by Peters. Can they get that ball back? They're trying to. Is that Bridgewater player doing enough to get away? Owen passes the ball on to one of his forwards. Get him to truck the ball out. Owen once more. Gets that pass away. Crossfield kick from Weatherall. It's well fielded. Jack Rigby got past the first defender, and it's been lost forward by Challoner, so it's advantage as Oliver Brown takes it, but he's just being driven back. The referee still happy to play the advantage. Ball, oh, it's been kicked straight up and back, so no advantage. And they'll come back for that knock-on. Just got a moment to check the comms on our referee so that we can hear him.
We mentioned previously about the tactics that these boys were going to employ in comparison to the under-18s, and they were definitely on at the moment. The Challoner boys, they've realised that at the line-out it is a lottery, but actually they're getting most of the gains from that, so they're just really happy to put the ball into touch, to kick the ball down and to put Bridgewater under that pressure, which is brilliant recognition and brilliant play from them.
Insights from Women's Rugby World Cup winner Natasha Hunt. Challoner's just knocking on, so Bridgewater will have this scrum. Jacob Roscoe. It's a signal from the referee and gets that ball in. It's away. Clearance kick is made. Taken and controlled with the boot by Hughie Chadwick. He just slipped into that tackle, but he has managed to get the ball back. Bridgewater are doing their best to spoil it, and it has come back on the Bridgewater side. Slightly untidy, but they're trying to get it down that three-quarter line, and they might have got Challoner's a little narrow here. But it doesn't matter because they're going direct, straight up the middle. Really strong stuff from the skipper, Rattigan. Now they pop to the right. Josh Hadland, the hooker. Challoner's challenge it back. That's really good work from Wilkins. Little chip over the top from Owen. Possibly didn't want to give possession away at that point. Challoners might have been served better to keep that ball in hand. Bridgewater. It's away from Roscoe. Now then, where's Hibbert off to? Manages to get the offload away. Challoner's doing their best to try and rip it, but Bridgewater still have it. Coming forward through Nathan Burke. Peters in there. Trying to spoil. It's untidy. But Bridgewater still have it. Just up over the halfway line. Plays back from Hadland. Penalty, Bridgewater. Not rolling away. It was a fairly clear offence for the ref to see that one. It's not going to be an opportunity to go for the post from here. It's a tap and go. That's what we like to see. Oh, and then a huge hit. Challoner's defending with all their might. Bridgewater still have it though, and fair play to them for it. Another pick and go around the fringes there. Getting a certain amount of joy with that. Nathan Burke has carried well in the last few phases. Blindside flanker is enjoying that, and then a chance to go through the gap for Oliver Livett. But then the turnover. This could be critical. Challoners, can they commit the defenders? Coming away down this right-hand side, cutting back in is Collingbourne. He's been looking bright at outside centre so far. Carried forward by Joe Long. Oh, it's been ripped. Now then, did that come forward off a Challoner's hand? It did. What I'm sensing so far is that Bridgewater back their forwards effort, and Challoner's like to send it wide.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. Yeah, the leg drive from the Bridgewater forwards is absolutely phenomenal at the moment. You've mentioned him, but Nathan Burke in the last few phases has been absolutely outstanding. Firstly with the turnover and then with his carries. And the backs of Challoner's, their timing of the pass is absolutely sensational. And that's what's the key difference for them at the moment.
Yes, it certainly is. Using the opportunities to put their players into space. Now that we do have a change for Challoner's, Callum Hodson has come onto the field. I think he's possibly on for Ollie Anderson. Or is it Chadwick, possibly? I think we're just noticing. In the meantime, Bridgewater have the ball. Attempted turnover from Challoner's, not quite successful, so Hibbert's going to have to tidy up. Penalty, Bridgewater. So a shame for Chadwick to be missing out, the Wasps Academy man. He's a talented fullback. Now, opposite number, Oliver Brown. From the middle of the field to take a bit of territory on that right-hand touchline. Time off because I think we've got a question over an HIA against Zach Collingbourne, who's just getting a bit of attention.
Yeah, all of the Challoner's team will be hoping that Zach Collingbourne will be absolutely fine after this assessment, because he's been brilliant for them. He's almost playing like another flanker in the breakdown. He's really sharp around the fringes and looking to turn over ball, as well as being absolutely brilliant in attack.
Challoner's with the lead. Still from that try through Ollie Anderson. Challoner sending the ball down the three-quarter line one way, then down the other and in at the corner. Do keep in touch with us. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Mark Roberts, this game's making me so jealous. Player who's not managed to make it through, who would love to be here. I like this optimism from Joe. Bridgewater for the 50-7 win, expecting the comeback. Well, there's plenty left in this game.
That's a big scoreline, that is, Joe. Nothing like backing your team.
Absolutely. It's the problem with some of these messages come in. I don't know whether they're in jokes, whether I'm saying things that is acceptable or not.
Let's see if we can stitch Nick up. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup.
I shall have my sensor's eye on what's coming through. Quarter of an hour played in this, our first game of the day. A second Vars semi-final to come. And well, good news for Challoners is that Hughie Chadwick has returned and Zach Collingbourne has not been forced to leave the field either. So they're at their full complement of their first 15 Challoners. Running onto the ball and taking it at pace is the skipper, Ed Griffiths. Haven't mentioned his name too much in the first half of the first half, but that's a lovely little offload, sending Sid Day into contact from Weatherall. Owen goes short side. Big physical carry from Blake Morris. Owen again. Weatherall coming through the centres. Needed good hands from Collingbourne and got them. Oh, it's a little loose. Chadwick might find himself a little bit isolated there as Bridgewater come through. But Owen has got the ball. It's there for Daniel Peters. Steps in off the right boot. Takes a metre or two. Away from Owen. Weatherall hoists it high. Decent amount of hang time on that one. It's really well taken by Jack Shaw, though. Thought he might have called the mark, but he didn't. And the pressure is really coming on, but penalty to Bridgewater, and again Challoner's getting caught coming in at the side, and they're going to have to be cleaner in that area.
Yeah, definitely. The referee's highlighted that as an area of weakness, hasn't he? He's picked them 3 or 4 times already, so that needs to be brought up at half-time.
Yes, Bridgewater not hanging around, though, with the quick tap. Good strength in there from Sid Day for Challoners, and the boys in red have turned that ball over. It's there for Devon Owen. Weatherall, Collingbourne trying to pick the line through. Anderson, another of the Bucks County players. Owen again. Weatherall. Joining the line is Tunney. It's a decent carrier, Tunney, but on that moment he's just overcooked the pass and it's drifted into touch.
Yeah, you can see he's disappointed with that one, but actually the line coming in from Blake Morris wasn't the best. He was drifting off the ball. It was a great pass into the space, and one that Ollie Anderson scored off before, so he'll be disappointed with this. But if you see the line from the winger is going away from the ball, then all he needs to do is run straight with his hands up.
Stay wider, perhaps. The ball comes down. Spotting the chance to make a few little yards around the corner was Devon Owen. Scrum half won't normally want to find himself at the centre of a rolling ball, but he was there and it made decent yards. Wilkins with another carry. Owen manages to catch a couple of the Bridgewater players offside. Tunney, always a big carrier, and he's shown it there, places the ball back well. Weatherall come through Richard Dean. Collingbourne, Challoner's looking dangerous again here, and Hughie Chadwick touches down for the second try. And it's the swiftness of that ball down the back line once again. The initial carry from Tunney was crucial to giving them the forward momentum. And Challoner's now lead by 12 points to 0 with a conversion to come.
Yeah, we've just mentioned him, but I think the backs have Tunney to thank for this. His carry sucks in loads of the Bridgewater defenders, and he keeps going with the leg drive. But the best thing about that was the ball placement. So you see here,
he's just placed it as that comes in. Oh, he's just placed
it, yeah. And then there's crisp hands again. The pass coming in from Collingbourne just checks Chadwick slightly, but brilliant finish. Great handling. They've clearly done loads of work on their handling in the build-up to this game, and it's showing. And
it's the pace they're taking that ball as well, isn't it? We see even at the top level, players get the ball down the line, but they're not running onto it.
Yeah, the pace, but also the timing of the pass, so they're making sure that the defenders are committed onto them, so they can't drift off and make that next tackle before they release that ball.
So, Weatherall, he's already slotted one from almost an identical position. Might have done it again. He certainly has. great calibre of kicker. And Wetherall gets his own personal tally up to 4. Challoner's now leading by 14 points to 0. So more messages coming through. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Keep going, Phil Rattigan from Kieran Bell. Come on, Austin, let's go, Bridgie from Henry Palmer. Also just seeing pictures coming through of Milfield Rugby. They will be playing later on. All of the teams here bidding for a place at Twickenham. It's another great clearance kick downfield from Challoner's.
Yeah, that's a great clearance. I looked up initially and thought that that should have gone through the hands because the defensive line were really tight. But when you're making ground like that and you potentially are going to win that ball back, then why not?
Well, that's the thing with the set piece, with the line out at this level. We've mentioned it a couple of times, but certainly there is the opportunity to steal line out a lot more easily. And if your operators are tall and strong, as Challoner's have shown, here we go again. Does come down on the Bridgewater side that time. Peters has got to make sure he's onside. There's a penalty advantage, I think, coming to Bridgewater. Certainly the referee's arm was out. Oh, there's an attempt there. What's the referee's view of that? It's a penalty. This is an absolute bugbear of mine. I'm going to have to admit it to you here, Natasha. It seems to me that you either have to catch the ball, or if you don't catch the ball trying to intercept it, it's a penalty. In some instances, a yellow card.
Yeah, that's just the way that the rule's going, isn't it? That's clearly an attempt to catch it.
Yeah, he's hoping to nudge it in through the air into his hand.
When the rest is as deliberate, though, you've just got to bite the bullet and get on with it, don't you, unfortunately?
Certainly have. I'm not expecting the officials to be listening to my point of view, that's for sure. Ball is cleared downfield. Bridgewater come back with it. It's a really good, solid first contact from the hooker, Hadland. And this is what they love to do, pick and go round the corner, bend leave on that occasion. Now they're going to potentially get it out via the back line. Cutting back in is Oliver Livett. Again, it's Gleave. Ball safety the key for Bridgewater. Little dummy and foray through the gap. Now out down the left-hand side. Hibbert trying to work his way through. Peters with the last tackle on him. Livett is going wider. He's not the biggest man out on the field. Ball went backwards though, so oh, that's really good stepping. Making a fair few yards for Bridgewater. I think it was Jack Shaw. Oh, apologies, it was Hadland, I think. Bridgewater, are they in at the corner? No, there was a foot into touch. And certainly, it's the fiercest and sharpest edge of attack that we've seen from Bridgewater so far in the match.
Yeah, some great defence going in by Challoner, but just brilliant continuity from the Bridgewater boys, keeping hold of the ball, going forward on every single phase, and then eventually the gaps do start to open.
Challoner's, oh, it's a really safe line out. Well taken by Tunney, immediate feedback to his scrum half. Oh, and then it's a brilliant take from Richard Dean, chasing the kick. He's just lost it forward on the floor, otherwise that would have been alarm bells for Bridgewater as Challoner's came flooding forward. It's there for Bridgewater. Referee's going to bring them back for the knock-on.
I think it's another penalty, actually, Nick. I think he's having a word with his captain, making sure that they cut it out, otherwise somebody potentially is going to go into the bin.
Apologies, yes, I think you're absolutely right. Coming in at the side once more, so they have been warned now. Challoners will have to be wary of their work at the breakdown. This is the mazy running of Josh Hadland. I saw him a few moments ago. I thought it was the winger, such was the cutting running style of how he was getting through the numbers. Oh, there was a big defensive hit there on Livet. Didn't have an awful lot of time. As we said, he's not the biggest inside centre you'll see. Struggled to get that ball away cleanly. Challoner as well have the line out.
Yeah, there was actually a knock-on in the breakdown by Connaught there, and I think the Bridgewater boys saw it, which is why they weren't reacting that greatly. The pass goes out, but he thinks that he's going to get blown, but he's just got to play to the whistle.
Yes. Sound advice there from Natasha Hunt. Dean cuts back in field, manages to shrug off the attempted tackle from Oakley. Peters offers himself as an option on the left and gets the chance to carry. Pass was to Chadwick, but couldn't quite hold it. Peters weren't hitting the tackle. Ball just nudged forwards.
Let's go, Jake!
Just under 5 minutes, according to our clock, remaining of the first half.
Bridgewater will be really hoping they can get a score before the half-time. If they can get a 7-pointer before the break, that will be a completely different mindset going into the half-time team talk.
The psychology of how things look at half-time, so key, of course. Do keep in touch with us, hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. George Hartree saying only 20 minutes into the game, but Dr. Challoner's fly half was exceptional from the tee. 2 very difficult kicks slotted. Well, you're absolutely right, George. See plenty of people miss them. And Weatherall has slotted them both. 2 out of 2 here at Allianz Park.
Not only off the tee, his out-of-hand kicking has been brilliant as well. He's put a few up and unders in, challenging the back 3, and also tactically pinning them back.
Tackle in the midfield, but Rattigan, Bridgewater skipper, was able enough to deal with them. And Bridgewater come forward. Can they spot the opportunity to use the men that they've got on the outside? It's going to be a foot race here. Tackles take a while to come in on Angus Stewart. Good break from the second row. Challoners have got to be sound defensively here. No more penalties. Bridgewater, little show of the dummy, and they tried to get away, and it could be a first score for Bridgewater. It is going to be the key try before half-time, and Jake Hibbert, the fly half, gets through, and he's mobbed by his fellow players.
Yeah, we talk about those psychology swings. You can see on your pictures now how much it means to those Bridgewater boys. They are all absolutely buzzing. Going into the half-time with that score line is so different from going in 14-0 down. We've had some good bits of possession, and we've mentioned him before, Nathan Burke, brilliant carry, but then the pace from Angus Stewart to start this, and great recognition that the fullback there's over Chase and stepping back on the inside. Brilliant bit of play.
Yes, good finish from Hibbert. That ball in as well to try and give Oliver Brown a slightly easier conversion attempt.
Although he seems to be a lot wider than where the try got scored.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that, but maybe it's our perspective. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Brown then to add the extras. No problem at all. Well, they halve the deficit, and at a crucial point, really, as Natasha Hunt says, just before half-time. It's Bridgewater High School 7, Dr. Challoner's Grammar School 14. Challoner's had been looking fairly comfortable. They were defending everything Bridgewater threw at them, but the pace of the constant recycling and support play for Bridgewater on that occasion was just too good. Now then, that's a loose ball from the restart. Challoner's, they might have had a chance to really capitalise on that error, but they looked it on themselves.
If there's one thing you don't want, it's the Challoner boys on the 22 running at you, those backs with the crisp passing that they've shown already in the first half.
Challoners with that scrum, but it's come back on the Bridgewater side at a crucial moment. Oh, and they're still coming through. Really solid run from Cole Oakley, and Bridgewater are starting to believe in themselves a little bit more now. Roscoe gets that away. Good first up tackle from Weatherall. He threw everything into that. Big number 8. Oakley is starting to really get going, and there's that man, we've mentioned him a couple of times, Burke. Back row doing a lot of the good work for Bridgewater. Josh Hadland is emanating a bit of Scott Brits here at Allianz Park. Saracens hooker. They try and keep the ball alive. There's Burke, great running lines, pirouetting in and out of the tackles. Pick and go around the corner from Gleave. It's really good keep ball from Bridgewater, tiring out the Challoners' defence. Joe Higgins onto the field, number 22. Possession eventually into the hands of Challoners, and they kick it away. Kick chase hoping to put the pressure on Brown. Tackling is good from Dean. Penalty to Challoners. Holding onto the ball on the floor as Challoners tried to force the turnover, and that will satisfy the Buckinghamshire boys. And Weatherall, well, just a moment of calm there. I think for a second he just eyed up that right-hand touchline, but then consideration to think, well, we could add some more points on the board from this position, and that is sound thinking from the fly half.
Yeah, it would have been the last play as well. If our clock's right, then there wouldn't have been any time for the line out, so great decision.
Yes, you wonder how much information he got from the referee into that decision. And I think you may have seen the last of Collingbourne. Well, certainly we're coming into half-time shortly anyway. But number 13 is just... well, he's certainly getting involved in this ruck here, just on the far side. Difficult to see whether he gets a knock in there.
Coaches always say that a kick is only as good as the chase, and Owen puts that ball really deep. Really dangerous runner, Brown at the back, he showed it already, and the chase was so good that that turnover, there was nothing that the Bridgewater boys could do.
I was keen to see here as well, just in case this doesn't get there from Weatherall or it comes off a post. His teammates are ready to chase. They start to give chase. Weatherall's kick is a good one. He's 3 out of 3. And that takes Dr. Challoners just that extra 3 points away from Bridgewater. Gives them a 10-point cushion going into half-time in the first under-15s NatWest Schools Cup Vars semi-final. At half-time, it's Bridgewater High School 7, Dr. Challoners Grammar School 17. Do keep in touch with us with your thoughts on how you thought that first half has gone. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. We are live here from Allianz Park. Great to have your company wherever you're watching, whether it's via the englandrugby.com website. I know there are another few schools' websites that are carrying the live stream as well, on Twitter, wherever you are. Do let us know your thoughts on that first half. Fascinatingly poised. Bridgewater getting back into the game, which has certainly tightened things up and made it a little bit more exciting, and their forwards have really got a lot of belief.
Yeah, they really have. We're going to just have a quick look at some of the replays of the brilliant tries.
Well, this was the first one from Challoners, and Chadwick out to Anderson, who got that one down.
Yeah, crisp handling, so the ball's out in front. The timing of the pass that we've mentioned, that one just checks Chadwick a little bit, but he manages to get the ball over his shoulder, and no one's going to stop you 7 metres out when you're a winger. That's your job, to finish those tries. Brilliant. So here we go. I mentioned before about the ball placement of Tunney. He gets the ball really far back, and that just gives the Owen a really good chance to sweep that ball away from the floor, keep it nice and crisp. And again, 5 metres out, it's a run-in.
Keep your scrum half happy. That's the key there from Tunney, isn't it, with that ball placement? Yes, you're absolutely right.
We've seen how much the breakdown it challenges the teams, and if you can get that ball as far back towards the 9, it just speeds up the play, which is the reason that they've gone in the corner there. Excellent. in stark contrast, we've seen Bridgewater, and they're kind of going with a one-out approach, so they seem to be picking the ball up and carrying and backing themselves 1 to 10. Great recognition there from the 10, Hibbert, just to step back on the inside because the fullback's coming. He's over-chasing slightly, he's lost his hips, steps off his right foot and comes back under the post, makes the conversion that little bit easier.
For those unaware, Natasha just stood in the same direction as the fullback to check which her right foot was. Just thought that was worth sharing with you all. Sold you right up the river there, Natasha. Sorry about that. So, messages through Twitter. Kieran Bell, nice boots, Jacob Roscoe, even though you copied me. Come on, Bridgewater. Oh, that's lovely. The backs are attacking well. Will be good to see a win for our under-15s. That's from Alex Bear. Certainly, it is, as we've discussed, the Bridgewater forwards doing a lot of the hard graft and playing really good supportive rugby, and the Challoner's backs putting each other into space with the long, deep, attacking, wide passes coming onto the ball at pace.
Definitely. I think it's worth mentioning as well, Weatherall and his kicking. It would be so easy for the score to be 7-10 currently. He's hit 3 really difficult kicks, 2 from the touchline, and that just changes the whole perspective for the Challoner boys.
Yes, it certainly does. 7 points from the boot of Weatherall so far, which, as you say, makes up that 7 of that 10-point deficit. Key messages on from Martin Turner from Bridgewater, from Chris Duggan, the ex-head coach of Bucks under 14 and 15s. He's the first 15 coach at Challoners as well. Getting those key messages on to the players as we get ready for the second half to resume. Expecting there to be changes, certainly at scrum half for Challoner's, and I think we can see that Devon Owen's contribution has come to an end, so Matt Bellamy will be on. The scrum half will play the second 40.
Second 30.
Second 30, my apologies, yes, it's an easy expression to fall into, isn't it? Second 30, of course. So 10 points between the sides then. Bridgewater High School 7, Dr. Challoner's Grammar School 17. 30 minutes to decide which of these teams will find their way to Twickenham. And the restart is well brought down by Oakley. There's that amazing running hooker of Hadland. Worth remembering as well that Challoner's in that first half were warned. They were given many penalties due to their work around the breakdown. Coming in from the side, kick downfield, well taken by Chadwick. Running up over the halfway line. It's a good solid defensive wall from Bridgewater. Chadwick might be held up here. Challoner's boys are adding their weight to try and go forward as Chadwick tries to get the ball to ground. Is it in there? No, it's been ripped by Bridgewater. And they're going to try and attack from their own half, and it's good, strong running. Eventually, it's not quite the technique you'd want, but Anderson does well to bring his man down. It's a tight old breakdown. Placed back from Burke, away from Roscoe. Oh, the ball is loose. Pressure is on from Challoner's. Oh, and then it's hacked through from Day. Where's it going to bounce? It just gets nudged forward from his hands, but that was harum-scarum stuff from both sides, and Challoner's looking to try and capitalise on the error. Looks like Challoner's might be getting a turnover ball here, but there is, of course, a knock-on advantage, but, well, it then gets cleared away by Bridgewater. Anderson onto Chadwick, thinks he might have spotted a bit of room over onto the right, and then good support run. Callum Hodson. Then Bellamy. It's a low pass from him. It's well taken by Don Goodman. Weatherall hoists a high ball. Going to try and get the challenge on. Oh, it's been brilliantly fielded. Are they going to get into the corner through Tunney? The big man might get there. And the try's been scored. And James Tunney used every bit of his weight and strength to get through there. Little juggle of the ball as it came down, but Well, Jack Shaw was in all sorts of trouble as Tunney came running in to compete for that ball. And Challoners get their third try. And it could be a key score at the start of this second half.
Yeah, it really is. That's absolute textbook. Brilliant recognition from Weatherall. He just sits back, slows down his pace and just sends it really high, and he doesn't take his eyes off the ball, doesn't he? And then has the composure to knock him down, stays on his feet and just keeps going. He is not being stopped there.
No, attempted tackle from Hadland is admirable. But Tunney had forward momentum, and the line at his mercy. So the How Good is Monty Weatherall competition continues. He's got kick number 4. He's 3 from 3 so far. This one, arguably the toughest of the lot. Strikes it with the right boot. It looked like it was going past that left-hand upright and then curled back in. What an extraordinary strike that was. And Weatherall gets his tally up to 9 and crucially doesn't leave a point out there. Takes Challoners up to 24. It's Bridgewater High School 7, Dr. Challoner's Grammar School 24.
I think it's his lucky purple laces that are doing that for him.
Good spot. Defensively, Challoners do need to remain sound if they're going to build on this lead. Little check in and out from the Bridgewater hooker. Hadland places the ball back. So a little untidy on the floor and it gets nudged forward. Challoners congratulate each other for getting in there. Bellamy will retrieve that ball. For this game, Weatherall had slotted 31 conversions, 4 penalties. As we said, he's got over 99 points now. Well, there's some back chat there, a signal from the referee. And Tunney looks outside and Weatherall, Dean, they're flooding round now. Challoners with their tails up after that third try. Also the opportunity for Morris to get it away. It was probably the right call to set up the next phase. Not quite sure whether they would have got away. Tunney twisting and turning in, doing the physical stuff. Bellamy wasn't quite sure where to go. Weatherall thinks he spotted a little chance to keep the pressure on, but it's just been overcooked and goes out on the full, so Bridgewater will have the line out. But that all came from a bit of back chat, certainly discipline. It's maybe symptomatic of the fact that the Bridgewater heads went down a little bit after that try and they're just feeling a bit frustrated and let that bubble over within earshot of the referee. Wasn't going to stand for that. Can Challoner spoil this line out in a good area of the field? No, it's back with Bridgewater. Roscoe. Burke, little cut back in field, good tackle from Peters. Around the corner. And Gleave with the carry. Oh, it's a lovely dummy. Bridgewater come flying downfield. Lovely play from Hibbert, the try scorer. Curtis Connor. Ball's gone a little bit loose. Bridgewater just going backwards with possession there. Sid Day. Uncompromising, wasn't the technique you want, but he brought his man down. And then straight into his face there goes Hadland. Away from Roscoe. Bridgewater with another one of these strong spells of possession. Challoner's trying to rip it. Weatherall's in there. He's not letting his man get to ground. Eventually did so. Weatherall was determined not to give up that fight. He had to eventually. Roscoe looks at the options, decides to go himself. Was that the right option? Challoner's come forward. It's been stolen from Sid Day. Away from Bellamy. Tunney. First little dummy, then onto Weatherall. Now he's going to thread that kick through to the right touchline. And at this stage, it's just about keeping the pressure up on Bridgewater and encouraging them or asking them to play from their own half.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they do look like they can go from anywhere, so they need to be a bit wary about that tactic. Challengers do make sure that their defensive line is set the whole time, but everything good at the moment is going through Dunny and Weatherhall for Challengers. They're being absolutely brilliant, both in defence and also in attack, making sure that we're playing in the right areas.
Ball comes back on the Challengers side. Weatherall, Dean looked at the option outside him. Find Blake Morris, and now Ollie Anderson has to make a tackle on the opposite number 14, Shaw, and he's still got him, still driving it backwards. Then gets a bit of help from his teammate Joe Long. Where's the ball? Challengers have ripped it. Doing their best to try and get the Bridgewater players out of the way. They pick round the blind side. Are they going to get over the line? The referee's right on the spot, and the try is scored. Now then, who was it? That's the question. Just trying to see. Congratulations, I think, are going to Jake Wilkins. That was real defensive pressure that became attack from Challengers. It was Ollie Anderson who drove the man back in the tackle, and eventually they win the ball on the floor, and Challengers are beginning to get out of sight now.
Yeah, it's a great finish, absolutely brilliant finish. He's going forward, he's kind of all over the place, but he still has the mentality to look where the line is and be able to reach out and finish. Brilliant stuff from Jake Wilkins.
4 tries. Weatherall, 4 out of 4. That one's drifting over to the right. I nearly said before he kicked that, this is probably one of the easier ones he's had. I wonder if he might just take his eye off it, thinking he's got the trickier ones. And it turns out that's what's happened. So Weatherall lets one go, but we'll certainly let him off that, because he's been exemplary from the tee the rest of the morning. Bridgewater High School 7. Dr. Challoner's 29. Challoner's with possession. They're coming up over the halfway line. They're flooding forward in number here. Big tackle. It's well laid back. Connor. Oh, sorry. Benjo Race with the ball there. Tunney. Oh, lovely footwork. Then Tunney finds Ollie Anderson. Then another great offload back to Race. Bellamy. Weatherall. Look to just try and find a way to get Blake Morris through the gap there. Peters steps off the right boot, goes around the corner. Good set back from the open side. Weatherall. Dean. Oh, they had men on the outside. If they could have got it out, they might yet get it out. That's good awareness from Sid Day. Defence has got there just in time. Chadwick gets it back for Bellamy. Tunney. It looks like it could be another one for Challengers if Bridgewater aren't careful. Referee happy enough for there to be a competition of the ball. Challengers in at the side there. Perhaps if that offence had been on their own line, the referee might have had something else to say about it. He's already warned them. Bridgewater with the clearance all as well. Was nearly kept in field by Callum Hodson. The gap between the sides. The challenge now for Bridgewater, Natasha, is is to keep going, is to keep sticking at it, believing that they do still have a chance.
Yeah, definitely. There's still time. There's still 12 minutes in the game. If they get an early score now, then they can bring that deficit back and potentially push on. But they're really having to work hard, aren't they, to keep the Challoner boys at bay at the moment, and that's just psychologically, a really difficult battle. You can see all the heads are dropped on this screen as they're walking really slowly back to that scrum. So, yeah, the backs really don't feel like they're still within a chance by the look of their body language.
No, absolutely. Messages on hashtag NatWest Schools Cup supporting my cousin number 12, Richard Dean for Challoners. Shout out to Austin Carr from Sam. Come on, Bridgie. You've got a job to do. If you're just joining us on the live stream, don't be confused by the clock counting up to 40 minutes, because of course it is our second half, 30 minutes a half. Shove has seen that ball come back on the Challoner's side. Tunney picks and goes down the short side from number 8. Takes 3 or 4 to stop him. Bellamy, quick service for Weatherall. Have they got men round on the outside? Weatherall, surely there's a 3-on-2 here if they can use it. Weatherall should have given it. It was on Chadwick. Comes for Morris. Oh, I think the referee said that went forward. I'm not so sure, but...
Yeah, Chadwick's just making life a little difficult for himself at the minute. He seems to be taking the ball and going really high, trying to offload over the man that's tackling him. All he needs to do is just catch. As soon as that defender turns in on him, there's no way he'll get back out to make the tackle, so just give it through the hands.
Well, there's Weatherall. Perhaps should have gone there. I think he thought he could perhaps get through the 2 tacklers and then make the offload round the corner. Indeed, this is Chadwick. That's maybe where it should have gone before he had to pass over the toppers. Natasha Hunt says.
Yeah, as soon as you see Shaw's hips turn in, then the ball's just got to go. Great little clearance there.
Yes, lovely clearing of the lines from Bridgewater. Chadwick uses the feet. Oh, he's got away from the tackle over the halfway line. Bellamy looking. Big set of the dummy from Don Goodman. That was a cracking dummy. Big wind-up. Love those. Ball goes into the 22. Bridgewater are being chased down. Challengers have got to get the man back to his feet. Weatherall might have gone in there and stolen that on the turnover, though. And that will be great work if so. Peter's there to help secure it, and then it comes away through Dean. They're all a little bit out of shape in this back line. They eventually find Tunney. Sid Day's waiting outside him. He gets the ball. Day cuts back in off the left boot. Oh, and then close quarters. They're over. And is it the skipper, Ed Griffiths, I think? Challoners with try number 5.
Yeah, again, great kick over. Brilliant recognition from Joe Higgins, I think it was, that turned and managed to read the ball, but just the whole Bridgewater team a bit slow to get back and secure the ball in the ruck. So the counter ruck's good, turnover ball, and again, miss pass. There he is, Duggan on the end, and Sid Day, who we haven't mentioned yet in commentary, has been absolutely phenomenal this game. He's been brilliant, and he was involved in that as well. Loads of time on the ball. Bridgewater just need to keep pushing and make that tackle. But Duggan, here we go. Jaws 2 men, could have potentially gone, but he's just taken them out of the equation before the offload.
Weatherall's radar just seems to have started flickering a little. Just lets another one go, but Challoners are well in control of this now, partly due to his boot in that first half and at the start of the second. And Bridgewater 7. Dr. Challoner's 34. It's going to be first honours in the semi-finals to the south in the north-south battle. Lancashire against Buckinghamshire today in this opening semi-final in the Vars competition. Brown goes for a deep restart. Good take from Tunney. Oh, look at the open field that's in front of Challoner's here. Oh my goodness me. It had to go to hands, and Challoner's could have romped that one right upfield. That was well, unfortunate handling from the boys in red. Perhaps a little overexcited at the opportunity that was ahead of them there.
Yeah, I think he just took the eye off the board and he saw the amount of space in front of him. And when you're a winger, normally you've got gas to burn, so he just got a bit too excited about that opportunity.
Message from Josh. Huge game for Challoner's under-15, smashing it. Great team and good tactics that suit this back line. Well, we've certainly mentioned that a couple of times, that the back line have looked really slick. Ball is secured after the line out. Skipper Griffiths, having just scored the try. Motors upfield, presents the ball for his scrum half. It's there. Weatherall waits and receives. Going to be a kick to ball. Chases on over on the far side. Nobody gets to that, in fact. It's loose on the floor. And it's bundled into touch.
I think the communication must be really good across that back line, because as you saw when Weatherall caught that ball, the whole of the back line were completely flat as if they were defending, so they obviously knew that the kick was coming in, and then that just increases the chance of getting the ball back off the chase.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, Day thought he was going to hold on to that. It was almost a brilliant spoil and steal from the line out from the prop.
There you go, Nick. He scored a knock-on, not a penalty. Doesn't always happen.
My goodness.
It's because he's a prop.
Who, the referee?
No,
Delighted to see that call made. Should be in touch with the RFU's referees. More of this, please. Balls away from Bridgewater. Can they put an attack together to get that second try? No, it's knocked forward. Tunney clears up. And then getting around the outside, Morris. Good feet to begin with. Oh, sorry, it's Anderson over on this near side. Peters, big tackle on him. Wasn't held, so entitled to get back to his feet, and then sets it back. Tunney, good offload. He attracts the tacklers, Tunney, and then has the opportunity to put others into space, which he's been doing well this second half. Chadwick. Another knock-on from Sid Day. Challoner's perhaps just forcing it a little as they search for those tries. Just losing a bit of depth, everybody just standing a little bit still and expecting to get going from a standing start.
Yeah, they've increased their offloading as well. I think they're seeing the opportunities, and rather than keeping the ball going through the phases, sucking in the defenders, which they did so well in the first half, they're just getting a little bit too anxious and trying to throw everything around. When you're up with a scoreline like that, though, why not?
Well, indeed. That is the other argument, of course, isn't it? Bridgewater away. Brown, kick downfield. Chadwick. He's going to be able to take that after the first bounce. Little chip through. He's meant that for himself, but he's going to have to give chase here. Adlam with another carry. Penalty. I don't need to tell you what it's for. It's what the referee's picked Challoner's for throughout the last 50 minutes. Coming in at the side. Adlam is just having to take a breath off the ball. Wondering whether He's just taken a bit of a knock to the face. Challoners have managed to force a turnover in the maul there, though. Bridgewater taking the ball in. Changes are going to be made now. Changes are being made by both sides, in fact. Contribution complete for Blake Morris and Don Goodman. Weatherall. Challoner's bundled into touch. In a few minutes' time, it'll be Natasha Hunt's job to select the game's man of the match. There'll be a couple of interesting players in the running, I'd imagine. Monty Weatherall has had a decent game.
Yeah, Sid Day has had a brilliant game as well, and I think you've got to mention Josh Hadland and also Nathan Burke. It's always really difficult to stand out in a losing team, especially when they're being pumped by this many points, but they've been brilliant for their team Bridgewater, and everything good that's been for Bridgewater has gone through that. But I think definitely on the Challoner side, you've got to look at Sid Day, James Tunney and also Weatherall. They've all been absolutely phenomenal today.
I'll leave you to muse over that for a moment as Challoner's come forward once again. Bellamy. Griffiths. Weatherall. Dean. Day into the line. That's a better pass from him and cutting in on the line. And is that James Tunney with the score? It is the big number 8. He gets his second of the game.
Brilliant try. Day's hands on this though. You don't have many props in the game these days that can pass like that. Fantastic timing. He's been absolutely brilliant. And then Tunney, just such a powerful runner. He's done it all game. Great to see him go over for his second.
6 tries now then for Challoners. Ollie Anderson, Hughie Chadwick, James Tunney with his first, then Wilkins, Griffiths and Tunney with his second.
Good little offload out of the contact. Keep the ball going. Weatherall just stands and pivots. Great timing on the pass from both the 12 and the 1, and then James Tunney just pins his ears back.
Weatherall back on target. Little surprise given it's right in front of the sticks, but it takes Challoners past the 40-point mark. Bridgewater High School 7, Dr. Challoner's Grammar School 41. And they can start to dream of Twickenham.
What a prize.
Absolutely. Incredible day out for these guys. Further change has been made for Challoners as well.
Yeah, it's great to see them using all of their substitutions, letting everybody get involved in the game and in the day.
Playing on the hallowed Allianz Park turf as well. I don't know if you can call it turf when it's a plastic pitch, but the thought's there. Ball's a little loose from Challoners. Just a knock on and an accidental offside, so, well, in fact, it's given us an offside, so a penalty. So, Natasha, your thoughts on our man of the match?
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned a few of them, but man of the match has to go to James Tunney, not just for the stereotypical number 8 work that he's done, his carries, his tackles, but also the timing of his passing, the link play. He's been an extra back on the field for them. It's been absolutely brilliant all game, so he's my man of the match today.
Well, sound contribution, I can verify as well. Just as Bridgewater look to get their second score, they're in at the corner, and it's Jack Rigby. Well, that was well taken, spotting the opportunity of Dr. Challoner's defence not being organised, and Bridgewater are in. It's a comeback of sorts, but it's not really going to affect the result with only 3.5 minutes left remaining on the clock. But credit where it's due, Rigby getting in the corner.
if Oakley sees his winger on the side of the pitch there with that offload, that is absolutely fantastic vision, because he's one-handed offload, flung the ball over about 3 people to get there. Brilliant.
Let's have another little look.
Great initial carry to suck in so many defenders. I have seen him. What an offload.
Goodness me. You're absolutely right, Natasha. That is sensational stuff from Cole Oakley. Oliver Brown with a tough conversion attempt. We'll just come back to that discussion on James Tunney in a moment. Brown will have the legs. It's just left of the upright as well. So Bridgewater High School get themselves into double figures, 12 points. Dr. Challoner's 41, but as we were just discussing there, James Tunney, I must say that it wasn't populous because of the second try. Natasha Hunt had made that call just before that try went in. Credit where it's due to my co-commentator.
That's my biggest bugbear about commentators, that pick the person that scores the most points.
Absolutely. And also for a 9 to pick a forward as well. Nice thing to see. Although 9s and 8s.
See, 9s love their forwards. Love my forwards.
Absolutely. Just a couple of minutes left then of this Vars semi-final. Just hear the boots of the Bishops Veseys and Thomas Rich's pupils down below us as they're getting themselves ready for their match. That is a 1 o'clock kickoff. Ball's in from Bellamy. Decent drive from Challoner to get that ball back. Weatherall. Dean just going a little wider. Hodson, and then really good pace and opening up of the legs from Charlie Barraclough, but he was almost judo thrown into touch, but the referee's decided, a little look at the watch, that will be the end of the match. It's a stunning win for Dr. Challoner's, and Bridgewater have given a decent account of themselves, certainly in that first half, and with the score before the break. 6 tries for Dr. Challoner's. It's a sound victory, and at the moment you've got to have a look at them as a side that could go on and win the competition. They'll be very proud of their offering. We will hear from Chris Duggan very soon. Bridgewater High School 12, Dr. Challoner's 41, the final score. Natasha Hunt will be nipping down to grab a word with some of the victorious players or coaches involved. We'll come to them very shortly. Great to see the fans and supporters who've enjoyed it as well. And I have to show it a little bit of personal pride as my nephew is also on that winning team. Well done to Daniel Peters and to all the boys at Challoner's Grammar School. They are into a final at Twickenham. What a magnificent achievement. Enjoying their rugby out there and scoring the tries. So these are the tries then. It all started with Ollie Anderson's score. And we discussed it earlier, Collingbourne had to go off in the second half with a knock, but Anderson getting into the corner with slip passing down the back line. Dean through Collingbourne onto Chadwick, held the last defender, got that ball away. Nothing the covering tackle of Hibbert could do. So, just as we look at this replay of Chadwick going in, the Challoner's boys are just making their way over to the far stand. This was Bridgewater with their score through Hibbert. Little step inside, managed to get away from the tackle of Ben Quick. And at that stage, Challoners were in a real fight. But James Tunney, with the first try of the second half from that crossfield kick. Jack Shaw won't enjoy watching this one, but really good strength and focus from Tunney. There was only one thing happening after he caught that ball. Well, there's Tunney with that drive to the line, and he gets down. And then Wilkins was the next man to get on the scoreboard. It all broke down, and Wilkins managed to spot the opportunity as he rolled near the line. We can see on this reverse angle. He's near enough. Hold on a minute. That's the line. And he dots down. And then it was the turn of the skipper to get onto the scoreboard. Sid Day cutting back inside. Griffiths crashing over from close range. And this is Tunney over for the last score. Oh, sorry, this is the replay of the previous one, my apologies. There's Griffiths dotting down. And Griffiths trying to suck in the defenders as they look to go wide. Day, beautiful timing of the pass and the running line from Tunney for the second try. A man of the match performance. And then Bridgewater with the little last token effort from Rugby. Well, let's hear now from the winning coach, the head of rugby for Dr. Challoner's, Chris Duggan, is speaking with Natasha Hunt.
I'm joined with the winning coach, Chris Duggan, for Dr. Challoner's. You must be absolutely buzzing after that performance. Give us your initial thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely over the moon for the boys, really. The school and all the parents and everyone that's been here supporting us. They've been amazing all year. So it was a bit nerves for myself, let alone them this morning. They put it into practice and they've just absolutely played out their skin. So really, really happy for all of them.
Yeah, it's a brilliant result. I mean, 14-7 at half-time. What were you saying to the boys at half-time? What was the messages being put across?
Don't fall off tackles, and I feel we let them back into the game right before half-time, and I was looking for us to hold out, and unfortunately we didn't, but scoring quickly we've done in all games, and we've managed to do it in the second half and finish strong, and even at the end we're still looking to score, which is obviously a really, really good thing as well. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, the intensity that your boys showed throughout that match was absolutely phenomenal, but also the work rate between the backs and the forwards and how well that they work together. Is that something you've been focusing on all season?
Yeah, I would say so. And the boys are quite good at interchangeable in position. Some of the backs could go in the forwards and vice versa. And we've been looking at kind of their basic skills and trying to put them into the game. And right, yeah, someone might be playing in number 4, but I've got no problem with her in the centres as long as they can pass it on if it needs to, and obviously carry it if they need to. So yeah, they've trained really, really well and put the effort in. So it's really, really pleasing for myself to see them putting it onto the pitch as well.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, the thing from me was the timing of the pass. I mean, 1 to 15, every single boy was so good at timing the pass when the defender was committed, but not late enough that they couldn't get that ball away. Is that another thing that you've really focused on coming into this?
Yeah, definitely. We've done a lot of work, 3s, 2, 3 versus 2s, 4 versus 2s, and it doesn't always go so well in training, so they've been running a bit. But yeah, when you put live opposition in front of you, it's different, and the good thing from my perspective perspective is that they didn't shy away from any kind of physicality that Bridgewater brought, because they did, and that was something that I was wary of, and the boys has just been excellent in that facet in all games, and we're able to do it in today's game as well.
Fantastic. And lastly, just tell us what it means to you and the boys to be heading to the home of English rugby, Twickenham on the 16th. It's pretty amazing, isn't it?
It's amazing. Like September, we kind of thought, it'd be brilliant if we got there, and as you go through the rounds, you start thinking, yeah, it's gonna, is it or not? And just today, kind of, it was like, let's get today out of the way and we can think about it. Yeah, have it in the back of your mind, but I'm absolutely over the moon for them. And personally, me, John Deadman and Rich Ponting have been working with the boys very hard, along with Keith Long, who's from a local club. So as a coaching team, we're just over the moon for the boys, really, and the school and the parents and everyone that's helped out, really.
Brilliant. Well, we wish you the best of luck on the 16th, and excellent work today. Brilliant. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers.
Is that right?
To Natasha Hunt for the post-match thoughts of Dr. Challoner's head of rugby, Chris Duggan. A great result for the boys from Buckinghamshire, from Amersham. They have dominated this first Vars semi-final. We have a second one to come, but for now, it's a full-time score with Challoner's on their way to Twickenham of Bridgewater High School 12, Dr. Challoner's Grammar School 41. Well, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to Allianz Park for this, our second under-15 NatWest Schools Cup Vars semi-final. It's Bishop's Vesey's Grammar School against Sir Thomas Rich's School, and we are live from Allianz Park. We've just seen Dr. Challoner's Grammar School overcome Bridgewater High School, and they, of course, will be taking on the winner of this match. Ended up a fairly one-sided encounter in the end, but a very good afternoon to those of you who are joining us for this game. My name's Nick Heath, and alongside me is Natasha Hunt, Rugby World Cup winner in the France Women's Rugby World Cup in 2014 and bidding to become an Olympian as now part of the England Women's Sevens programme as well. Great to have you alongside me, Natasha. How are you doing? Looking forward to another semi-final?
Yeah, really looking forward to watching this one and seeing who comes out on top. Some great rugby shown earlier by the Challoner boys and also the Bridgewater boys, so we'll see what happens in this game.
Yes, indeed. Well, it was a battle of north and south previously, with Lancashire against Buckinghamshire between Bridgewater and Dr. Challoner's Grammar School. We now have Bishop's Vesey's from Sutton Coldfield and Sir Thomas Rich's, well, they're from Gloucester. So not so much difference in terms of the geographical stretch between the two sides, but we're really looking forward to this one. It's a pretty heavyweight tie for a Vars semi-final. Both in previous years could have made big dents in the main competition. Bishop's Vesey's been in fine form this year, losing just 4 times. One of them, of course, was that cup tie that knocked them into the Vars. There have been big wins over established rugby schools such as Adams Grammar and a particularly strong effort over Solihull. Let's have a look at the journey from Bishop's Vesey's up to this point so far. So Bishop's Vesey's then coming through. There's that big result against Adams Grammar, and the quarter-final win over Newhall School. Big wins over the likes of Arden Academy, then the away win at Princethorpe College. Narrower affair at Stratford against King Edward VI School. And then another close one in round 7 for Bishop's Vesey's. But victory's all that matters. And after that 1915 win in the quarter-final, well, they find themselves here at Allianz Park. Thomas Rich's, well, they're chasing a return to Twickenham, having been there in 2012 for the under-15 Vars final. They lost that day 17-5 to Dauncey, so they'll be desperate to go one better this year. And this is their journey. A couple of games in the Cup, losing out to Cheltenham Bourneside School. And a couple of tight games then. Churchdown School, fairly comprehensive, with 48 points to 0. 23-10 over Woodlands Academy Coventry, 24-7 against Trent College. And then dispatching of Chislehurst and Sidcup Grammar School, 19 points to 13. Their record's not been quite as good as their opponents, though. They've lost 12, won 11 and drawn 1 this season. But as you can see, their Vars run has been solid, and they will fancy carrying that form through this semi-final, hoping to emulate that 2012 side and reach Twickenham again. Thomas Rich's just going through a few last-minute preparations out on the turf here at Allianz Park. If you've been enjoying our coverage from the first match and are sticking with us, well, it's great to maintain your company. You can keep in touch with us using the hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Of course, if you're looking at the hashtag at the moment, well, you will see pictures from the victorious Dr. Challoner's boys. Many congratulations to them. Now it's the turn of Bishop's Vesey's and Sir Thomas Rich's.
Let's just have a look then at the teams who will be taking the field from the run-out in around about 8 minutes' time. Making up the forwards, Siaka Sofel, Hawkins, Pryor. In the second row, Aidan Towson, Ethan Stanley, and in the back row, skipper Louis Hanlon is the open side, with Robert Hollinghurst and the number 8, James Bishop. Black and Bell make up the half-backs. Two wingers, Oliver Webb and Hiwa Carlis, and Harrison Casey and Brogan Ling in the centres. Christian White will be sweeping things up from fullback, and they are coached by Mr. Whiting. And a chance to look at the St Thomas Riches lineup. There we are. Floyd and Wilkinson and Emerson make up the front row. Miles Wilson and William Sanderson in the engine room. Number 6, Oliver Edgington, he's the vice-captain. He's scored 6 tries so far in the campaign. So has Joe Hocking. And then Liam Richards at number 8. And the half-backs, Oliver Gordon and Daniel Walker, they've actually got equal tallies in terms of kicking so far in the competition. And number 12, Matthew Lampett at the inside centre. Well, he scored a try in every one of the knockout stages, so can he continue that record? Outside him, Ben Gleeson is the skipper, with Seth Price on the right wing, Andrew Hunter at fullback, and their coach, Rhys Morgan-Davies. We can just have a look at the replacements as well. More of an even spread on the bench to what we saw in the last semi-final. And if you're watching this, hoping to cheer on your son, your grandson, your nephew, your cousin, well, whatever it is, great to have your company, and we certainly look forward to what should be a gripping second semi-final. Might be worth mentioning that it'll be a completely unbiased commentary, of course. I did have a family representative in the last match, but I hope it didn't shine through, Natasha. Was it too obvious?
It wasn't too obvious. I think you dragged me along with it. We were just supporting great rugby, Nick.
Of course we were. Rugby is the winner. Just a chance to check in with what the coaches have been saying ahead of the game. In terms of Mr. Whiting from Bishop's Vesey, it's an honour and privilege to play at Allianz Park. The team have worked very hard throughout the season to get into the semi. By doing so, they've made school history. They've not progressed this far in any national competition. It's provided some fantastic opportunity to play the great game of rugby against some outstanding opponents. It's a very noble little bit of patter from Mr. Whiting about their opportunity here at Allianz Park. In terms of St Thomas Riches, well, a few of the players are associated with the Gloucester Rugby Academy. That, of course, is their local patch down there. Coach Rhys Morgan-Evans has coached at the school for the past 8 seasons. Pays tribute to some of the coaches lower down the school that gets in the standard of players at this level. Then go on to play under-16s and in the first 15. As far as their under-15s have been this season, they've had a rollercoaster season after a promising start. St Thomas Riches injuries took their toll and they suffered a few heavy defeats. But those have galvanised the squad. They train 4 or 5 times a week working on different aspects of the game. Plenty of decent attendance from them. They've got senior players in the likes of skipper Ben Gleeson who drive them on to improve. They want to thank everybody for all of the support that they've received, as I'm sure do all of the schools who are representing themselves this afternoon at Allianz Park. So we're building up to kick off then. The announcer at the stadium just going through the teams for the fans and family who are supporting either side. That's what they're playing for. The NatWest Schools Cup, under-15 Vars. We know they're taking on Dr. Challoner's High School. I wonder how many of the Challoner supporters have decided to stay on and have a little look at what their opponents might look like. in a couple of weeks' time. The final, of course, the 16th of March at Twickenham. Will be a tremendous day out. I was fortunate enough to go to Twickenham in 1996, I think it was, to support the under-15s from my school. RGS High Wycombe were there, and they were successful on that day.
Throwback Sunday.
Yes, absolutely, throwback Sunday indeed. I think I had curtains and an undercut at the time.
Classic.
The less talked about that, the better. We're live from Allianz Park. It's the Under-15 NatWest Schools Cup Vars second semi-final. It's Bishop's Vesey's Grammar School against St Thomas Rich's School. We'd love to hear from you. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Got a shout out to Thomas Rich's from Rob Christie. Good to have you watching, Rob. Whether you're watching on englandrugby.com or via some of the schools' websites, Twitter, wherever you are across the world, give us a message. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know where you're watching. Have we got anyone watching from foreign climes? We'd love to know where you're watching from. I made a similar shout out when we were covering the England under-20s during the Six Nations a short while ago, and we had people watching from Belize and Honduras, all sorts of wonderful places. Very exciting. So wherever you're watching, do let us know. Whether it's from up in the Midlands or down in the West Country, supporting either of these sides. Well, Natasha, what are you looking forward to from this semi-final? What are you hoping we can expect?
Just looking forward to seeing what these two teams put together. I'm Gloucester born and bred, so I know that it's a massive part of the culture around there, so see what Sir Thomas Rich's does will be brilliant. But equally, I used to teach up in King Edward School in Birmingham, and we used to come across Bishop Vesey's quite a bit, so to see how far they've come, and obviously first time in a national semi-final, which is pretty amazing for them. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing what rugby is on show.
Those are the thoughts of Natasha Hunt, Women's Rugby World Cup winner, and working with the England Sevens towards that Rio Olympic dream. But a dream's being realised for many of these players now, running out at a stadium such as Allianz Park. They're bidding for a chance to play at the home of England Rugby at Twickenham. The two sides in the stripes. St Thomas Rich's. Bishop Vesey's, my apologies, in the black. It's a cold day in North London, but the fans will be keeping themselves warm as they cheer on each of these two sides. Big moment for these boys, and look how much it means to them. It's great to see, isn't it? We're ready to go. A couple of banners in the stands on the far side. Alexis Leonard is our referee.
Toddy, you good? Mike?
Ready to get underway.
Good, Ben.
And it's going to be Daniel Black to get us started for Bishop Vesey's. And his forwards support him with the big run-up. This might be an attempted take off the ball from Lewis Hawkins. It's come back on the Thomas Rich's side. Taken at the back. Christian White.
Blue advantage, scrum! Advantage over!
Thomas Rich's, and this is an absolutely searing run. It was eventually brought down by James Bishop, but Thomas Rich's a really early opportunity here.
8, Black, move!
Trying to get it down the back line and create some more space under the posts.
Move,
Stitch tackling from Vesey's. They've got width if they can get it out there. The pass was low.
Hands off, Black!
Had to dip low to take it. It is a penalty to
Thomas 6 Black hands.
Early danger signs.
Yeah, Hollinghurst is unlucky there. He just goes past the ball and you're not allowed to go past to come back onto it. Good decision by the referee.
Well, they're going for the tap and go penalty. Liam Richards was the man who initially set it up, but then the try is scored inside 90 seconds. The game has its opening score. So Thomas Richards getting on the board at early doors. It's the hooker Cameron Wilkinson who gets over.
Just inside the line.
Yeah, it's a great set-up play here. They're taking it in. They all know that the maul's coming, and then rather than shifting it to the back, it's just a simple transfer, slides out, and then great leg drive from the hooker to go over. He's obviously had new boots bought for the occasion. Let's see if he can nudge this one over.
Absolutely. Look at those shining away. Walker then to add the extras. No problem at all. Well, we saw Dr. Challoner's get on the scoreboard fairly early in that game, and they went on to triumph fairly comfortably in the end.
Just wait, 9. Just let him get set stationary and then you can go.
Bishop Vesey is delighted to have got this far in the competition. Will this be as far as they go?
When you're ready.
What will their response be to that score? Hey Jude on the PA. I do.
Rock, hands off, Blue! Four, move, yellow!
It's away from Black. Oh, nice little step inside. Vesey's Alistair Bell. Bell again. Just hesitated, then threaded the little ball through. That's cute. And it might have just got touched out from Thomas Richards, did it?
Okay. That's yours.
Thomas Richards, defensive line. Of course, no jump.
Keep that gap wide, please, yellow.
No lifting in the line out at this level, at under 15s. Does make the line out a little bit more of a lottery. And as such, it was Sir Thomas Richards' line, but they've lost it. Big carry. Solid carry.
Push, yellow, push, first guard.
Safel. And another, but the ball's been
dislodged. Yellow advantage, scrum, hands off, 5.
Hocking's going to have to try and tidy that one up.
Advantage over!
From Walker. Oh my goodness, that oval ball, it bounced once, thought it was going out, and it bounced back in field. Support line gets back just in time. Thomas Richards make the tackle. And they force the turnover as well. Really strong work, they got themselves in a decent position. And Christian White got himself isolated.
Yeah, it's great body position from Liam Richards there in the breakdown. Nice and low. Knows when the attack is coming from Bishop Vesey's and manages to steady himself just to be able to soak up that challenge.
Yellow advantage, scrum, hands off, Black! No advantage coming from the knock-on off the line out. Scrum, yellow ball.
No advantage. Shout-outs coming through social media. Watching the NatWest Schools Cup from Rome, Italy. Come on, Veseys. Monty Williamson. Lovely to have your company, Monty. Good luck, Tommies. Message from Vicky Randala. Good luck to Bishop Vesey from Walsall RFC. Come on, you bandits. Scrum is effective for Sir Thomas Richards. Trying to get through.
You're off your feet. Didn't try and pick it up, Black. You just put your hands on it.
Veseys to try and get over that ball, but
hands off, Black.
Feet. Referee called it clearly. Oh, now then, that was a very cute piece of skill, and it looks like it might be a try-in at the corner. My goodness me, what was that all about? Pardo gets the score, but let's have another look at that. Natasha, have you seen anything like that at this level?
I'm not sure he meant it to go that far, to be honest. Initially watching it, he kind of flicks it out the back, and then it's an absolute wonderful.
We know he's going to be watching this back later going, I meant every bit of that. How dare they suggest it was chance?
You would always claim it. You would always claim it. Brilliant.
Gents, did they throw the ball away?
That in just a moment. My goodness. Pardo in with the score.
It's a great flat pass.
Oh, Walker.
Absolutely sensational. Out the back, flicks it up over the second row, so that's some height to get up over there, and then well caught, well read by the winger. Luke Pardo in the corner.
Gents, the only thing so far is just at the breakdown, both sides want to jackal. I'm just questioning whether or not they're actually trying to pick it up or win the penalty by just putting their hands on it. You have any opinions?
Interesting question we just heard from the referee. He's asking whether the teams are trying to pick the ball up or whether they're just trying to put their hands over the ball to win the penalty. Obviously, a penalty is more advantageous. Really quite interesting that he's asking that question, and great bit of refereeing if that is his thought process.
Well, absolutely.
Time you run, Black. Time you run.
On that, whether they've got any views.
Thank you.
Restart from Vesey's.
Black advantage, scrum.
Taken in. There is an advantage to Vesey's though. Will Sanderson.
Not forward.
Scrum one on.
Skipper, when you're trying to jackal for the ball, your team are going beyond the ball and bringing their hands back on it. I need to be on the ball straight away and picking it up straight away, otherwise I can't reward you. Okay?
There we go.
There's your mark.
Just listening to the response a moment ago. And we hear it give the message very clearly.
Crouch! Bind!
Harry Hanlon told how his players need to perform in that breakdown area.
Stay nine, stay nine.
Goes in from Daniel Black. Looks to try and get away himself, Black. He's got swallowed up in the tackle.
Tackle!
Back on some of his teammates. It is there for Vesey's. Scrum half is at the bottom. Needs help from his back row colleague, and he got it. Bishop, but the ball was lost in the pass.
Stay.
So Thomas
advantage over!
Kicked the ball away. They had the advantage, but now it's going to be a chance for
not held.
Christian White to run it back. Black again.
Tackle only, Toddy, tackle only.
As well they might, to try and find some more room down this left-hand touchline.
Move, tackler!
Oliver Webb on that occasion.
Just an extra yard for me. Knock on off Black. Scrum.
Vesey's.
Yellow ball. Cheers, Toddy. Say?
Just coughing up possession.
What's wrong? Yeah, okay. 12-13. I just need an extra yard on the back foot, please. Thank you.
Good work.
Plenty of communication coming from them.
Gents, this form up, his boot will be on by the time you get ready.
Send them back, boys.
It's tricky at this sort of under 15, under 18 level in terms of the officiating. There's
we'll wait,
a small element of reminding players of the rules and the rules of the game, and almost semi-coaching at most. Obviously, not with any influence on the results, just making sure the players understand fully what's required of them.
Yeah, and it's really important at this age group because a lot of the time penalties can be not made because the referee's talking them through what they need them to do. So it's brilliant refereeing so far.
Game flow, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, broken.
Move one! Ball's available.
He's in there now for Black, and he gets it away. He's got an opportunity to try and open up here a little bit, Vesey's. Loose on the floor. Thomas Richards
Seven Black, man!
There. Joe Hocking once more, proving to be getting into the thick of it. Loose.
Play the ball!
White.
It's off a boot. It's off a boot.
There's a flooding numbers into the breakdown to get turnovers as soon as the pressure's on Vesey's, and it's costing the side in Black. Here comes to Thomas Richards again. Walker stepping inside that time. It's away from Gordon. Have they got numbers if they could find it out to the left side? I think they had the overlap.
Hands off! No, you didn't try and pick it up.
Hold it, Brogan, hold it, Brogan.
Drive coming on from Sir Thomas Richards.
Ball's on the floor, it's playable, leave it Black.
Where is the ball? Referee says it's available. Gordon.
Ball's on.
Ball's available. No, Black, Blacks, no. Release, Yellow.
Over the top. Who's going to pick and go on that occasion? The try scored by Joe Hocking. He adds to the total he's got so far.
You haven't got the message about the jackal. Yeah, I've got to see elbow movement. Hands on the ball is not enough. I've got to see it being picked up.
Using the pick and go around the fringes and patiently get the score.
Yeah, really good patience shown there by Sir Thomas Richards. They're just holding on to the ball, sucking in the Bishop Vesey defence, and then they just run out of numbers. Really simple score in the end, just picks and dives over.
Well, 3 tries to the good inside the opening 15 minutes of the match.
Yep.
Here you see, despite the best efforts of all of that counter-rucking, great carry, sucks in 4 defenders, and then they just run out of numbers on the other side. Body height's too high, and they're just diving over, nice and low. Brilliant finish.
Daniel Walker, conversion effort. Got a better lift on it, but the direction wasn't quite there. So he's still 1 from 3 now. But Bishop Vesey's 0.
Kicker. The last one was perfect. The one before
17.
your 6 was slightly on the line. Yeah, just get it timed perfectly for me.
Bishop Vesey's need to get themselves onto the scoreboard. Need to compete for this restart.
Thank you, kicker.
Changing off the left foot. And a penalty goes to Vesey's.
Exactly as I said, skipper.
Score of the first try of the match.
Yep.
Hanlon told again then under the post that he needs to see elbow movement, he needs to see that ball being lifted to give the penalty. First opportunity, Hanlon's picked that ball, elbows are moving, and penalty goes to Vesey's. Good captaincy.
He's looked to try and go for every inch.
Yellow hold,
It's not come out for him.
Thank you.
It's over the head of Black. White picks up. Got to try and get away from the first tackle. First tackle is brilliant.
13.
Skipper Ben Jason. Trying to help the situation. Vesey's give away the penalty.
Skipper.
Great work from the skipper. Thomas Richards skipper.
Skipper.
Well, we can look again. Christian White.
Great tackle, isolated tackler, gets out, and then the 13s just come straight in from the side. He's got to get back behind the ball and come through the gate.
Brogan Lane desperately trying to help his fullback Christian White.
Textbook tackle from Gleeson.
Yes, absolutely. So this is straight down the park. 1 from 3 so far, Walker. any fair at walloping it straight ahead. He's got the legs, and it's over. Great effort from the fly half, and it takes Thomas Riches up to the 20-point mark. Bishop Vesey's 0, so Thomas Riches 20.
It's not bad for a 45-metre effort, is it?
No, absolutely.
Great kick.
Very impressive. Bishop Vesey's they could do with some possession in the St Thomas Riches half, and that was dangerous.
6, just a timing issue.
Who was jumping for the ball.
Okay, 4?
The referee was right on the
just get your timing right, please, 6.
But timing has to be right there. Just a little bit winded, perhaps. He's okay. Physio's just on to give him the once over.
On me.
Penalty kick down the field. Hasn't found touch if that's what he was aiming for. Black. This is perhaps with a little bit of room here. They take the outside line. Running into the space, Harrison Casey.
First knock on off Black, second off
forward.
yellow. Scrum, yellow ball.
Nothing that Bishop Vesey's trying to do positively. They're just undoing themselves with the errors.
Over here.
Yeah, too many errors
I
coming
need
in
you
from
to stay
Vesey's at
down.
the
I'm
minute.
seeing you coming up round the side. I need a longer bind from you, though, okay?
They're just compounding it because the simple knock-ons that they're giving back to Bishop Vesey's, and they're maintaining their possession really well.
Bind! Set! Stay down, loose head. Rock!
Just up over the halfway line.
Up you get!
Thomas Riches go again. Picking around the corner. Slightest suggestion moving forward there, but Thomas Riches still have it. Gordon with the little chip over, thinks he might have spotted some room in at the corner, but Vesey's looking to defend.
Knock forward off yellow 10.
Thomas Riches endeavour to come forward and try and claim that chip through. They've just knocked it on.
No, lads! Step it up now!
Thought it was really a kick aimed at the corner, that little chip over, but
Gents,
it ended up sitting
you
up
both
on
need to make sure
the,
you're binding on the shirt, not the arm.
perhaps the firmer rubber crumb surface that you have here at Allianz Park.
Nines.
More of an attacking
So I've got both of you. Put yourself square to the scrum. I don't want any off centre. Yeah, put yourself square before you put the ball in.
Far be it for me to take anything away from a scrum half.
Yeah, it's clearly a tactic they've worked on. Gordon's put 3 or 4 box kicks in now, and each one of them has a really good chase. So whether the kick's good or not, then the chase, it will always make it better.
Easy's. Now they look to go down the short side. Belted down the right touchline.
Okay.
Daniel Black, he's certainly one of the better players for Bishop Vesey's, but perhaps at times he's trying to do too much himself. I've seen him run away from support.
Keep the gap, Black. Keep the gap.
Needs to keep his teammates around him. Line out is loose. Bishop Vesey's try and tidy it up. It goes backwards again.
Knock forward off yellow in the tackle. Scrum.
By the striped shirt.
Black ball.
Another big drive.
Yeah, it was a great decision to kick. They're in their own half. They've not had a lot of ball. Good decision to pin Sir Tom Riches back down, but just the execution on the kick is just on the outside of his boot.
9. How we come, gents? Sorry. How we come? Sorry, it was just the 9 disappeared. I had to call him back. You've got to stay here in competition. Yeah, so.
Just be lively, yeah? Go on, Joe, all day. He's in your pocket, mate. Let's go, boys.
Crouch!
No chat from the 9 then. In your pocket, boys. Come on.
Absolutely.
Nothing riles props more.
9, stay 9.
It's away from Daniel
Terry
Black.
back!
Kick attack is, well, a little bit aimless, I would suggest. To give it to Thomas Riches the chance to run it back, although entirely directly from Seth Price. Eventually makes 5, 6, 7 metres. Taken by Gordon again. Looks for his hooker, Wilkinson.
Push.
Then a pick and go down that short side.
Move forward, Black!
Gordon, little option of the dummy.
Push, push.
Looking to go down that short side again.
Backwards!
As the ball stayed in field, it has.
Push, push.
Thomas Riches really looking for try number 4 in this one. Vesey's defence holds up a little better. That ball goes backwards, but it was well snaffled up by Sir Thomas
13,
Riches.
hands off, Black! He's through the middle, he's legal.
Referee told him hands off, and in my view, he was in a perfectly legal position to be.
Police tackle the Black!
Hey, Rockland!
Sir Thomas Riches holding on to possession well, trying to punish. Loose ball seized upon by Bishop Vesey's as
Forward
it
off
was
yellow.
knocked forward in the tackle.
Black ball.
Yeah, good defence from Vesey's there. They just held their line really well and kept coming forward, so put them under a little bit of pressure. Disappointed to see them kick the last ball. They had Sir Thomas Riches had 3 defenders up and 13 were giving them a real corner. They had 3 in the backfield, so the kick's never really on. They need to run it until that winger comes up so that they then have an option and they have more of the field to kick to. Be interesting to see where they go on this one.
Could do with Natasha Hunt giving that advice down at half-time, couldn't they? Great insight from a World Cup winning scrum half.
It's that, yeah, rather than that.
Easier said than done, though.
Agreed.
Well, exactly.
Have a look.
Now that camera shot, all I can see is the word donuts there. Getting a bit peckish in the commentary box. You can also see, actually, as a witness at the end of the game, the parents, of course, could go and get their photos of the day. Photographers working the event will be sending their pictures back to that booth so that they can take away their mementos of
just type it.
Playing here at Allianz Park. Great for the family photo albums, if such a thing exists in this modern world.
It's a fantastic occasion. Under 15 level, playing at Allianz Park, win or lose, it's just brilliant.
Remember the message I gave you?
The opportunity that these guys have.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Indeed.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, that's why Ben put it in, yeah.
Even better if they play at Twickenham, though, here.
Well, quite. That's the target on the horizon for both of these sides, and Sir Thomas Riches certainly with a keener eye on that at the moment, leading as they are by 20 points to 0.
Okay. Time on.
He gets time
Black ball.
restarted.
Go on then, Tommy. Let's go, good position.
Crouch.
Win that ball.
Bind. Set.
Ball's in for Black.
Let's go.
Oh, the ball was charged down on the attempted
22.
clearance box kick. This is repeat again because it just means it's a 22 dropout. Having gone into touch.
Hurry up, mate!
Yeah, great work from Eddington on that far side. Really good recognition and great timing to get off, lose his bind and then charge the kick down.
Blackman with the 22 dropout. Kick. Didn't want to get too much depth.
Hands off, Black!
Riches. It inevitably puts Vesey's under pressure defensively. Gordon pulls 2 of his forwards back and says, "You'll pick and go from here."
Hands off!
Well, that's a curious call for me.
Time off.
Yeah.
Skipper.
Player in the right position with his hands on the ball.
Skipper.
The referee told him to take his hands off.
He's unfortunate there. The referee's deemed that the ruck has formed,
You
so
need to
he's
speak to your
deemed
team
that
about the jackal. I'm calling ruck, they're not listening, they're keeping their hands on it and they're denying quick ball. Speak to them, because I might have to escalate it.
So really tricky one there, because he's deemed that the ruck's form, so 2 players are over the ball initially, whereas I think that he's the first person on the ball before that second challenge comes in. So there you see he's on the ball, challenge comes in and he stays strong over that ball, so he's really unlucky there.
Well, he said he's denying the opportunity for the attacking team to get quick ball. That's the role of a back rower.
He's done it
there to do.
Yeah, he's done it extremely well there as well, Bishop. Unlucky.
Gone awry. Vesey's going to try and run this one out of the 22.
Ruck and formed, 8 yellow hands.
Just a chance to relieve a bit of the pressure. Vesey's have had to play so much of this
Here's Mark.
inside their own
That's yours, yellow.
area of the field.
Boys, come on.
There's their line. Can they get a big jump from Ethan Stanley?
Black advantage, scrum.
It's been knocked on.
Yeah, lads, nice.
They'll forward off yellow first, then off black, scrum in 15.
Now to secure position.
Don't worry, boys.
Yeah, Vesey's just need to settle now. They haven't had a lot of possession, and when they have, they've coughed up easy ball. They just need to get their hands on the ball, maintain it, play through the phases, and really challenge this Sir Thomas Rich's defence.
Crouch. Sit. Bind.
Let's move this from bind.
Set.
From Black. It's not coming back immediately, but now the scrum half can get it away. And it comes down the Vesey's 3/4 line.
Hands off, yellow.
Fly half bell.
Ball's available.
Yes, that's it,
It's there for Black once more.
Release, yellow.
Switches are quite narrow. If Vesey's could get ball and get wider, they might cause a problem or two. It's a really solid carry.
Ball's there.
Shaka Simple been effective when he's had the opportunity to
8 again.
the ball up and get yards. He did so again there. Now another penalty goes to Vesey's. Bell get them another decent position down the touchline to build a further attack.
Great carry there by Seyful, but you need quick ball off that. When you've got momentum like that, you need to absolutely smash that ruck, and now needs to get hands on the ball. Black just needs to move it as quick as he can.
Here's your mark.
Vesey's line out. There's one at the front by Sir Thomas Riches. There's bobbling ball though.
Black advantage,
knocked
scrum.
out and out.
Black
Vesey's had
advantage.
the advantage. It's as if they'd have won the line out themselves anyway. Trying to get the drive on.
No advantage off the knock-on from yellow.
Says they'll reset it from the
Scrum. Black ball.
This is as far into Sir Thomas Rich's territory as Vesey's have been all match so far. Such has been
Get the screen.
the dominance of the team from Gloucester.
Come on, boys.
Thought they were unlucky at the line out. It looked to me as though Sir Thomas Rich's boys were closing the gap there.
Overcome.
They've got to stay straight. They're not allowed to jump across. It seemed as though they were as soon as that ball was released.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable because
Less than 2.
Came out of Wash and it's ended up with Vesey's ball.
Crouch.
Park. Full 3 just out of your picture. It's all stacked on the left side, which given it's a central scrum, Well, it's an interesting choice.
No flanker back.
He's shaping to possibly go blindside with the number 8, which is what he does. Going to need the Vesey support to stay with them. And the ball pops out for the scrum half. Safel. Another one of the big carries from him. Gets the offload away. It went to ground, but it was picked up by Lewis Hawkins.
Put him down carefully.
Stanley driven back. Good defence. Black had to snap that one off the floor before it was taken into Sir Thomas Rich's clutches.
Push, push. Use it.
He just needs someone to play scrum half.
Ruck, hands off, yellow.
Penalty Veseys.
Ruck was formed instantly. Ruck was formed instantly. Then he used his hands.
Referee saying hands in the ruck. So a dubious call on that at the other end of the field a few minutes ago.
Scrum. Scrum called.
Veseys have opted for the scrum. Well, certainly a 3-pointer when you're trailing by 20 points is not going to get you terribly far into closing the deficit. If they could turn this into a try, well, it's certainly...
Gents, hold the 5 till the ball's picked up, please. Yep.
That's clever, Kiwi.
Yeah, it's a good decision there from the captain. It's an easy shot at goal, but like you say, they need that 7-pointer really.
Bind. Set.
Straight out then, Tommy.
Never went into the scrum.
You can't drop to your knee to then hook it. Keep your feet under you. Okay, it's dangerous. Okay. Straight out the tunnel, gents. Scrum. Black ball.
Last roll of the dice in this first half from Bishop.
Thank you.
Trailing by 20 points.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Went in from Black and wasn't really hooked again.
Straight out the tunnel, gents, again.
What are you saying, sir?
Shooting back out.
Come on, she working.
I'm enjoying Oliver Gordon's work right now. True playing to the whistle.
Every time it comes out, he's keen to just grab it and head off upfield, isn't he?
Get yourself square 9.
He knows exactly what he's doing as well.
Plenty of chat.
Bind. Set.
That time it is.
Hold it, yellow.
Picked up initially by 8 and handed on to James Bishop to carry out.
Push 10.
Now Black to Alistair Bell. Looking to try and create the men on the far side. They go round the outside. Did they need that extra play through the middle? They get over regardless. And Harrison Casey gets over the inside centre. They were almost overcomplicating a very simple 3-on-2, Natasha.
Oh, really well. I think it was even a 4-on-2. Initially, I thought, why are they not just going hands, run straight and pass? It's the basics done well. It sees you get over the try line so many times, but luckily Casey's gone on the loop and then he's seen the defence again of overchase and he's just managed to step back in off his right.
They made the best of what was, an overcomplicated set move when it was all there for the taking.
So all you see here is all Casey needs to do is run straight.
Yeah.
The 13's the last man and then they've got 2 outside him. But luckily he's got the nous about him to step back in and find his way to the try line.
So Alistair Bell. Oh, sorry, it's not Bell. Grogan laying the man to try and add the extras for Veseys. Absolute silence at Allianz Park. Shrinks the effort a little bit. Veseys are onto the scoreboard, and it has a slightly better look to it now than it did a couple of moments ago. Half-time here at Allianz Park. The second semi-final of the Under-15s NatWest Schools Cup Vars competition. It's Bishop Veseys 5, Sir Thomas Rich's School 20. 3 tries scored by Sir Thomas Rich's, the first one inside 90 seconds. And Harrison Casey getting the last try of the half to bring Veseys back into it. So we've got our opportunity now just to have a look back at the tries from that first half. And this was the first one. Penalty a few metres out, backing themselves to tap and go their way to the line. And as the defence was splintered, Cameron Wilkinson, the hooker.
Yeah, what's great about this is the patience on it, and then the momentum shift from Vesey's brilliant leg driving, the great body position to go through. Sorry, Sir Thomas Riches.
And then try number 2, the ridiculous brilliance from Walker, has to be said. Putting in Pardo to score the try.
Yeah, I think anyone, any level would be pleased to get that assist, wouldn't they?
It's
absolutely fantastic.
It's the sort of thing that if you saw in an international game, kids would be running outside into the garden and trying themselves. He'll never live that down.
Here we see just really good patience from Riches, really good carries, low body positions that close to the line, and then the Vesey's defence just too high. Initially missed the tackle, missed the man, he just rides it and then jumps over in the corner.
Yes, Hocking, the number 7, getting try number 7 of his campaign. He's been a prominent figure for Sir Thomas Riches in that first half. Working hard around the fringes defensively, but also carrying well.
And then the last try of the half, brilliant pass from the 9, good pass from the 10, and we just feel like they overcomplicated it slightly, but great recognition not to throw the dummy and then step back off the right and find the try line.
Yeah, he made it all okay in the end there, Harrison Casey.
Yeah, he'd have had a lot of explaining to do if he didn't finish that one, wouldn't he, after that?
Yes, absolutely. So that's how things are poised then, 15 points between the two sides. Second 30 minutes to follow. Do keep in touch with us on the hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Let us know where you're watching. Getting news that the teams are arriving for the Cup semi-finals that are taking place later on. 3 o'clock kickoff will be the next game after this, the Cup semi-final between Milfield and Sedbergh. What an enthralling encounter we're expecting between those two sides. Big rugby schools with great pedigree in this competition. But we should be in for a thrilling Vars final as well at Twickenham, and that one comes around. We've got Dr. Challoner's Dr. Challoner's Grammar School in that final. So Thomas Riches looking like the favourites to be joining them. There is Joe Hocking, mentioned him at the break, away from Gordon, trying to get it through the hands quickly. Osman Lampett just didn't quite get there on the last occasion. Tackles are being made by Vesey's, but still there for Gordon. He's the diminutive scrum half, but you can tell out there he's calling the shots. Gordon digs. Big solid carry into contact from Miles Wilson. Now they go short side, but it's just been knocked forward. Vesey's will have the scrum.
Yeah, over eagerness to work around the corner from Thomas Riches. That was a great spot by Oliver Gordon. It really was on down that blind side. Vesey's has worked around the corner as well. Just needed a few people to stay and run straight. Yes,
perhaps a little wider as well. They were almost all on top of each other down that short side. If anybody is passing the area of North London, Allianz Park, do bring an electric blanket for our commentary position. It's a cold one in North London today. Might have to pop out and have a little run around to keep the legs warm. Well, now then, scrum half's under all sorts of pressure there from Sir Thomas Riches, and Daniel Black couldn't do anything to stop himself being bundled into touch there.
Yeah, as a scrum half, it's your worst nightmare to have a back row like that on top of you as soon as you touch the ball at the base. It's a difficult thing to deal with anyway, but when you've got an alert back row like that, it's really quite challenging.
Line out from Sir Thomas Riches is well taken. Trying to get through. William Sanderson. Oh, but it's popped out for Vesey's. A gift for Robin Mays-Pryor. Black just knocks on at the base, or rather knocks it back. Referee happy that it went backwards. Coming from the coaches down below us, look after the ball is the call. Certainly been a looser game than the first semi-final that we were watching earlier. Not quite as much flow to it. It's there for Black. Short pass in the carry. Hawkins. Black goes digging once more. He's the next man to carry it forward for him. Solid play from Vesey's, coming bouldering out of their 22, and now they get away again. And it's the try scorer, Harrison Casey, up to the 10-metre line now. Vesey's with some good go forward. If they could get the next try, they're really going to make this match interesting. Got a fair way to go to get to the line yet, though. Over the gain line once more. That'll do. Alistair Bell gets the ball onto his blindside flanker, James Bishop. Bell again. He's chipped that one. Outside the 22. There's a fair amount of pressure on the man as he kicked it away, and Black will get a chance to gather it. He's all on his own there, though. And they'll pop him into touch again. It's an area of the field he keeps spending a little too much time in for his own liking. I think perhaps finding the support on the inside might have been a quicker option for Black there, rather than trying to do it all himself.
I'm not sure he knew he had men on the inside. That communication has to come in from the outside backs there. They were completely on if that ball could have just gone.
So Thomas Riches, don't waste any time with the line out, comes down. Gordon gets it away. Kickers slightly cross-field, but not shallow enough for the Sir Thomas Riches back line to really get onto it, so it's snaffled up well by Christian White from Vesey's. Now Bell trying to find some room to set Oliver Webb going. Harrison Casey's starting to have more of an influence, similar to what we saw at the end of that first half, the inside centre. He's got decent acceleration and good feet as well. Black, Bell, Safel over the 10-metre line, and offloads to Louis Hanlon, the skipper. We saw him on that big busting run to help play get out of the half. Sir Thomas Riches, well, they've wrestled possession back, have they? With Gordon. Finds Walker, kick is charged down. Oh, and then it's just knocked on by Vesey's Hiwakalis.
Safel just needs to carry there. There's nothing worse than being offloaded to as a static man. He just needs, he's dragging in so many defenders. If he can just keep his leg drive going, go forward, and then quick ruck, Vesey's are still on the front foot.
These are views of Rugby World Cup winner Natasha Hunt. My name's Nick Heath. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching this NatWest Schools Cup. It's semi-final stage in the Vars competition currently. We are moving on to the Cup competition semis after this game. 3 o'clock kickoff and 5 o'clock kickoff in both of those games.
Then, boys. Okay, we're waiting now. We're in the game. A, B, C. What's the 8 then, boys?
Momentary stoppage in play. You can see Leighton Palmer-White being prepared for Vesey's.
Boys up here, boys all the way up here, let's go. Boys on the mark.
Come on. Come on, let's go. 9. Boys. Remember what I said? Oliver, front.
I've got a 6. Bounce the ball.
Crouch.
Started then.
Bind. Set.
I think they're going to kick this. You can see by how flat the line is.
One black, hold it.
They've got blindside, perhaps through necessity rather than choice. Little chip downfield from Gordon. Fly half white, deals with it well and then gets the bounce. And then goes into touch. Good little kick back from the fullback.
Thank you.
Andrew Hunter was just trying to get his hands on it, but couldn't.
Four man.
Nothing worse than a bobbling ball. You never know where it's going to bounce. Good nudge from White.
Yes, it was. Can Vesey spoil this line out? Through Sanderson.
Carried back.
White is under it, needs to communicate with his winger, which he does. Shapes the kick for a moment, then comes forward, gets past 2 tackles, then Walker put the kick up, brings the man down. Oh, but it's
Yellow advantage, scrum.
Rich's side, and they might have room down this
Advantage
side.
over.
The tacklers. Stepping back in off the left boot is Luke Pardo. Scorer of the second try for Thomas Riches.
Move 5 black. 5 black didn't roll quick enough.
Get out of the way. Safel has been pinged.
5 black, not rolling.
Oh, sorry, no. In fact, it was Ethan Stanley, man at the sharp end of the referee's whistle.
There's your mark.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Vesey. Stanley just staying in the contact because Safel's in a really good body position, straight on the ball.
Method of play compared to when
No
your ball,
excuses there
You're
from
coming up
Stanley.
round the
He's got
side,
to
you
get
know
out.
when the scrums go that way. Keep straight for me. Here's your mark, Black. Open it, please, Black. Thank you.
That's it, and it's won by Vesey's.
Ripped in the tackle, play on!
It was a rip in the tackle, but I think it was
Free release on the
Vesey's.
floor.
Now then, is there any competition for this? Is this going to come
That's
down?
a mole!
Vesey's have got a bit of go forward, but I don't know that anyone's going to be
Still moving.
Stop this one.
Unsuccessful mole. Yellow ball.
Possession.
Sorry, thank you for listening on the floor.
That ball.
Thank you for listening on the floor.
Rolling ball. The team that takes it in has to be able to use it. If it's not getting any momentum, then it will be the turnover.
I'm being told the same thing from behind you that I've spoken to you about already. Yes. Let's take a step to the left, please, 9.
I think
Thank you.
A word with
Crouch.
Scrum Gordon.
Bind. Not stable. Let's reset. Just get that inside shoulder out for me a bit. It'll give him somewhere to go and it'll keep you stable. There's your mark. Time off.
No, we just have
Yellow 3, you're going for a substitution for the moment. I just want to check you out with a bit more time. Okay, it's rolling subs, it's not a problem.
well, I think actually it's a decision to be able to look at James Emerson and whether he's got more of a knock than perhaps they thought he had when he got some attention a few moments ago. So
make sure the nines don't show the ball, but let's keep your feet down until that ball's in. Just allow the ball to get in. Don't show it unless you're going to put it in.
Yeah, the introduction of the head injury assessment is so key, especially at every single
keep
level.
Keep your feet down until the ball's in.
As a player, you never want to be pulled off the pitch, so the fact that you can get pulled off, have a quick assessment, and then put it back on if you're deemed safe enough to, so it's a great introduction.
Certainly other people who have got your best well-being at heart.
Bind. Set.
Gordon.
Hold the drive.
It's got stuck up the front row's feet though, as you can see.
I'm stopping that purely for safety. It's gone up on the mark. It's dangerous.
Whistle for the referee.
No one's at fault. It's just the pressure going up.
He's concerned over the safety of the players. Well, that's understandable.
If you don't put it in the middle, he will call it now. Okay? Put it in the middle.
Gordon is under a lot of scrutiny in this one, isn't he?
A lot of scrutiny, but he hasn't been pinged yet, so he keeps pushing the law.
Crouch.
Fair play.
Bind.
Scrum halves union.
Set.
He did just have a cheeky look over his shoulder to make sure see if the linesman was actually looking as well.
Well, on that occasion, it then is hooked by Vesey's. How much influence the officials on what Gordon was up to?
It's all right, it's fine, it's fine. The ball's available,
Daniel
7.
Black, Gordon's opposite number. Should the ball have gone wider then, and Vesey's had the opportunity.
He was on his feet.
Well, he opted to step back in there. I think the players on his outside would have been screaming for that and wanting possession. If they weren't screaming, well, perhaps they should have been. It's now a penalty.
10.
This should be well within the range of Daniel Walker.
Sort your timing out on the tackle.
Yeah, he's made some really good ground going up through the middle using those feet of his, Casey has. And I think on that occasion he thought that potentially he could have got through, broken that first line of defence, but it definitely needed to go.
Just watch when Black are in possession from 9 to 10, just the the timing of the tackle on Black 10, please. Timing of the tackle on Black 10.
So Daniel Walker. Attempt to add 3 points. Left-footed, straight through the posts, no problem at all.
Sorry?
The first score of the second half goes to Sir Thomas Richards. Walker with the penalty. It's Bishop Vesey's 5. Sir Thomas Richards 23. To get us restarted. Oh, big miscommunication, and also the ball not travelling far enough at all, really. And that's just an unforced error that brings around more pressure as the team in the lead who've just scored the last points will get handed the scrum.
Just bring your head a bit higher for me.
Yeah, we talk about compounding errors. We spoke about it in the previous game. They need to make sure simple things like the kick going 10 and then just put the pressure back onto Sir Thomas Richards, play in their half for a little bit. As it is, they've got an attacking scrum on the halfway.
Set! Up we come. I need your head above your hips, because otherwise you're going to cause yourself an injury. Keep your head above your hips and get your inside shoulder out. Thank you.
Care of these players.
Making sure they all know what they're doing. Huge blindside here for Sir Thomas Richards to attack. Be surprised if they don't go 8-9-15 around the corner.
Set!
Comes back on the Vesey side. Black runs away now then. They could have an overlap here if the winger could stay wide enough. Black's trying to do it all himself. Passes back inside to his number 8.
Backwards.
Referee says it went backwards off Sir Thomas Richards' player. So Vesey's can still come. Carrying it well. Casey's in there.
Fine, first man legal.
But Sir Thomas Richards have executed the turnover brilliantly. But if Vesey's can hold them up, well then they might win possession back.
Taken in by Black scrum.
Vesey's with the momentum coming forward that time.
Blue 6, yellow 16, yellow 16.
Yeah, that was that huge blindside I was just talking about, but instead of Thomas Richards using it, then Bishop Vesey's managed to get down there. I think the winger initially could have stayed a little bit wider like you alluded to, and that pass could have gone. It was a simple 2-on-1, but credit to the Richards defence, they came back well, scrambled really well.
Bind!
Yes, there might have been an opportunity for Black to put his winger away, really.
Come on, Tommy! Come in.
Straight out tunnel again.
Oh, a little bit of afters between these two.
Let's go, boys, big shot.
And a ball in the back as well.
Yep, seconds in.
Hollinghurst made sure that he had the last say in that one.
Crap! Crouch!
Fascinating battles going on
Bind!
everywhere that Oliver Gordon is.
Set!
Fuck up, Wilkinson!
Yeah, it's all right.
It's in from Black.
Who's going in?
To the left-hand side through Bell. There's Casey. Got good feet. Half gets around the first tackle.
Ball's available!
And they get the ball to the ground. Needed to do that quickly, and they managed to.
Move yellow, hands
Big
up!
carry forward from Hawkins. Ball's there again for Black. Safel.
Release yellow!
He's the first man. They go blindside. Have they got the men there? Step back inside. Thought for a moment Louis Hanlon was going to be the one to score it. Black. Safel.
Release!
Is short of the line. Then there's a second movement. I think they think the try's been scored. Vesey supporters. But it is a second movement from Safel. It was possibly the clearest second movement you could ever see.
Yeah, he completely stopped. So the referees allow you to keep moving or to reach out if you're still going forward, but he was completely stopped on the ground then and then decided to bounce again. Really obvious and really clear penalty for the referee to give. Unfortunate because it looked for all money that they were going to score that one.
Just under.
Fortunate from Safel, they just needed to be recycled and they could have had another go.
Open yellow, open the gap, yellow. Step, thank you.
This is where the big man goes down, he's short here, sorry.
Momentum dies and then he just goes again. Too tempting not to put the ball back and recycle.
Not forward off yellow in the line, scrum in 15, black ball.
Richards have made an error from the line out.
Black three, substitution.
Now changes are going to be made.
Scrum's here, gents.
Leaving the field, replaced by Leighton Palmer-White.
There's your mark.
Come on, Tommy! Go on, boys!
Just under 15.
Stay on your man! Stay on your man!
I think possibly some information I've got on my team sheet.
Crouch!
As Ryan Basson has come onto the field.
Bind! Set!
Oh, now a break from Vesey's. Straight through the middle. Brogan Ling with the second try for Bishop Vesey's. And he gets in straight under the posts.
It's come from absolutely nowhere. What a brilliant play. So simple. Ten just stands up his man and then a great line picked by Rogan Lee straight through and under the posts to make the conversion easy.
Well, 7 points for Vesey's and that gets them into double figures. 12 playing 23. Just tightens the scoreboard up a little bit. Vesey's can get the next score. Well, that would certainly make things very interesting indeed.
I think the fact that Casey's carried so much in this game really helped out Ling then. A lot of the Richies' defence were just eyes focused on him and then Ling takes his opportunity and takes it extremely well.
10 down there when you made that tackle, you're kicking out for the ball on the ground, please don't, because I don't want to have to penalise you, especially under your posts. Yeah.
Interesting bit of refereeing then. If he's kicking out for ball under the post, surely that's a penalty whether he wants to penalise him or not. As it is, it doesn't matter, they get the try.
Will be sensing the chance to be able to come back into this now. There's still 20 minutes remaining of the game. But just as I say that, Thomas Richards with the turnover of possession in a good area of the field.
Yeah, momentum swings are massive in a game like this. Obviously, Bishop Vesey's have got their backs up now, got their tails up, sorry. If they can get the next score, it's massively game on.
I don't know whether you can see it.
Hold the drive, Black! Balls out!
Allianz Park.
Black advantage, scrum!
Thomas Richards.
Forward off yellow. Scrum.
A little snowy sleet beginning to fall.
You haven't listened. I am going to penalise you.
Barnett.
Come on, boys.
Gents, you need to listen to me just for the push. All right, it's starting to go close to 1.5 meters. Just tune in as you're pushing.
Just simple steps, simple step out and beating his man first receiver.
I'll try and shout louder though.
What I really like about that is the change of pace as he changes his footwork. So he's coming, he's going a little bit slower, steps off his left, and then that real burst of pace. Defender can't stay with him. Oh, my apologies, apparently that was just slow motion. He's a bit too quick for that to have been slow motion.
Casey again with another of those storming runs, but run out of pitch.
Black on the line.
Few shouts
Black on the line.
Sir Thomas Rich's players. I think there's a bit of frustration creeping in
Black
there.
on the line.
That they're letting Vesey's back into this game more than they would have liked to. Let's not forget they were 20 points to 0 up. 12-23.
Use it. 8, stop.
Ball kick downfield.
Thank you.
Chasing back. Oh dear, now then a loss of footwork. Suddenly White's got work to do to jump on that. Iwakalis just lost his footing as he tried to get down on that, but enough time to create the platform for Daniel Black to be able to make that clearance. But
there's Mark Black.
Thomas Rich is still with a good area of the field if they can get the set piece right. It's an area that Vesey's have spoiled.
Stay Black.
To his hooker. The left wing is Pardo.
Ball's available.
Black will turn over ball for Vesey's. Casey. Referee's adjusted. Forward. Just gone forward there.
Pass was forward. Scrum.
The assistant with the call on the far side. So Vesey's looking to make the most of that counter-attack ball from inside their own 22.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with this. They just needed someone to have a bit of an injection of pace, go forward, ball in hand, and set a platform for them to play on.
9. Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set. Thank you, 9.
Referee praising Gordon for the straightness of the feed there.
Just spin. Scrum.
Come on, get some time. Yeah, look, it's your side. Come on, boys.
Thank you. Everyone now. Everyone now.
Come on then, Tommy. Big shot, boys.
Really enjoy this camaraderie between those two.
Bind. Set. Yep.
The referee's making him put it in straight. He's probably never lost so many scrums against the head. So Thomas Rich is now with counter-attack ball, but it's not easy ball. It's not well cleared. Vesey's trying to avoid the whitewash there, but they couldn't as Iwakalis is pushed into touch.
I think he was in touch, in possession of it, yeah? We'll take the line out then.
Yeah, Rich's defence is holding really well. Every time they're going towards the touchline, they seem to be in numbers, just shepherding them in there, using it as an extra defender like you always get taught.
Black 5, Black 14, substitution.
Good decision to take, but unfortunately the execution not quite there. And then great teamwork to get this into touch.
There's your mark, thank you, that's the gap.
Here are the changes being made then.
Push one. Use it!
Thomas Riches. Clear that straight down the throat of scrum half Daniel Black. He'll look for the opportunity to counter-attack Brannan. Well, the support line from Harrison Casey, and they've got men outside. Casey, well, he does like to check back in field, and he loses the ball. Then a slightly curiously chosen kick.
No advantage, the kick's gone nowhere, gents. We'll come back for the knock-on.
We saw.
Scrum.
Interested to see what
Yellow ball.
Dr. Challoner will be making. Both of these sides, one of whom they'll be meeting in the final at Twickenham on March the 16th.
Let's just bring, gents, let's bring the height of the scrum up an inch or so. Okay, on that side for me. Keep your head up as well.
Okay. Flat line. Flat.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Black through the mark. Yes, 9 if you want. Black.
If we kick, is it that line out?
Yes.
Boys, is that line out as we kick?
You're outside, it's their line out, yeah.
Thomas Richards just being told what the choices are. Kick downfield, Vesey's with it. Hollinghurst.
No!
Running it back. Oh, that's really good work from him. Tackle was good as well. Then stepping back in field, Lewis Brent-Iverson.
Move yellow!
Brief little snow flurry gets heavier.
Move yellow!
Black. To his big number 8, James Bishop. And then the break from Black himself. Now then he's got a last line of defence to beat, rather. Got the support line from Hanlon, the skipper. And then Harrison Casey, is he going to get his second try of the game? Casey's in. And things are getting tighter towards the end of this game.
Yeah, it's a great finish by Casey. I don't think he needed to run quite as wide as he did, making the conversion pretty difficult for his centre pairing.
2.5.
But a great finish. He really backs himself, this boy.
Yes, he does.
Just heard the referee say as well, 2.5 minutes left to play.
Okay. Of course, our clock is our best estimation as we go through the game, but there have been a few stoppages in this one. Snow is coming down ever heavier, but the cheers go up as Brogan Ling gets the conversion, and it's now just a 4-point game. What a dramatic conclusion we're going to have to this one.
How important was that kick?
Absolutely huge. It means that a try will do it rather than just a try and conversion.
Vesey's ball retention has been better in the second half. We mentioned it in the first half about the fact they needed to keep hold of the ball. Easy knock-ons they were giving away. Let's see if they can do it.
Daniel Black, little offload.
Push.
Carried on by Bishop. Black again.
Move yellow!
Vesey's issue has been holding on to ball in the contact situations. They've got to be stronger there, although that's loose from Black. On to Bell. Going backwards in his own 22.
Hands off yellow! Ruck's formed!
Still time on the clock.
Penalty advantage, Black, high tackle!
Penalty advantage is being played. Daniel Black. Strong halfman at the centre of a lot.
10, keep it low. 10. 45 seconds. You've got time for the line out if you want it.
Referee says there's 45 seconds remaining.
Captain, scrum called. Black ball.
Nothing left on the pitch.
Big moments this then.
45.
They've got to be clean from the set piece. They've got a long way to go. 45 seconds remaining. The referee did say to Vesey's there would be time enough for the line out, but they've opted to go for the scrum regardless.
45 seconds.
Shoulder out, one. Shoulder. Thank you. Crouch.
Oliver Gould communicating
Bind.
with his team.
Set.
Natasha, here's your nod.
Yeah, so difficult game. Not many people have shone too much in this game, but Oliver Gordon has been at the forefront of everything good that's gone through Riches. Obviously, as a 9, you've got hands on the ball a lot, but his communication throughout, not only with the referee, but his team has been outstanding, and for that reason and the tempo that he's played at, he is my man of the match today.
Great reasoning, and certainly can't fault the choice. Spoken about him at length really throughout the game. He's got a role to play here as well, as Daniel Black looks to set the platform for his side. Build something they've got a long way to go up the field if they are going to make a telling winning score count.
Yeah, look,
there goes Black.
Black and Casey, well marshalled.
Still in there, 22.
Stolen in the tackle!
It's been stolen in the tackle from Sir Thomas Riches.
Ball's available! Ball's
Just
available!
got to play keep ball until the time's up.
Move to Black! Hands off Black!
Coaches are screaming for the ball to be cleared off the park. They're just going to carry and look after it now. Big tension on the sidelines. Gordon sticks it into touch, and that is the end of the game. Sir Thomas Riches will be in the final at Twickenham. They join Dr. Challoner's Grammar School. It was a much tighter conclusion to the game than they would have expected, given their 20-point lead just before half-time.
Congratulations. Thank you, Ben. Enjoy it.
Fair play to Bishop Vesey's for coming back into it. They gave it everything they've got that second half.
Yeah, they just gave themselves a little too much to do in the end, didn't they? Fantastic fight back from the boys in black.
Thank you,
but unfortunately ran out of time.
Thank you. 3 tries in the first half from Sir Thomas Riches, 2 from Bishop Vesey's in the second, but they've just stopped short.
You played with great spirit.
It's a final score of Bishop Vesey's Grammar School 19, Sir Thomas Riches School 23. That's the sort of competition you like to see in a semi-final. The under-15 Vars final will take place at Twickenham, contested between Dr. Challoner's Grammar School and Sir Thomas Riches School. So we'll have some post-match reaction for you in just a moment. Natasha Hunt has begun her journey downstairs, but let's just have a quick look at the tries that made that game. Well, this was the first one, scored by the Sir Thomas Riches hooker Cameron Wilkinson. As the maul split, he was able to get over for the score. And Gordon then feeding the ball. That was the incredible pass from Walker, and that set Luke Pardo into the corner. But I think we are now just going to interrupt our replays because we've got the chance to get some post-match reaction pitch side with Natasha Hunt.
I'm here with the Tommy Riches winning head coach Reece. Reece, give us your initial thoughts on that.
What a game. What an absolutely fantastic advert for the game of rugby union. You know, you couldn't fault both sides. Vesey's, we knew that in that last game that they played in the quarters, they came back from 15-0 down. And we were very, very mindful that we weren't gonna fall into the same trap. But you know, they like to give me a heart attack. I haven't got any more hair to lose. But you know, they've enjoyed themselves today, so absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant, and it was a great result for you guys, obviously, and a fantastic game of rugby. At half-time, what were the messages that you were sending to the boys? Because obviously, with that initial lead, was it just a case of hang on? Was that what you were saying to them about them coming back?
To be honest with you, they know so much about the game. They're so comfortable in their execution of what they want to do. I allow them to make those decisions. Sometimes it's a little bit easy for a coach to run on and give advice and what to say. It's those players who are out there will make those decisions, and they're mature enough to do that. And sometimes they just look at me as if to say, just shut up and leave it to us, please.
That's fantastic. How many leaders would you say you have in the team then? Because obviously it's the boys on the pitch that are doing it. You can't say anything when they're actually playing, so that's a great way to go about it. Have you got a lot of leaders throughout the group?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, you're talking 5, 6, 7 players who really push the others in training. They're there before me in training. They get the first drill set up. They warm themselves up. They have a say in team selection. I can't ask anything more of them. And I said in the programme that regardless of today's result or next week's result, I'm just immensely proud of them, and they're a pleasure to spend time with.
That's brilliant. And looking forward then to Twickenham, obviously an amazing opportunity for the boys to play at the home of rugby and for yourself to coach there. What will you be looking to do within the next couple of weeks? What sort of training will you be doing? What will you be focusing on going into that game?
I'll change absolutely nothing at all. You know, it's the training sessions and the way they're set up has allowed the boys to get where we are. So I'm not a believer in tinkering with things for the sake of it. I did that last time and we lost.
Fair enough. Well, there you have it. Rhys Davies, good luck for the next match. Obviously, enjoy Twickenham and enjoy the occasion. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you. Good luck. Best of luck.
Well, those are the thoughts of the Sir Thomas Riches coach, and our thanks to Natasha Hunt for the post-match reaction. We can just pop back to those replays then of the tries scored. So once again, the scoring was initially opened by Cameron Wilkinson, and then skill from Walker, the little reverse pass out the back, looping over to send Pardo through. And then the third score, and it came from Hocking. Hocking jumping over, certainly in the running to potentially have grabbed a man of the match, not himself. And then Vesey's at the end of that first half, and they got the score from Casey, and that gave us a half-time score of Bishop Vesey's 5, Sir Thomas Riches 20. And then second half, Brogan Ling scything through on first phase ball. And then Harrison Casey. Well, there was an initial break from Daniel Black. Then it popped up for Casey. And he just got head down to get over the line. It tightened the game up for the last couple of minutes. There was the thought that Vesey's might mount the attack to get themselves back in front, but they just fell short. They'll be back in the competition next year. Sir Thomas Riches School have a day at Twickenham to look forward to. They will play Dr. Challoner's Grammar School on March the 16th. Do get your tickets to get along and see that one. We will be moving on in our live coverage this afternoon from Allianz Park to the NatWest Cup. A semi-final between Milfield and Sedbergh will kick off at 3 o'clock. But for now, from all of us, from the second under-15s NatWest Cup Vase semi-final, it's a very good afternoon. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to Allianz Park in North London, where the snow is falling, the sleet is falling, the clouds are depositing some wintry goodness as we await our first NatWest Schools Cup Under-15s semi-final. We have dispatched with 2 Vars semi-finals and we are now into the cup. It's the big one. It's Milfield School against Sedbergh School. We're live from Allianz Park on englandrugby.com. We're on YouTube as well. Wherever you're watching, a very good afternoon to you. We know that the Twickenham programme that starts on March the 16th for the Under-15s Big Finals Day will see the Vars final fought out between Dr. Challoner's Grammar School and Sir Thomas Rich's School. But now it's time for the cup competition. My name's Nick Heath, and alongside me is Natasha Hunt. Natasha, good afternoon to you once again.
Hi Nick, thank you ever so much.
Thanks for getting us some hot cups of tea. It is a chilly old afternoon, as the falling snow can testify. And, well, a huge game of rugby in prospect. These are perhaps the 2 most prestigious and well-known rugby schools in the country. Between them, they've almost produced enough internationals to hold an international tournament of their own. Milfield with 3 of the current England squad: Chris Robshaw, Mako Vunipola, Jonathan Joseph. And Sedbergh, well, they might not have any players in the current squad, but great names once at the school: Will Carling, Will Greenwood, and other people called Will, no doubt. So we can have a look at the results from the teams and to how they've got here so far. And for Milfield, buys into round 3, which saw them put 50 points on the Griffin School. Wins against Sherborne, Bryanston, Truro School, St Peter's High School, Gloucester, and then in the quarterfinals overcoming Woodhouse Grove School by 19 points to 6. And then Sedbergh, well, after their buys, they also had a big 50 points to 0 victory in round 3. They put a fair amount of points on the rest as well. Keswick and Lancaster Royal Grammar School, then a win away at the Grammar School at Leeds and away at St Ambrose College. Slightly tighter affair against Whitgift in that quarter-final. We were, of course, transmitting that day on the Under-18s on the trail to Twickenham. But the 2 sides have already met this season. 22-0 will win for Milfield in early December, so the Somerset side will likely head in as favourites. Though, as history suggests, games between these 2 are never straightforward. We have managed to catch up with the coaches ahead of kickoff, so let's see how they're feeling ahead of the big one.
I'm joined with Tony Shaw, Milfield head coach. Tony, give us your views before the game, what you're looking for from your boys.
I think I'm looking for the boys to play with a pace, to move the ball, to defend well, to close down the space of Sedbergh, and to really enjoy it, play with a smile on their face.
Brilliant. And what an occasion. Allianz Park, for many of the boys, this would be the best opportunity that they've got to play on a fantastic pitch. Yeah. What, are they looking forward to the challenge that arises at Twickenham, or are you very much focusing on this game first?
I think you have to focus on this game, don't you? You can't look beyond this, because we're playing a very good side in Sedbergh. There's a lot of talent there, so we've got to focus on this one and hope we can progress, play well and progress.
Excellent. Well, we wish you the best of luck for today. Okay. What kind of strengths do your boys have? What are they going to be looking to exploit?
We think we can play the Milfield way, which is moving the ball with pace. We've got some quick boys out wide, but through the middle as well. We like to defend well, being from the north, and we put an emphasis upon defence and tackling. So we've done pretty well in that in the last few games. So we'd hope to defend well today. And but like I said, play with a smile on the face and move the ball around.
Brilliant. Well, we'll be looking out for some happy Milfield boys that are tackling really hard and running really fast.
Pretty much it.
Excellent. Good luck, Tony.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye.
I'm joined with Chris, Sedbergh's Under-15 head coach. Chris, give us your reaction, your initial thoughts on the game, what you're looking for from your team.
We're just thinking to come out and enjoy it today. It's a great occasion. These boys have never played anywhere like this before, so fantastic opportunity for them just to come out, play the way they want to play. We like to attack, we want to see lots of that. So hopefully we can get to do that on a dry surface. If the snow keeps off, we should have a good game.
Definitely. So it's definitely the attack you're going to look to focus on today. What kind of attacking threats do you pose, do you think?
hopefully we can play with a high tempo. We like to move the ball. I mean, we'll take you on anywhere, but we can get into wide channels at some point. That's fantastic. But whatever the game dictates, we'll play. We'll play the way we need to play.
Brilliant. So, what kind of things have you been focusing on in the build-up to this game? What kind of things have you been looking to target in training?
Yeah, well, we know Milfield like to play a similar style to us. They like to attack. They move the ball wide. If we get stuck into them defensively, hopefully we give ourselves a chance to stuck into this game.
Excellent. Well, I wish you the best of luck for today and then going on for the future.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Chris.
Cheers.
Well, you might think that that interview was performed quite a while ago. It was only about 10-15 minutes ago, and suddenly we've got a dusting of the white stuff at Allianz Park, and we have a wintry scene. It is coming down. It's not overly heavy, but it is certainly enough of a dusting. We are live from Allianz Park in the NatWest Schools Cup. Milfield School against Sedbergh School. Good to hear from Tony Shaw and Chris Swainson. Milfield looking for a first Schools Cup title since their 2009 Under-15 Cup victory, while for Sedbergh it's a chance for their first ever Schools Cup Twickenham final. Only two sides have beaten Milfield this year, Bromsgrove and Wellington College, though with Wellington on the other side of the draw and Bromsgrove having been knocked out by their opponents at Warwick, it looks like the final will be a big challenge should they progress. Sedbergh, well, like Milfield, they've only lost twice. Also lost to Wellington College, while their other loss, of course, was to Sunday's opponents. Let's have a look at the teams then. And there is the Milfield team. Captain Tyler Olding, front row of Gibson, Zander, Banaskovic, Ollie McTear and Malem in the second rows, Charlie Green, Harry Swinburne and Tyler Olding in the back row. Half-back pairing, Charlie Walters and Louis Coggins. Wings, Oliver Montello and Marcus Sigta. In the centres, Ryan Denver and Josh Gillespie. In the fullback, Adi Karim will look after things as the last line of defence. And let's have a look at Sedbergh. Up front, George Regal, Max Twiddle and Ben Patchett. Second rows, Taron Stewart and Carwin Tuipulotu. Then Russell and the two Hills, Jake and Harry. Yes, that is Harry Hill at number 8. Michele Brighetti, the halfback. And Will Wood at fly half. Hugh Hollins, Barber, Ryu Fung, Will Pandey and James McGee make up the backs. We are all set at Allianz Park for our first Under-15 NatWest Schools Cup semi-final. Just to look at the replacements as well. They'll be looking to make their impact and experience their opportunity to run out here at Allianz Park, bidding for a place at Twickenham on March the 16th. There's the cup they're playing for. We've had a glimpse at the Vars earlier, but that's the big one. The Under-15s at NatWest Schools Cup. And don't forget, you can keep in touch with us, get your own shout out, tell us where you're watching the game as well. We had some information coming through in our last couple of games of where people are. It's hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. If you'd like to tell us via Twitter where you are, we'll be keeping in touch with that feed. Any shout outs, or to tell us indeed what part of the world you're watching, whether you're supporting a son, a grandson, a cousin, a nephew, whatever it is, as you cheer either Milfield or Sedbergh on, we would love to hear from you. Pitch is, it's a great condition. It's a great surface, but it is a surface dusted temporarily with snow. Chance to check in with Natasha Hunt then. Natasha, it's the cup now rather than the Vars. Are we expecting a step up in ability and a step up in skill?
I think you have to, yeah. If they've got this far in the competition, the cup competition obviously is the big one, as you just mentioned. I'm looking for the skill level to be higher. I'm looking for the execution on the kicks, etc., to be another level up from the VARs. So hopefully that's what we get, even in these slippery conditions.
It is cold at Allianz Park. The supporters see themselves on the big screen. Seasoned supporters of Milfield and Sedbergh. And of course, to all of you watching at home, I can see you waving as well. There's a Milfield support with the banners out in force. Players then getting ready to emerge onto the field as the music goes up, the hype begins. It's a great occasion for these players. And Natasha, you've run out on a few big occasions, a Rugby World Cup final no less. What's going through the players' minds at this moment?
I think mostly it's just about staying calm, knowing your job, keeping the composure and just making sure that you drive the team. I know for me as a scrum half, it was all about making sure everyone around me was comfortable and happy with their roles and their jobs and what they needed to do when we got on the pitch. Yeah, until you're in that position, I think it's difficult to say, but it's quite an exciting thing. And for me, it was always more the excitement than the nerves.
Excellent stuff. Well, we are nearly there. The announcer welcoming the teams on. Milfield and Sedbergh, two perennial rugby schools. The snow has temporarily stopped falling. Teams are just being held for a moment or two longer as the announcer whips up the supporters in the stands here. And here they come. Sedbergh then in the brown colours and Milfield in the green and red. Well, here we go. It is the big one. We'll be following up, of course, after this with the second semi-final, which will see the might of Warwick against Wellington College. But for now, Milfield against Sedbergh will take our full attention. Our referee for this one is Neil Chivers. Should be called Neil Shivers in this weather. It is cold enough. There we are. The puns are out already.
Dad joke.
That was just for you. Yeah, absolutely. My apologies to the referee as well. So we're nearly ready to go. Tara Ellis, let's go Milfield, watching from Abbey House. That's a message to hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Ethan Butterfield, good luck to Adi Kareem. Watching the game in Sedbergh School, Winter House Common Room. Come on the brown from Hugo McGee.
Brown release!
Clear comms from the referee to begin with as Milfield have possession. Keeping the ball through the hands as they try and come wide and look for room in this right-hand corner. Ball fed back in field. It's then chipped forward, but it had just gone forward. Yeah. So Milfield's initial burst of energy comes to an end, and Sedbergh will have the scrum.
There's your margins.
He's managing, you see his name's James McGee from Will Robinson, watching from Hull. Supporting Milfield from the kitchen, Holly Jackson, and we've got a photo in from Trevor Jones watching in Rivington. Fraser Jones for Sedbergh is playing up a year.
Red 8 bind, improperly. Improperly.
That is good to
Coach!
Know. On the bench, Fraser Jones hoping to make an impact, but there is Michele Brighetti, Sedbergh scrum half.
Hold now, Red.
Ball is back and Sedbergh have got the chance to try and run this one out of their 22. It's taken up by the fly half, Will Hayden Wood.
Let's go Brown, over Brown!
Just outside the 22, carried up that time by Jake Hill. And they come wider once more. Harry Hill offloading. It's gone forward from Sedbergh though, and for all their blum and bluster to try and get out of their own half or out of their own 22 even, they just struggled to. They had possession back.
This side, lads. Don't pre-engage.
Milfield.
Don't pre-engage. Crunch! Let's go. Bind!
Charlie Walters then.
Stand up, guys. We're not pre-engaging.
This is just going to get reset. Natasha Hull will be key for the attacking scrum half in this situation.
Yeah, it's so important that they have a stable platform to play from. We saw in the previous game how vital that the scrum was, because the line out is a lottery at this age group, so really important that they can get the ball in, steady it at the back, and then the scrum half can play away.
Well,
great start.
Pick and go from the back through skipper Tyler Olding, but ball's been lost forward.
Scrum advantage still.
Still the advantage being played.
Advantage over!
Clear by Will Hayden-Wood. An opportunity for Milfield to come forward.
Backwards, that's fine.
Ball is loose on the floor, but it's still only gone backwards. Ball comes to the left this time. Louis Coggins. Oh, but then the break. And Milfield are going all the way here, and they're going to get the first try through Josh Gillespie. He looked for a moment as he crossed the line like he was unsure if he was allowed to be there.
Yeah, elusive run in there from Gillespie. Great change of pace, great step, and really good strength to break the initial tackles as well. Brilliant all-round try from that young man.
You know what I mean, but...
Well, here we are.
Yeah, you
came down the back line through Coggins into Gillespie.
Ball in two hands, tackler's just gone too high, and then great elusive running. He's just change of direction as he's running at that pace. Brilliant.
Tui Pelotu's tackling technique, perhaps it just wasn't low enough. And there's a chance for Adi Karim to add the extras. Flags are raised, and Milfield have the early lead. Milfield 7, Sedbergh 0.
It's yours when you want it.
Sedbergh will be disappointed to have that initial score go against them. They've both started really strongly, and just an initial missed tackle which has let them through.
Carry back!
Kick downfield from Kareem is a good one. Gets the little skip before it goes into touch.
Defence on the line. Defence on the line. Red on the line then.
Got our referee's mic on so we can hear every detail from the officials. We can also hear how heavy he's panting.
Drop back, drop back,
It's a fast-paced game. Both coaches said about how they wanted to play at high tempo, and they've definitely started that well.
Yes, they have indeed. Come through. Hits again.
Backwards! That's fine.
Milfield are doing well.
Scrum advantage lost forward off round 3. Scrum advantage 9.
Milfield still with it.
Nothing coming, guys.
Sedbergh trying to rock over and win possession back through the open side. Jake Hill there, but Milfield already had the knock-on advantage.
Yeah, two fantastic bits of technical brilliance from Jake Hill then. Firstly, the initial counter-ruck, forcing the turnover, and unfortunately his prop, Ben Patchett, couldn't hold on to the ball, and then tackle and straight back onto his feet. The speed to get back to his feet and get on that ball to turn that ball over was brilliant.
3 early.
Oh, we have a free kick award.
3 pre-engage.
Early engagement from Milfield, so
7 move!
coming away with it through Rio Funk, the outside centre.
Give a step, 12, hold, thank you.
Brigetti, little hanging ball for the forwards to run onto, and that's well played from Sedbergh, and now they get a chance to run it forward through Tarrant Stewart. Was it just knocked on at the base there? It was. Just a little loose from Jake Hill. Good go forward there. Lovely little hanging ball for Tom Russell to run onto, I think it was. Messages of support. Good luck, Milfield, and the representatives from St Anne's House watching from the house. Brimming with pride.
Before about asking for your space, you're the one closing it.
Yeah, we see that pass. It was a missed one. He's just popped it out of the air and then brilliant chase back from the winger. Fantastic tackling.
Yeah.
We have a viewer in Hong Kong currently. Come on, Sedbergh.
Let's go.
Good to know that you're there.
Outside, guys.
Watching from the base of the Matterhorn in Sardinia, having had a bluebird day in the powder. My goodness, Mark Lowe, that sounds divine. Great to have your company watching this live stream. It's a big game. Plenty of alumni from both of these schools, I know, will be tuning in to watch this. Schools with great sporting pedigree that don't like to give an inch in any competitive situation.
Carried back. Mark outside, carried back.
Yeah, there you see the referee being marched, the line out, sorry, being marched back into the 22 because as the ball was passed, he's called outside. It's got to bounce before it goes into touch if you're kicking outside of the 22.
Insights from Hunt. It's World Cup winner with England in France 2 years ago. Whereas he must
Scrum advantage!
Push up, push up.
Judge! Advantage over!
Little tricky one to take, but James McGee does well and then uses his footwork to get around the first tackle and the second. Just gets over the 10-metre line. Decent gain from McGee. And now Sedbergh getting away on the right-hand side. Until number 9, Rigetti. They just come infield to try and avoid that touchline on the far side. It's a big ruck on the floor. Adi Karim, well, he won't find himself lying on the floor in that position again, given the studs that came his way.
That'll be yours. Keep your space, guys, keep your space.
Lineup will be to Milfield. Very good afternoon to those of you joining us for our first live coverage match this afternoon. We've had 2 already so far, 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. It's loose on the floor, my goodness me. The advantage being played. There were 2 knock-ons. Just to mention, of course, to those of you joining us for the first time that may not be aware, but at the set piece, at the line out in these under-15s games, there's no supported lifting allowed. It does mean there is far more competition and far more often the loss of the set piece from the team that had the throw. You can see the slightly confused nature of that last one.
Stand up.
What a tackle that was from Tom Russell. Absolutely fantastic. Really putting Milfield under pressure now. Let's see if Sedbergh can capitalise on it.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Chris Johnson gets that ball in.
Holding Brown.
Holding at the back, it's with Harry Hill, who looks to pick and go round the short side and goes all the way. It's Hill over. Check with the assistant and Sedbergh have their first try. Harry Hill picking with real strength from the base of that scrum.
Right on the 5.
Yeah, his body height is fantastic here. He doesn't stand up at all, keeps his legs going, evades the first tackle. Great effort from Swinburne trying to get underneath him, but he has the strength to go and roll over.
Well, Sedbergh showing to Milfield, anything you can do, we can do better. It's going to be a tricky conversion, though. Not quite as straightforward as the effort Adi Karim had at the other end. Will Hayden Wood. Chance to level the scores. misses out on that occasion. So Milfield 7, Sedbergh 5. Milfield with the restart, comes down just outside the 22. Really good follow-up from Ollie McTeer there, Ollie McTeer perhaps. Oh, and then the fend away.
6 release!
Hill, having just scored the try, just makes his way upfield.
Red in the hands!
Regal. Some ball play given. Get that ball away. A little bit of space for Haydenwood to kick into.
Backwards.
Adi Kareem. He's not handled it terribly well there, but now Kareem tries to get going. From Walters, trying to find some room on the far side, and avoid stepping into touch. The ball's gone into touch at least anyway.
Nothing quick, nothing quick.
Referee saying nothing quick, not going to be allowed.
Red 6 replacement. Red 6. Red 6 replacement.
Or a change already. Henry James Cowie is coming on for Charlie Green.
Numbers, guys.
Off looking like he might have taken
what numbers,
to the arm or something the shoulder as he's holding that.
5, guys, 5. 5, Brown.
Yeah, that's disappointing for him. He's looked lively already in the opening 12 minutes of the game.
Right now, well, Sedbergh try and come across to spoil that one.
Red.
They've ended up knocking it on, so Milfield have the advantage. Can they use it from here?
Advantage.
Ball is quickly swept away. Sedbergh with the tackles in on Turlo.
Advantage.
Turlo. Outside. Covering defences coming across, and Will Shepherd when you're into touch. The messages coming in. Will Robinson. So close. Tara Ellis had 3 cousins at Sedbergh, but always a Milfield supporter. Well, that's just the way it goes. Don Goodman. Well, he's back home already. Watching the semi-finals after winning the Vars semi. Well done, Don. Good performance.
Backwards!
Sedbergh come forward. Try and get that offload, Hollins, but man next to him, Gee was
13, go back!
behind him. Couldn't get the ball away.
30 advantage, 13 offside.
There's a penalty advantage coming now, though. Gal, and then really good stepping through the middle comes Harry Hill. Ball in one hand. It's a really good last-ditch tackle. Adi Kareem put his body on the line there and made an absolutely superb tackle. Got to give him credit for that. Last line of defence. And Milfield have got the ball. Lost forward in the tackle.
Time off.
Just a momentary stop there. The flag's come in because I think the assistant deemed that tackle was perhaps a little unsafe.
Time off.
Referee just
for that time. Speak to 17. I don't need him running in. I'll go and talk to the touchers. Speak to 17.
Let's just have a listen.
I've seen him go up and then I've seen the ball go away.
This is a great initial break from Harry Hill. Brilliant running. Too often when you get a forward in this much space that he can try and take contact, look for the man, try and run over. Just needed to get a slow down potentially, look, see if he's got any other support coming.
18 as well.
But great run initially.
Captain has it. At the minute, we need just to be more careful. You're putting the player up there, your responsibility is to bring him down. Penalty only, away you go.
So the assistant coming in there. We saw that little suggestion of a tip tackle, the player coming up. And so Milfield will have the penalty, just a penalty only. I think much more in it. Good luck, Milfield, from the Gardeners. Another message coming through on hashtag NatWest Scores Cup. Milfield able to take possession then.
Numbers red.
Into
Numbers
Sedbergh territory. Leading by 7 points to 2, 15 minutes played in this first
How many numbers?
Under-15s NatWest Schools Cup semi-final. My name's Nick Heath on @RugbyMedia on Twitter. Sat here alongside Natasha Hunt, N-Hunt09. If you want to hunt her down on
Backwards
Twitter.
off Brown. That's forwards off red.
Forward by Milfield.
Backwards
Just a few little errors creeping in.
in.
Ball will be a little bit greasy given the snow and the sleet that was falling before the game. Also cold hands out there for those that aren't getting their hands on it too often.
There you go, nowhere from here, boys. Yeah, big hit. Here, let's go.
Let's go, Brown. So we've seen a really bright start from both teams. Both teams maintaining the ball pretty well, it has to be said. The rucks that they're getting, the speed of the rucks are absolutely fantastic, and it's enabling them to maintain that tempo that they both want.
It's gone around the 45, boys. Just reset.
Referee's just going to reset that one.
Just keep your feet together. Not go one wide, just sit round. Coach! Bind!
Clear, loud signals from the referee. Chris Park Johnson. Gets that in.
Just got prop up. Just come up.
Let's go, Brad, come on.
During that last Vars semi-final, a fair amount of noise and communication from the forwards. I was just intrigued at that moment that when Park Johnson put that ball into the scrum, it was relatively silent.
Yeah, I think they're all really focused on what they're doing. They know their jobs, they don't need to keep communicating it. At times, that's all you need. When you get to the latter stages of the game, I think that's when you maybe need to give them a bit more emphasis.
Bind! Set!
There it is. A lot of pushing the noises, and the ball gets away. A little show and option from Hayden Wood. Managed to get through. Park Johnson. Harry Hill doing what he's been doing all game, striding through the challenges. Big leg drive, the powerful number 8, Hayden Wood. Uses the support line from Tuipulotu.
Stay there now.
Hayden Wood once more. You could just see that Milfield were crabbing in there with Gillespie to try and stop that one. Trying to dogleg the defence in. They've got to be careful they don't get done around the outside when they do that. But the defensive line was enough to force the error.
Yeah, really enjoying Hayden Wood's work so far. He's taken the ball to the line really, really well.
It's better.
He's also challenging the line, so defenders don't know whether they can drift off him or whether they need to carry on pushing up and make the hit. Brilliant start from Hayden Wood.
Set!
Well, that ball barely went in before it came out, but Milfield are trying to make the most of it with Tyler Olding, the skipper, jumping down on it. Sedbergh putting plenty of pressure on. Tom Russell in with the tackle. And then, oh, the intercept. I thought for a moment it was going to be a gift for George Barber.
Lost forward, then lost forward.
Just lost forward from Barber, but look at the frustration on his face. He knew he was in the right position to cause a problem.
Let's go, Brown. We're in that half hour. I'll go.
Yeah, he's come up quite hard here, and he's just shown himself. I don't think he could quite believe that they actually threw the pass, and then he's just fumbled it. Looked up to see the try line and just let go of the ball. Unfortunate for him.
Set.
Who? Me? This is for me. Can't believe his luck, as you say. Balls away for Adi Karim. Oh, he did well to control that with his foot because it wasn't the greatest of service from his scrum half. Picks off a lovely pass over the top, but the momentum just slightly lost and then goes forwards.
Back to the first offence. Lost forward by Brown, 9 in contact.
Was an advantage being played for the referee, so Milfield will get away with that one. Great stuff initially from Adi Karim.
Just a scrum.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, shaped to kick and seen that the defence had actually dropped off quite a lot and there's space to go, so put it through the hands. When you're carrying the ball in 2 hands like he is at the moment, it's easy to do, and brilliant recognition from him.
Big hit here, boys. Let's go get it.
You're inside. Inside 9. Crunch! Bind! Set!
Into the second half of this first half. Of course, it's 30 minutes a half at under 15 level. Balls away from Charlie Walters. Adi Karim's kick downfield, bobbles up and into the hands of McGee. McGee wants to make the counter-attack run, but he's met by Karim, who puts him to the deck. Little show, but then it's messy. Sedbergh are just overrunning it. You could just hear then, possibly from the Milfield players there, they can't deal with us at all. That's the sort of positive messaging they're trying to share around amongst themselves as a squad, to believe that all of their pressure is the reason that Sedbergh are making those errors. What do you think, Natasha?
Yeah, it is good defensive pressure there. They've got a really good line and they're coming forward really well.
Early.
Just letting themselves down with silly free kicks like that. There's no need to come in early.
Absolutely. Well, it's giving Sedbergh the chance to go, and they really are going here now. Supportive run on the outside. Perhaps the ball should have gone into George Barber's hands earlier. Now it's away with Marcus Sichter. Where is Sichter going? He's running more laterally than he is forward at the moment. He's not given his opposite wing, Montello, an awful lot of room to do anything there. The ball is now loose and on the floor, but I think the referee's decided there's not enough of an advantage coming.
It's gone forward, first defence, lost forward by
Brown. They're going to go back.
Hats off to the captain there, Patchett. You saw him absolutely gunning across the pitch, making sure that they weren't going to make the most of that turnover ball. Turnover ball is always so dangerous because the defence is the attacking team obviously have lost it and they're not set to defend. Milfield unfortunate not to go further there.
Hello, Mum, we're on the telly. Milfield supporters see themselves on the big screen.
Red ball, you lost forward first.
Let's go, boys.
Keep that space. We keep the space.
This is where the hand carry came in. This is where I think the ball should have gone at this point.
Yeah, he'd done all the hard work. Karim was completely committed. If he'd just given him the ball a little bit early, Gillespie maybe wouldn't have got back to him.
Ball's in from Walters.
Get back 9.
Karim
Seven's leaving each other alone.
An awful lot of time. He's got a good clearance away in the circumstances, and Hollins wants to try and get away. It's a really good chase on the kick in terms of a defence from Ollie McTear.
Red, take a step. Give it.
And then the ball's away.
Tackle, Red release.
Oh, into Ipolotu. Big number 5. Then to the right, Michele Brighetti. Looking for that right-hand touchline. But then the hack through. Now it's a chase for the ball on the line. It's going to outrun everybody. And Milfield will have the 22.
22. 22. 22.
22 drop out from the ball going dead, of course, in that situation.
Yours when you want it.
Yeah, it's a lovely little spot. The defence are all up completely flat. Kareem's slightly out of position, so there's a lot of space back there. Just unfortunate that second kick a little bit too far.
Well, the 22 dropout has ended up going long and deep and rolling into touch. It's worked as a pretty good touch finder right at the other end.
Yeah, Red on the line. Why won't you rip me, boys?
Milfield's defending one moment.
Numbers, guys.
Now putting pressure on Sedbergh the
7
next.
called.
Just 2 points in it after Milfield's early score. Sedbergh getting back into it with Harry Hill's try. He's obviously a key influencer in this Sedbergh team.
Option Red. No. Scrum call. Relax. Not straight. Scrum called.
More messages through on hashtag NatWest Schools. Can't over Pollard watching from Milfield. Wishing luck to my fellow teammates and sorry I couldn't make it.
Watch it, watch it, watch it.
Come on, lads, let's go, let's go.
Big scrum, boys. What's the eight?
Stand up.
Tight time, boys. Tight.
Crunch!
Good job, boys.
Bind! Set!
Alvaro Mansilla. Come on, Milfield. Well, this could be a good platform for them. In the 22. Away from Walters. Down the 3/4 line.
Red 3 release!
coming with Olding, who sets up the next platform. Looking to come round the left side, but tackle was a little bit high, so now it's a penalty to Milfield. Will they opt to go for the posts here, or are they going to try and go for more? It's a tight game, 23 minutes gone. It's a tap and go. Good dump in the tackle. Milfield trying to get through with pace from the tap penalty. Balls away again from Charlie Walters. What are the options available? Sedbergh driving them back in the tackle. Adi Karim spotting a bit of room in that far corner. The ball jumps up. Referee was playing advantage. It was a penalty advantage, so it's not excused just by kicking kicking possession away.
19 offside.
Penalty
take a set, Brown.
Against Will Pandey.
Post called.
Well, this time, interestingly, I think that penalty is a little bit further back from the one they were awarded previously, where they opted to tap and go, perhaps on recognising that the Sedbergh defence was at least holding up on that occasion. They decided this time to give Adi Karim the opportunity to put 3 points on the board via the penalty.
7.
Yeah, the Sedbergh's tackle technique at the moment is absolutely phenomenal. They're chopping them low, giving them no room to wiggle through those tackles, so good decision.
Karim struck it well, and the flags are raised. Milfield extend the lead by 3 points. Milfield School 10, Sedbergh 5.
Yours when you want it, buddy.
Restarts taken in by Milfield in the 22. Trying to get away and bust through the first few tackles. Sikta in the red scrum cap is taken down.
Thank you.
Back for Karim. It's carried back, so he can't go straight into touch. Got to keep it in field, which he does with that kick downfield. Asking questions of Hayden Wood and the support from his back line, but McGee gives good support and then fires the pass that just didn't make it out. Sedbergh do have a player down out of the picture. I'm not sure the referees noticed it, or necessarily Sedbergh support staff. It's Max Twiddle. It's loose. It's a knock on.
Time off.
We will have time off so that Twiddle can get some attention.
Yeah, time's off.
Referee Chivers.
Before half time, let's go, boys.
Just call time off for a moment.
Yeah. Time's off, gents. Time's off. Anything? We've got many gents. Anything?
Well, so far, Natasha, it's a relatively difficult one to call, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It can go either way at the minute. Sedbergh's tackling has been absolutely exceptional for me. Some of their attacking running as well. Their ball in hand stuff has been brilliant. Been really impressed so far with Hayden Wood and Harry Hill. In terms of Milfield, they've put some really good continuity together. They've kept the ball well. They've gone through the phases. And Karim seems to be the man on top for them. Kicking really well when he's needed to kick, but also making really good decisions about when to run.
With Max Twiddle getting some attention off the side of the field, I'm not sure if he'll be continuing. So 17 Archie Davis has come on into the front row. And now it's away through Walters. Trying to get Sikta onto the ball at pace, which they do, but the defence is good and up to the challenge to stop the rangy winger.
Keep moving, keep moving.
Milfield didn't get much width on the ball. Referee's called backwards there. That's an interesting call from my point of view. Henry James Cowie. And it's a penalty to Milfield. Sedbergh not staying on their feet. Here they come again. Charlie Walters, scrum half carrying on that occasion. They're going to need a half back in there. Then the ball's pushed back.
Tackle, release!
Pick and go round the corner.
Full move!
Henry James Cowie that time. Walters gets it away. It's not the easiest ball for Coggins. Kareem. They're going to try and find Six on the outside. No, they're not. It's going to be a run from Gillespie. Tackled down there. Not quite sure how conventional attacking style that was there.
Yeah, the tackle was a bit of a strange one. Yeah, tackle did look like a bit of a strange one, but did well to get the man into touch. Such an elusive runner, isn't he, Gillespie? He doesn't look like he should be as fast as he is, but he just seems to evade defenders so easily. Just
glides through, doesn't he?
We've got a 13 that plays a little bit like that.
Does her first name begin with E?
Yeah.
I'm going to say to begin with Emily.
Giving it away. Great kick.
Elusive and brilliant. Emily Scarrett, of course, for England. But now Sedbergh, oh, they've got some counter-attack ball, have they? Deemed to have gone forwards. Taken into touch on the far side anyway.
Scrum goes.
Clock continues to tick towards the half-time point. Let us know your thoughts at half-time. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Such is the nature of schools like Milfield with the borders and that sort of thing. It's get a message from Marvel Solomon's watching the rugby from Taryn Stewart's bed, the second row. Sorry for Sedbergh. So that's what you get in terms of messages from the support.
Advantage 9 offside. 9 in front of the tunnel offside.
Referee says the Sedbergh scrum half was offside there.
9 offside in front of the tunnel.
Chance for Milfield to go 10 metres off from the line. They'd love another score to compound the difference between the two sides before half-time. Little ball back in field.
Advantage offside.
Ryan Denvir. There's a penalty advantage being played as well. Montello cuts in field.
Give a step, give a step.
Pick and go round the corner. Milfield still with it. Although Harry Hill's making a nuisance of himself in there.
12 offside.
And they're coming back for an offside against George Barber.
12 offside.
And look at this. Walters will want to tap and go quickly, which he does. Gets the ball to Ollie McTeer, but it's been ripped away by Sedbergh.
Scrum 5. Brown carried over, scrum 5.
Ball was carried over the line by Sedbergh, and it's going to be a 5-metre scrum. Referee just has one little glance at the watch.
12. Keep working on side. Let's get back before you come forward.
Really good work from Sedbergh there. The penalty goes against them and Walters takes it really quickly, but Sedbergh had enough about them to get back on the line so that they could come forward and induce that pressure. Brilliant turnover in the tackle.
Crunch!
So can the Sedbergh defence hold out?
Set!
Ball in from Walters. They're going to pick and go from the back. Sedbergh defence does rush out and do a decent job at initially stopping the run from Olding.
Give a step, use the line. Thank you.
Walters gets it away. Coggins, Kareem, Sikta joining from the right wing over on the left-hand side. Good tackle from Brigetti. Got to release the man, and then Sedbergh trying to drive over the top. Well, Walters was playing that ball on the floor there. But Milfield have ended up getting it back from
keep moving.
Loose moment on the floor. Sedbergh trying to counter-ruck through it, but there was a knock-on. Sedbergh given the possession, but in fact it will be the half-time whistle as we suspected it would be. Well, a slightly messy end to a first half that Milfield have managed to finish on top of. They opened the scoring with a try through Gillespie, and Harry Hill tightened things up before the penalty from Adi Karim.
It's the thing with the scrimmage at the minute.
Brought the difference to 5 points. So in the under-15s first, NatWest Schools Cup semi-final,
We'll have a chat and I'll let
we have a half-time score of Milfield School 10, Sedbergh 5. So we can have a look at the scores in that first half if you're just joining our coverage. Good to have you with us here on the live coverage of the NatWest Schools Cup. And Natasha Hunt, this was the opening one from Milfield.
Yeah, it's that man Gillespie we've talked about. Tackle goes in too high there, and then he's just evaded. Really good run in, backs himself all the way to the line. Fantastic ball out in front. Has to bend to pick it up a little bit, and then just slight handoff, backs himself through the gap, and then that little feint to go, step off the left foot, brilliant finish.
First up tackle from Tuipulotu, needed a bit more. It wasn't too long before Sedbergh were able to reply.
Yeah, this is just individual brilliance. Harry Hill detaches himself from the scrum, really low body height, head's nice and low, and then he just keeps those legs driving through the contact.
Just see that again from the reverse angle.
I've been really impressed as well with Milfield's back row so far this half, so that's no easy finish.
So the two teams regrouping, going through things, the coaches passing on their details. Simon Van Holland, the director of rugby, Chris Swainson, the head coach of Sedbergh, and there for Milfield, Tony Shaw, Craig Middleton, his assistant coach, in there getting the messages on to their players. It is a tight game. Sedbergh girls have tweeted, willing our brown boys on in the NatWest semi-final against Milfield. Come on, boys. Will Coate, good luck, lads, watching live from Somerset. Good luck from Butley House. And let's go, Milfield. Heads up, Brown, you can do it. Keep doing what you're best at, love, Amy. And I'm at Sedbergh. Keep your thoughts and messages coming in. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. Just beginning to cloud over once again. We might have another little snow flurry or sleety episode on its way. Which of these two sides will get their chance to play at the home of England Rugby on March the 16th. Second half an hour awaits. Milfield 10, Sedbergh 5. Second half underway in a moment. So second half then to get underway. Sedbergh to get things started. Will Hayden Wood, he had a pretty bright first half. Milfield just struggling to control that restart at the back, and if Sedbergh can put on some defensive pressure. Adi Karim. Sedbergh big second row. Tuipulotu. Downfield from Kareem. Momentary juggle, but it's taken in by Hollins. Oh, well, then it's loose. Gillespie is flooding forward. It's loose ball on the floor. Did it go forward there off a Sedbergh hand? The referee happy enough with it. Oh dear, this is poor passing and poor handling from Sedbergh at the start of this second half. Will Hayden Wood is doing his best to try and get things a little bit more settled. Strong run from Harry Hill, you expect that from him. Shipping it wide, Brigetti wants to try and switch things to the left-hand side. Milfield spotted the chance to come forward, but they've knocked it forward. So with Tarrant Stewart. Now, Hayden Wood decides we're not getting anywhere with the ball in hand, let's kick it downfield. Adi Kareem evades the first tackler, then gets past 2 or 3 more, sets up the run just outside the halfway. Scrum half gets the call that they're going to come down the short side. Floodlights just beginning to come on here at Allianz Park. Gets gloomy late into this wintry Sunday afternoon. Well, Sedbergh have done well there defensively. They've turned over that ball.
Yeah, really good choke tackle there from the Sedbergh backs. Going in nice and high, targeting the ball, keeping them up off the floor, and then turn over their attack.
Crouch! Bind!
Enjoying the message in from Hugo McGee. Sedbergh all over in attack, but need to keep hands on the ball. Hashtag Harry Hill is a beast. He's certainly been playing well so far.
Down.
Hayden Wood, and he manages to fend away from the first tackle, Hayden Wood. Now then, it's going to be a foot race to the line. Can Adi Kareem bring him down? He manages to. Eventually caught up with him, Adi Kareem.
Red on the line.
Fantastic run in there by Hayden Wood, but equally brilliant defence when Kareem. He just pushes the first tackler to the floor, then he's going. I'd put money on him all the time. He looks like to have done him, and then Kareem just slowly comes back. Brilliant tackle and slides him into touch.
Red, I need the numbers earlier, please. Keep dropping, keep dropping.
Slightly slighter build, but certainly had the power.
That's some more, guys! That's 1-9! 18 release!
Having worked their way out of their own 22.
No clear release, 18. No clear release.
Penalty against Sedbergh, not releasing clearly. As you can hear from the referee, Chris Putt Johnson, the man pinged.
I need the numbers earlier at line out. Red numbers, guys. That's yours. Red numbers, guys. 5 called.
Red Schools Cup for the latest. Do keep in touch with us.
Keep dropping then.
The referee wasn't too happy with it because the throw wasn't straight. Sedbergh will have a chance. Attack from this platform.
Let's go, boys. Come on, let's keep it up. Keep it up. You've got to hear us, boys.
Red 16. Red 16 and brown 2, you're being replaced. You're being replaced. Yeah. 16, guys.
Touchline.
Red 16.
I think this is going to be the return of Max Twiddle.
Red 16. Red 16, he's got 16 on his left. 10, yeah, it's you. 10, you're off. Being replaced. You're being replaced.
Change for Milfield.
Yes. Let's go then, guys.
Field being replaced by number 21, Thomas Weiss.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Just been knocked on at the base. Referee did spot it. That's just the sort of error that can't really afford, Sedbergh.
Let's go, boys. Come on, let's go, boys. Heads up, let's go.
Stay the tunnel.
Let's go, boys.
Stay the tunnel.
Heads up, boys.
Just got that.
Here we go then, thank you. Crouch!
Yeah, Sedbergh will be disappointed with this. Their 8-9 link's been really good all game. Unfortunately, just messes that one up.
Kareem. Just had to take that one up, really. Running options.
Thank you.
Didn't really look for them. To trap that one up himself. Ball is ripped. Now it's in the hands of big number 4, Terrence Stewart. Will Haydenwood looking for an opportunity to put inside centre George Barber through the hull. And the errors creep in again to Sedbergh's game, and that just seems to be a problem for them this second half.
Yeah, it was a great offload initially from George Barber, and then the next offload that comes after that is just one too many. They just need to hold on to the ball, go forward, set a platform, and then keep playing off it.
Is ball safety the key at this stage, particularly as it's getting wet out there again. Shout out to my cousins Harry and Johnny Radcliffe and William Green. Milfield's going to win from Tara Ellis. Good first half with the boys, sat with Hector Pandey, brother of Will Pandey, looking for a big second half. That's from Johnny.
Ball release! He's not on the ball.
Still with possession. Walters. With the 10-metre line.
Ball release!
Carry from Swinburne. Stood a little bit still as the ball was passed between them there. The high ball is well taken.
Yeah. Advantage penalty, 4 offside.
Only I told you leave it.
Will Pandey with that high take, just as we mentioned.
Keep the mark for me then.
Now then, this is a bit of a crossfield kick effort. If the support can get there, Sedbergh do follow up.
Not held.
Still coming forward. The boys in brown.
Red, keep moving.
Up to the 22. If they can really keep this momentum and stop the small errors creeping in, well, they will cause Milfield problems. Just as I say that, one of those errors does creep in.
Guys.
Milfield will have possession once more.
James McGee has fielded those high kicks so well all game. Any kick up in the air, he's backing himself, and quite often he's getting on the end of it. Brilliant play. And great vision from Hayden Wood just to dink it over.
Coat, the people messaging us, so they need to get the ball to Lee Montero on the wing. Milfield still with the lead, 10 points to 5.
We're off square, guys.
21 minutes remaining of this one.
Let's keep those left shoulders back. We're stepping round, so keep the left shoulders back. Bind! Set! Yeah.
Balls in from Walters. Just kept in at the back expertly by the skipper Olding. Eddie Kareem with a clearance. Doesn't get too much yardage on that, so another opportunity for Sedbergh.
You're on yours, Red.
You can see the parents on the sidelines cheering. Come on, you Browns. Desperate to try and haul their team over the line.
Red, step off, please. Backwards off Brown.
Here they come. One little show. Second show wasn't
Backwards
tidy.
Again.
It's gone backwards, but Milfield are the first to jump on it. Now Sedbergh jump on it. Then the knock on.
Brown, no hands.
Gillespie places the ball back.
Ball go back.
Can Milfield use it and take the advantage?
Brown 3 move.
Referee calling Brown 3 to move. Ben Patchett, the skipper. I think he was moved anyway.
No, it's not yours.
We're getting an awful lot of errors creeping into the game now, aren't we?
Brown on the line. Brown on the line.
In this second half.
Red numbers early, please. 5 cord. 5 cord. Red on the sorry. Brown on the line.
The ball must be quite slippy now, seeing all that sleet come down. What I really like about Sedbergh's defence is when they're going in for the jackal, they've got hands on the ball. If the referee's calling them hands off, they're counter-rucking through, so they're making all of Milfield's ball quite difficult for them. Really good tactic.
Not straight.
Let's go!
So trying to do something cute with the line out there by the little quick throw to the front, but it wasn't straight. Referee quite rightly calling that, and it will be possession to Sedbergh.
Can't do anything here, boys. Let's go. It's going nowhere, boys.
Here you go, please. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Scrum nearly lost that ball over the top of the scrum and looked to go Pandey down the blind side. Really good strength from Will Pandey. Back in field.
One release! Watch your back foot, watch your back foot.
Wait.
Scrum advantage.
Loose once more.
3 release!
From Hayden Wood. Milfield.
Relax, guys, relax. Brown release!
Kareem, got options to the left. They go that way, but the defence is there. Sedbergh just decide.
Just guys.
We'll pop you into touch and we'll have the line out ourselves. Nothing that
that's red. It's marked, it's marked.
Sarah could do about that.
Step out of it.
Ready, boys? All in.
Forward off Brown 8. Scrum advantage red.
The advantage referee calling the knock on.
Advantage over!
Kicks that one away. Kick chase isn't terribly strong from Milfield, so we'll have a fair amount of time to deal with it. Get the support players there.
Back.
Still in their own half though. Hayden Wood wants to try and get
penalty
round.
advantage.
There's a penalty advantage coming
penalty
from that
advantage
high tackle on Hayden Wood.
Offside.
It's just
4 and 8.
holding his head on.
Penalty advantage if you want it.
He was protecting himself in fact.
Still play penalty, stepping.
It's away again.
New advantage 12 offside.
Johnson. Well, there's a new advantage as Harry Hill carries over the game line.
12 offside.
Offside given against Ryan Denver. Tap and go. Hill wants to send one of the speedsters into battle. Hugh Hollins takes up the cudgels on that occasion. Hayden Wood constantly trying to go through that gap, isn't he?
Advantage.
He's then tried to pop up something clever, but it's not worked. Kareem's just suffering with a bit of cramp in the foreground of your picture, just to the right. Walters.
Scrum advantage, scrum advantage.
Ball. Milfield still with possession. Walters.
Brown release!
Takes it on himself. Penalty coming. We've got a couple of walking wounded here now.
Come on, guys. No, guys, relax.
Sorry, sir.
Just relax.
That's good, thank you.
Time's off.
Yeah, it's a shame to see him leave the field. He's been absolutely brilliant for Milfield today.
Just out of your shot, he's asking to be taken off.
Execution has been fantastic, but equally some of his running and his handling has been brilliant too.
Change that's made, we'll see.
Ready, guys?
I think Louis Coggins come back into the mix.
You all ready?
Olding's taken over the kicking duties and doing pretty well with that first connection.
There we go.
Not on our team. I wouldn't trust Sarah Hunter to kick a ball to save my life.
Zinzan Brook-esque. Not so much Sergio Parisse in the Six Nations either with his attempted drop goal effort. It was quite something to behold. Quarter of an hour remaining then.
Backwards!
Had a score yet this second half.
That's also gone back.
Loose for Coggins. Trying to find the support lines. The players who will take it forward for Milfield.
Brown, 7 release.
A bit to begin with.
No hands now, Brown.
Just forwards, given the platform to go digging for that ball. Then he pops it up. Tackle from Regal. Bad counter-rucking from Sedbergh there either, but Milfield do have it. Pick and go round the corner. Takes 2 men to stop them. Another pick. Tom Russell trying to get himself into a good defensive position. Then it's away. Coggins going to have to go wide before they can go forward, but now they really do go forward. And the final pass gets away to Sikta. Bundled into touch. That was some really nice stuff from Milfield. Created largely by Thomas Weiss, who put some real gas down. Really got going. Let's just have another look at that.
Numbers, Brown, all
yeah, brilliant handling. Second row in there, and he's just gone on an outside break. Mismatch in the midfield.
Keep moving, guys, thank you.
Excellent pace and brilliant timing of the pass. He could have stayed out there, couldn't he? And just kept going into the corner, but well defended.
Red hands away!
It was well done in the end from Sedbergh, who had to try and get across with a drift defence. Stop. Into that corner.
No release. 7.
Penalty Sedbergh now. This will give them a bit more time to clear their lines, but they tap and go inside their 22.
Now you're on!
The offside. Referee's calling them back.
Red release!
Sedbergh would have had the chance to clear that down the touchline, and they would have had the resulting line-out, but perhaps they feel that they're under threat at that set piece. Oh, and then there's the knock-on from Milfield. They're going to get the opportunity for the advantage for Pandey. He wasn't able to get hold of it.
13 Brown. 13 Brown replacement.
13 Brown.
Ryu Fung.
7.
Giving you a bit extra time. So how long?
Plenty of time. Plenty of time, about 15. Loads of time to continue enjoying yourself. Loads of time to continue enjoying yourself.
Sorry, bit of communication problems there with the numbers. Coming on to the field is Archie Davis.
Harry, no fault.
Sedbergh.
Crouch!
Placing Jake Hill.
Set! Ball in! Scrimmage back. Offside, lost forward. He's in front.
They couldn't control it. Milfield then through Olding. Looking for the big kick into the corner. All Sedbergh have kept that in, but no, the assistant on the far side has his arm up.
Just, yeah. Red 1, replacement.
Come on, Brown.
You're on yours, guys. You're inside if you turn over.
More changes for Milfield then.
5 guys. 5.
To Perusal. Comes onto the field, number 20, but Sedbergh do well to spoil that line out. Still time left for Sedbergh to get in front on the scoreboard. Harry Hill, oh, look at him when he gets going.
Red release!
From McGee, back in for Hill. Oh, that's a lovely, lovely pass, and he might need support to get around the last line of defence. Oh, the tap tackle is brilliant. But then the offload, have they managed to get the extra men into the corner, Sedbergh?
Advantage, high tackle.
They must have thought they were in with Hayden Wood, who was going through. Now Hill again.
Penalty advantage, 9.
There's a penalty advantage coming to them, which they now get.
3, keep it down.
No.
Okay, right. 3, keep it down.
Hayden Wood he's going to be kicking himself for that. He did all of the hard work because he just needed to step and go a little bit sooner. Advantage coming now.
Red 3 move!
Carries it forward. Big moment this for Sedbergh. Can they get on the scoreboard to go ahead, or certainly level the score for the first time? The assistant says the reach and the score is good, and they get the second try. Just trying to establish who that was who got that one down. May have been Tom Russell. We'll try and find out.
4 o'clock. How soon? 21 minutes gone. 21 gone. 21 gone.
Well, crucial moment this. Big responsibility now. The scores are level. 9 minutes left on the clock. Is not successful, so they're all square on the scoreboard, but of course in this eventuality, in the event that the scores are level at the end of a match,
just get your 9, hold the ball, 18,
they're level at the end of the semi-final,
18,
it is the number of tries
18,
that will decide the team that progress.
Get your 9, he's been replaced.
With try number 2 are the team
your 9, he's been replaced.
Who will effectively get through at this stage.
Yeah. Hold on, let him get in play. Kick yours when you want it.
Sedbergh take the restart with Harry Hill.
Now we're around him, play on. Backwards! Red, no hands! Give us a...
Milfield with work to do. What will that score they've continued do to their effort now? Just confirming the try scorer was Terence Stewart for Sedbergh. Now here come Milfield. Loopy ball. It's taken by Montero.
As a contest, yes, good.
It's loose though. It's just not forward off for Sedbergh hands. Milfield will have to put it to the scrum.
Great defence again there by Sedbergh. And sorry, we'll go into man of the match now. So Harry Hill is my man of the match today. He's been absolutely sensational. His carries have been brilliant. Broken the gain line every single time that he's had the ball in hand. Equally, his passing has been absolutely brilliant as well.
Let's go, guys, let's go.
Great timing on the pass, great execution of his passing. So for that reason, Harry Hill is my man of the match today.
Great call from Harry Hill then getting the nod. He scored the first try for Sedbergh when they got back into the game, 7 points to 5. And now, Sedbergh's fight back second half. You could see them through to Twickenham. We've got a few minutes to see what Milfield can offer. Hayden Wood nearly broke through there.
First one way, then the other.
It will be Sedbergh though who have the scrum. Milfield will be keen to try and win back position as soon as possible.
Let's get bowling up on the back, not on the chest. No, remember say the channel.
Messages since those scores have changed. Toby Wheatley, come on Sedbergh, we can beat them. Sub Archie Davis, here we go.
Bind!
Harry Hampsey loving Will Pandey's performance.
Hang on, guys. That can't be a good position for you. Let's get your shoulder under there and get your bowling longs. At the minute, you're strangling yourself.
Just listening to the
Plenty of time, let's go. Coach! Bind! Better. Set! Hang on, guys, you've just lost his bind. Get long, because at the minute, because you're coming short, you're creating the elbow.
Just need to maintain their composure now.
Make it easier for yourself.
Keep pinning Milfield back, and then keep the composure in their defensive line. When they've got the ball, hang on to it for all they've got 4 minutes, and then they're through to the final at Twickenham.
Get that arm up. Yeah, that's better.
Absolutely. All to play for. Sedbergh get a really good drive on that one. Will Hayden-Wood get the ball outside. Oh, and then they find Pandey. Wants to just put his foot down. Gets dragged into touch, but that'll do, Sedbergh. Got the ball out.
1-6. Milfield 16, guys, replacement. 16 replacement.
Yeah, you see Jake Hill here showing his versatility. Got 7 on his back, but playing out in the outside centre channel. Excellent timing of the pass. And you just got to stay in touch there.
Brown.
Maintain possession like I've been saying.
Brown, step off, thank you.
Clock continues to tick down, but Milfield will have possession. Clapped down, quickly away. Rigetti, Hill, onto Hayden-Wood. Those two have combined so well, so often this game. Milfield with the lead for the majority of this game. So now they've got themselves on level terms on the scoreboard. Let's not forget that that second try means that so far they are progressing to Twickenham. They look like they want to make absolutely sure by getting in front on the scoreboard as well. The ball needed to go there, that's for sure. Sedbergh would have had numbers. They keep the ball back in field that time.
To move, thank you.
They're going to have to go left this time. Hayden-Wood, they've got a 4-on-2 if they could get the ball out there. Goodness me, that ball had to go, as Jonathan Davis often says on the BBC. Numbers!
Yeah, he just tried to ride the tackle, get his arms through and then offload after, make sure that that man was fully committed. But as you say, numbers, it was completely on and just needed to go. Unfortunate for Hayden-Wood because he's had an absolutely sensational game. He's been brilliant for them.
Certainly in contention for that man of the match nod, wasn't he?
He was indeed.
Because that'll stop you.
Equally so is Karim. I think he's had an absolutely fantastic game.
Get it long, 3. Yeah,
this man as well. Charlie Walters. Things ticking over for Milfield. Green and red stripes. Needing to try and get upfield, but Sedbergh doing all they need to do to push them into touch over on the far side.
Red, just step off, guys, step off. Really work to get that long. Yeah. Red, step off, please. Red, step off. Red, step off. Step off. Step off, guys. Step off.
Some of the current Sedbergh School under-15 squad hadn't even been born the last time the Cumbrians entered the NatWest Schools Cup. Bundled into touch. Did they manage to keep the ball in Milfield? They did. They're almost getting in each other's way. Perhaps too many individuals trying to take sole responsibility for getting the team upfield. It needs to be a team effort. Not much of a organised backline to speak of. Oh, but then a knock-on.
Release!
From McGee.
It's gone forward, guys.
Well, now then, what's the time on the referee's watch? Because we are getting close to the end of the game. We are going to have this scrum, that's for sure.
Long enough to play. Red ball. It'll be inside the last minute. Inside the last
what a story it would be for Sedbergh, back in the competition for the first time since the October 2001 defeat to the Milfield Free Grammar. That was their last involvement in the competition until this season. Here come Milfield. What can they offer? Oh, they can only knock the ball forward. Pandey.
Scrum advantage.
Did well to hold on to that, and then the leg drive to get through and present the ball. That's great play from him.
Advantage 20 offside.
Wood, Hill, got the support outside him, back to Hill on that arcing run around the outside. Now then, is there a chance for Sedbergh to run in from that left-hand side?
Penalty advantage.
Hugh Hollins, they've got the penalty advantage. Hollins gets to ground, presents the ball. Then another little pick and go short side from Taron Stewart, who's got that second try, that crucial second try. Hayden Wood, not entirely sure whether Sedbergh know they've already got through if the scores stay the same. They're fighting
Red 20, take a set.
as if they have to get this score.
Advantage 20 offside.
There's a penalty advantage coming.
Let's go,
Harry Hill.
Penalty advantage.
Now they go short side. Do they have the numbers there? Hayden Wood. Can they create it? No. There's an interception.
20
the volume
offside.
goes up for the Milfield supporters, thinking they're going to get a chance to run it downfield.
20
but the penalty
offside.
is right in the middle of the park. And surely this will be kicked between the posts to seal victory without needing to go to the stats.
This is last play.
It is last play, confirmed by the referee.
Post scored.
Good captaincy there. Ben Patchett just checking, making sure that as soon as this kick goes, this is the last play.
That's it. When the ball goes dead. When the ball goes dead, that's it.
Milfield asking what's going on. Will Hayden Wood taking his time. Gets the tee and calms himself down.
Once it goes dead.
The Sedbergh coaches watch on anxiously. This the kick that just puts the icing on the cake for Sedbergh, for Will Hayden Wood. No problem at all for the fly half, and the final whistle goes, and Sedbergh will be going to Twickenham. An extraordinary story, and you can see how much it means to them. They've seen off the challenge of Milfield, having been behind on the scoreboard for the majority of the game. They levelled it up with the try from Taron Stewart, and Will Hayden Wood has slotted the penalty, which gives them a full-time lead. It's a final score at Allianz Park in the first NatWest Schools Cup Under-15s semi-final of Milfield 10, Sedbergh 13. Natasha Hunt, your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, what a great battle from both teams. Milfield really disappointed. You can see now that they're just really disappointed in the end result, but hats off to them. They played an absolutely brilliant game of rugby. In terms of team performance, I definitely think Sedbergh had the better of it. Their defensive shape, their defensive organisation was absolutely brilliant. So yeah, fantastic play, and good luck to them in the final.
Well, we'll allow you to nip down and get us some post-match reaction. And we can continue to just see the Sedbergh boys celebrating and relishing their next game, the visit to Twickenham, 16th of March. Many congratulations to the Browns. They've done it. Keep your messages coming in. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. And this was where the match was won. Oh, sorry, where the match was won and lost, of course. The highlights from the game. Gillespie then with the first try for Milfield, put them up by 5 points to 0, and Milfield looked so strong in that opening quarter of the match. Gillespie with real power, and you can see that scything running style. And then Harry Hill, chosen by Natasha Hunt as man of the match, and that was his first contribution, first meaningful contribution really, busting over from the scrum, close range, firing round the short side, And despite the attempted tackles, he had the strength to get through. You could see the supporters in the background. Absolutely thrilled. We had a penalty from Kareem, but that was the key score from Taron Stewart. That levelled up the scores. There goes Stewart. You're not allowed a double movement, but you are allowed to stretch out the arm. And that's what Stewart did. It was the crucial try. By that stage, the scores were level, and of course, in the semi-final, the way it works out that if the scores had finished level, well, actually Sedbergh with 2 tries to 1 would have gone through. I'm not totally sure that the players knew that, because they were delighted to get that penalty and be sure of the victory. It always looks better when the scoreboard says that it was a victory, and that is how it's finished up. Full-time, Milfield School 10, Sedbergh School 13, and Sedbergh will be making their way to Twickenham on March the 16th, as we say. And we've got another semi-final to look forward to. Great to hear from all of you who've been sending us the message. Cracking cup final from Bradford Grammar School. They can't wait for the second one. So I think we can get some post-match reaction down pitch side. We'll just be there in a moment. Natasha Hunt is waiting to speak to the Victoria Sedbergh coach. And I think we can cross to join her right now.
And I'm joined again by Chris, Sedbergh head coach for the under-15s. Give us your initial thoughts on that.
We're just delighted. What a great game of rugby. 2 really good sides. We've made a lot of errors. I think Milfield will feel disappointed that we've made so many errors and they've not capitalised on some of them. I mean, I was so happy it's not a draw, because what a horrible way to go out if it had been that way. At one point I thought we would have gone out, and then I realised that no, we'd scored 2 tries, so we would have won. But I'm over the moon for the boys. They've worked really, really hard. Some of those lads have played great performances. Really, really happy with them. Fantastic.
Were your boys aware that if they had kicked the ball off when it was 80 minutes, they'd have won the game because they were up by 2 tries?
They were, but with a penalty any further out, we probably wouldn't have kicked it goal. We just took it off the field. But with that opportunity, I knew he was going to kick that one. I'd rather go through on a win. Yeah, so kick it. Feels a bit better.
Yeah, definitely. From me, your defensive shape and your organisation was absolutely sensational. You said that you mentioned your attack in the pre-match interview. Your defence for me really stood up today. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we've had some fixtures this year, and we've always prided ourselves on how we defend. We went away to Milfield, they beat us 22-0, but we worked our socks off in defence. We played Wellington, they beat us by a couple of scores as well, but we defended really, really well, and we knew that if we could stick with teams, we've got enough just to get away in that final quarter. So it came through. I'm very, very proud of them.
It was an absolutely brilliant team performance, Chris, and we wish you all the best in the final at Twickenham on the 16th. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Fantastic day. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, Chris.
Well, it was awesome, as we just hear the end of Natasha Hunt speaking to Chris Swainson there, and what delight on his face. Really, really wonderful to see, because these teachers, these coaches, all of these people are part of the teams that bring these boys along and give them the chances to excel themselves. And, well, he can be very proud of his Sedbergh school. Fantastic match, and, well, a thrilling conclusion in that first cup semi-final. We've got one more to go, of course, as well. A 5 o'clock kickoff in around 40 minutes time. We'll be on air in just under half an hour once again for our final match here at Allianz Park this Sunday in the under-15s NatWest Schools Cup. Semi-final 2 to come between Warwick and Wellington College. But for now, it's congratulations to Sedbergh School. They are on the road to Twickenham. They will be there on March the 16th. Do get your own tickets or come along, and you can also tune into our live stream there, of course. It's full time in semi-final 1, and it's finished. Milfield School 10, Sedbergh School 13. Well, good afternoon and welcome to Allianz Park for this, our second NatWest Schools Cup under-15 semi-final. It's Warwick School against Wellington College, another monstrous game of rugby. These two sides seem inextricably drawn to each other in this competition. Warwick have been in the final of the last 3 NatWest Cups, and on each occasion they've beaten Wellington College en route to Twickenham. They've met Queen Elizabeth Grammar School in the last 3 finals. They won in 2013 and 14. They lost out last year. But Warwick's under-18s lost to Queen Elizabeth Grammar School in the semi-finals here at under-18 level last week. So perhaps a bit of retribution, continuing that form that sees them through to the finals. Let's have a look then at Warwick's route through to the final. Their recent record is simply staggering. Just 4 losses to their name this season, to Dulwich College Sedbergh, who sit on the other side of the draw, of course, and will be playing them in that final. But in terms of their route here, well, victory away at Rugby School, away at RGS Worcester, away at Newcastle under Lyme School. They've really shown great form on the road. And then that quarter-final draw against Bromsgrove School, but it was enough for them to get through to this semi-final at Allianz Park. And Wellington, well, they'll prove a formidable opponent. They've beaten both sides on the other side of the draw, Milfield and Sedbergh. Sedbergh, who are through to that final. And they've barely looked like losing all season. The closest they came was actually in this competition, a 1916 victory over Colstons before Christmas. As you can see there, that away game in round 6. Early victories over Kennet School and Lord Williams. Home match 55 points to 5 against Reading Bluecoat. And then Dulwich College, the quarter-final, that they overcame them away by 20 points to 3. They last won this competition back in 2008. They remain the only side to win the under-15 and under-18 competition in the same year. That's not possible now, as their under-18 side don't enter this particular one, but on form over the season, their under-15s are in a very strong position to repeat the success of those 2008 legends. And Wellington, well, if we're talking famous alumni, we're expecting this afternoon one Piers Morgan to be in the crowd, as his son Bertie Pugh Morgan is in the Wellington side playing on the flank. So a chance to find out how the coaches are feeling ahead of this one as the teams warm up on the pitches down in front of us. And we can hear from the Warwick coach first of all, Tom Pearce.
I'm joined by Tom Pearce, the head coach of Warwick School. Tom, give us your initial thoughts before this big matchup.
It's going to be great. We're really excited, really looking forward to it. Bit of a shame the weather came down the way it has, but I think both sides will give it a really good shot, and you know, semi-final on a place at Twickenham, so we're really excited as a side.
So your team have got 3 consecutive cup finals at Twickenham so far. This is for the 4th and this is for the record. What is it about Warwick School that breeds that brand of rugby player that can get you there each year?
I think it's just a culture all the way through, from under-12s all the way up to under-18s. There's a lot of really good parents who support the school, the leadership team and all the teachers buy into it, and the boys just seem to love it. And I think really it's just been also we make them work hard, and they return the favour really by working hard back for us. And yeah, it's been an amazing few years, but this year's a very different year, and we're focused on this year rather than the past, and focusing on a really good performance today.
Excellent, so not worried about the record yet. What have you done in the build-up to this game? What have you really focused on in training, those sorts of things coming into this?
Because it's so late in the season, we don't need to do too much with the team in terms of development. It's just getting the things a bit better that we work on from our last game, and probably looking at the strengths of the opposition and trying to nullify them a bit, because they've got a very strong side and we know that. So we're going to give it our best shot and see how we go, really.
Brilliant, well we wish you all the best for today and good luck for the future as well.
Lovely, thank you.
Cheers, Tom. Thanks. I'm joined by Kevin, who's the master in charge of rugby at Wellington College. Kevin, can you give us your initial thoughts before the game, what you're looking forward to?
Well, I'm looking forward to a great game, first and foremost. We've met Warwick 4 times running now in this competition, and they've had the better of us in the 3 previous times. So, you know, we come into this knowing what to expect. They're a very good rugby school, and we know that we're going to have to be at our best to compete with them today.
So you say they've beaten you 3 out of the 4 times so far. What have been your key things you've been focusing on leading into this game?
It's about us. It's all about us. The boys have had a good season. They played well up to this point. They've trained well. You know, it's genuinely genuinely about how we perform on the day. As long as we don't get too nervous and we go to play to win the game, then it'll be a great day for us.
Brilliant. And from a commentary perspective, what strengths are we looking out for in this game today? Like, what are your main threats that you pose?
I think 1 to 15, to be honest. We're a very good team. We don't really have any superstars. We don't try and sort of promote that culture. Teamwork, hard work, effort, and working for the man beside you. And that's what it's about for us today.
Brilliant. Well, Kevin, we wish you all the best today and then further on in the competition. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
No worries.
So those are thoughts of the two coaches then. It is a big one, and we know that they will be facing Sedbergh, as we mentioned, in the final at Twickenham. This is the Under-15 NatWest Schools Cup semi-final, Warwick School against Wellington College. We are live from Allianz Park. Delighted to have your company for this, our last semi-final of the day, our 4th broadcast. We've had the Under-15s Vars competitions, and this will conclude the Cup. And, well, there's a man who may be familiar to a few of you, Piers Morgan, here to support his son. Got a pint of ale on the go as well. Quite right at the rugby. Son playing for Wellington. So let's have a look then at the Warwick team. There we are, Captain Roger Jackson, overseeing things from the number 8 position. Front row of Kelly Roberts and Joseph Jones, Angus MacDonald, Rajveer Athwal, and then the back row, Jacob Lyon, Jack Forsyth and Jackson. Half-backs, Henry Miles and Henry Mortimer. Keaton Badhan on the left wing, Zander Eddy and Harry Spencer in midfield, Alex Green on the right, and Archie Rippon, the full-back. The coach who we heard from there, of course, Tom Pearce. And then we just check in with Wellington College. Finn Baxter, Tom Cunningham and Ted Johnson in the front row. Ollie Cash and Joe Gibbons in the engine room of the second row. Albert Dwan, Bertie Pugh-Morgan at 7 and Jack Reed at 8. There we are, there's the familiar Morgan name at open side flank. And then Jamie Miller and Will Sinfield, the half-backs. In the centres, Ross Hannacombe and Ben Jordan. Wingers, Jasper Johnston and Alex Wilson. And at full-back, it's Hugo Bright. And we can just check in with the replacements as well. It is, of course, a full squad game, rugby union these days. And full squads of 22, 44 players will be hoping to make an appearance over the course of the next hour, as both of these sides bid for a place at Twickenham. You can keep in touch with us using the hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. So wherever you're joining us from, you may have been watching some of the previous semi-finals, but if you are new to our live stream on englandrugby.com or via YouTube, Twitter, wherever you're watching, it's hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. And we would love to hear from you. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? Could be a brother, a nephew, a cousin, a grandson, whatever it is. We'd love to hear from you and find out where you're watching from. We'll keep an eye on hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. So Natasha Hunt, well, ahead of certainly the second half. Or no, sorry, the beginning of the last game, wasn't it? We had the flurry of snow, which made the surface at Allianz Park a little bit greasy, made the ball a little bit slippery, and the errors started to creep in. Certainly hoping that maybe we might get a little bit more rugby played in this second semi-final.
Yeah, definitely. The beauty of this pitch is that obviously it's not grass, so the dew isn't going to stay, even though it's that cold. So hopefully the ball will have dried up and we can see some nice free-flowing rugby today.
We've got the hot cups of tea on the go in the commentary box. It is a cold one in North London. But we're very pleased to have your company for this live streaming coverage as the teams finish off their few moments of training out on the field and make their way in, ready to make their entrance. Warwick School then, as we say, There we see Wellington just on their way in.
Cheeky little dab there.
Yeah, absolutely. Warwick became only the second school ever to retain the trophy before victory in last year's semi-final saw them equal Royal Grammar School High Wycombe's record of 3 consecutive under-15 cup final appearances. Did I mention I was ex-Royal Grammar School? I think I did earlier. A win today would surpass that record, which has stood for nearly 20 years. It's been a far from easy road from to Allianz Park this season, though. Played all but one of their 7 fixtures away, as we saw in that lineup. Amazing quarter-final at a highly fancied Bromsgrove school presented their biggest test as they snatched a draw at the death to progress as the away team. That's how they got through. Will that sort of resilience mean that Warwick's name will be engraved on the silverware once again this year? Up against Wellington, the second most successful school in the history of the Under-15s Cup. They've lifted the trophy 3 times, while their 7 Twickenham appearances exceeds any other institutions at this level. After a glance at their playing record, it's not unreasonable to consider a 4th title heading to Berkshire as a distinct possibility. Swept away all before them, though they did have to rely on a last-minute try to defeat Colston's in that thrilling round 6 contest. Dulwich College also made life difficult for the Wellingtonians for much of their quarter-final before a try in the dying minutes finally took the visit. And of course, their coach is the former Canada captain, Kevin Kachuk, school's master in charge of rugby. They'll need to overcome a recent curse against Warwick that's seen the Midlanders eliminate them in each of the past 3 Under-15 Schools Cup tournaments. So there's plenty of rivalry between the two sides, plenty of history as well in this competition, and plenty of supportive parents and friends in the crowd, ready to lend their vocal support. 2 teams are in the changing rooms just getting prepared to make their entry onto the field. Great opportunity, Natasha Hunt, for these teams to be playing at Saracens' home ground at Allianz Park. They've got the carrot in front of them of playing at Twickenham, but even getting to run out at a big Premiership game like this, Premiership ground rather, that's had European games played at it, must be a great experience for them just to be here.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's always a great occasion, but when you've got a running track like this, it's going to be brilliant and a great spectacle, I'm sure. I have no doubt that both teams are going to come out absolutely firing.
Does this sort of game suit the backs more than the forwards? Is it an equal playing field for everyone around the park, do you think?
I think when you've got firm ground underfoot like this, it definitely suits the backs. It suits the outside backs, who predominantly have the most pace. They'll be looking for mismatches. I know I would be if I was on the pitch, just for that initial acceleration, because you can obviously get a really good grip onto a pitch like this, opposed to muddy grass. Kind of takes more of a forwards game.
So the message is starting to come through then on hashtag NatWest Schools Cup from Holly Mae Jordan. Good luck Wellington boys today in the semi-finals. Watching from the train from my brother Ben Jordan. Stepson Archie Benson says good luck to Oscar Roberts, William Kelly and Jack Williams for Warwick. Daisy Taylor, come on Warwick. Keep them coming in. Well, the atmosphere building. The teams are in the tunnel, waiting to come on and enjoy 30 minutes a half. That is what's played at this level. We had a very tight previous semi-final between Milfield and Sedbergh. Milfield, who led that game almost throughout with an early try. And then it was all squared after Taryn Stewart got a second try for Sedbergh, which actually, given it had been a draw, would have put Sedbergh through, but they made sure with a penalty and won that by 13 points to 10. So Sedbergh will meet one of these 2 teams. It's Warwick against Wellington. Final discussions from the squads. Our referee for this match is David Clarkson.
All right.
Well, Natasha Hunt, what are we expecting in the first couple of moments of this one?
I think just both teams trying to get a hold of the game, so basics done well, trying to pin each other into the other opposition's half, so trying to make sure that you stay in that territory. Don't give away cheap penalties, cheap possession.
Well, the diamond numbers on the back of the Wellington Rugby shirts. There's a little touch of retro on those shirts. I quite like that. Ball comes downfield, taken at the back by Hugo Bright. Fullback comes forward, gets his body in a good position to lay that back for his scrum half, Jamie Miller. Taken through by Albert Dwan.
Leave it, Blue! Hands out, Blue!
Warwick told to get their hands out of there. It was very much a man and ball hit there from Warwick. And the supporters in blue and white like that one. And defensively, that's a first point for the Midlanders.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great textbook tackle that is. He goes in, absolutely flies in, but he's so low, just wraps up the legs, and I think he takes the Warwick boy by complete surprise.
Let's get high standards early, please, gents, as we agreed.
Yes, it's John Ray, all the best. Family watching Ben Jordan on YouTube from South Africa.
8 full on, please.
Great to have your company. From Harvey Innocent. Good luck to the Warwick boys. Looking forward to watching a repeat of 2015 semi-final, hopefully with a similar result. Well, it's Warwick with possession. Ball is in from Henry Miles. Miles goes the opposite side to where his fly half Mortimer was waiting. Miles again, now finds Mortimer. Oh, lovely loop ball over the top, and Warwick trying to get into the corner here. That's been called forwards. Natasha Hunt next to me shaking her head.
I'm not sure about that decision from the referee. Obviously, he's got a better angle than we have down there on the field.
Very generous,
but
Natasha.
Brilliant looping pass initially.
I thought it was perfect, personally.
Mortimer, what a piece of skill this is. Sorry, not Mortimer. Taking it to the line. Hands are coming backwards, so to me, that's a backwards pass, and what a great line.
It's extraordinary decision.
Good run. Just step to the left for me, 9, please. Thank you. In your come, please, 8.
Must have thought he was away.
Bind. Set.
Wellington lucky there. Warwick showing real ambition to get that ball fizzing down the line. Saw that from Challoners in the opening game this morning at 11 o'clock. Referee nearly thought about blowing the whistle for that scrum.
Backwards.
Warwick defence is hitting so hard, and now they're going to try and go round the outside. The boys in blue and white looking so dangerous when they get the ball in hand in these opening couple of minutes. Warwick inside, the Wellington inside centre is
that's all right, play on.
Taking a while to get a breather.
Run away, Blue!
I think he's been hit and slightly winded. Just out of your picture now.
That's fine.
Ball has come back now, again, on a Warwick side. Strong.
No hands now, Black.
Miles gets caught up in the tackle. Mortimer puts the little chip over the top. Hugo Bright just trying to run that back, but unceremoniously dumped into touch.
Great recognition of Mortimer that neither winger had dropped there for Wellington. Okay. So he just puts the kick in. 15 has a lot of work to do. Okay. Archie Rippon, lots of work to do to cover that backfield all on his own. And he's well marshalled into touch.
Keep going, please.
Sorry, Hugo Bright.
Keep going, gents. Black.
Ball is down for Wellington. Scrum half there. Ball fizzed away. That's good service. Wellington holding onto the ball a little bit more. Just lacking a bit of shape in terms of a three-quarter at the moment, though. The boys in black and yellow.
Pass back in.
Just outside the 22. Perhaps trying to overcomplicate the passes at close quarters there, and it's handed possession over to Warwick, who flood forward on the support lines on the shoulder.
Hold. Advantage
away from Miles. Well picked up by Mortimer.
You're off your feet, Black, leave it! Hold.
Got options to his right. Mortimer wants to thread that ball through to the corner. Is it going to go the right-hand side of the corner flag? It's not. So it
restart, 22.
22 drop out for Wellington. But interesting, Natasha Hunt, the first game I was just mentioning a couple of moments ago that we saw today, Dr. Challoner's grammar school, their backline was fizzing those crisp passes down, and perhaps the middle two games we've seen was a little bit more loose ball. It was a little greasier since we had the snow coming down. We haven't seen quite as much running onto the ball at pace, but in those opening couple of minutes, signs that Warwick might be looking to try and bring that sort of game to this semi-final.
Yeah, Warwick backs are looking really promising at the moment. The 9-10 combination is working very, very well initially, and there's some really good running at pace, good handling coming off from those backs so far.
Keep the tackles low, please.
Ball back was Archie Rip, and then the ball is away from the scrum half, kick into the corner to try and put pressure on Wellington. Jasper Johnston under all sorts of pressure.
No hands, blue!
Really well. Now Warwick
penalty, blue 5 entry.
But there is a penalty advantage.
Blue 5 entry.
Coming around the side, it's a penalty against Rugby Athwell. So
come round, please, gents.
A little bit more time to breathe here.
Got it.
To make the clearance.
Yeah, Athwell just needs to relax there. They're putting Wellington under all sorts of pressure, really struggling to get out of their own half.
Good man.
Here you see him coming in right at the side. Easy penalty to give away. Never onside there.
Take the line for me, please.
Line out then. They try and go cheekily at the front. That's not paid off. The assistant is calling that it didn't go 5, but I think the referee's happy enough with the advantage being played to Warwick. They stole it well.
Get up, block!
Miles looks for Mortimer. Slightly untidy, but they are getting the offloads away down the back line. Oh my goodness, that's beginning to work well for Warwick. It was really close quarter stuff, just playing the offload game.
First one here.
They were a little flat-footed though.
Okay.
Wellington's Jack Reed, skipper, just takes a moment to get up. Might have taken a bit of a knock to the head on the floor there.
Yeah, both teams playing with real ambition in these opening exchanges. Fantastic to see them both trying to get their offload game going, but equally those nice crisp hands as well. Mortimer's doing really well with some of the balls that he's been given, and fantastic handling here.
Stand up, gents. Stand up.
Just took his hand.
Might be that Wellington are
let's hold it steady,
putting
please,
in the
before the ball
faces
comes
of
in.
Warwick, yet
Keep your
they're
feet out
still
the channel
managing
as
to
well.
get those passes away.
Yeah, it's really difficult to offload when you're going backwards, especially when people are coming up really, really quickly.
Bind. Set.
1.5 minutes gone, still 0-0 here.
Ready! It's better 9, thank you.
Ball skids along the floor into the hands of Sinfield. That's a lovely kick. Really, really well played. Sends Warwick back into their 22, putting the pressure on them to have to play out of their own territory.
Take a bow, Will Sinfield. So often we see 10s kick open to the winger, but very often when the scrum is in the middle of the pitch, the blindside winger has to stay high in case they go 8, 9, 15 or they come back down the blind side. So great recognition of that space and an absolutely fantastically executed kick.
Analysis from Women's Rugby World Cup winner Natasha Hunt, looking to become an Olympian in Rio 2016. Great insight from her scrum half, of course, alongside me in the commentary box. Little chip through from Wellington didn't work, so it's turned possession over to Warwick. And then twisting through the tackles they go.
Get up, boy, get up.
Miles for Mortimer. Pass back in, you hear from the referee, so can't kick directly into touch. So now a chance to run it straight back from Jasper Johnston. Big tackle on him. Still holds on to the ball and gets it away. There's a penalty advantage being played to Wellington now. There was Warwick in fringe around the fringes of the breakdown. Driving through there, Ross Hannacombe. Pick and go from Reed, accompanied by Pew Morgan.
You still have the advantage, Black.
Now Now the ball is away. Will Sinfield carrying
No
it
advantage
forwards.
coming.
But there is no advantage from that earlier penalty.
Thank you. Offside. Captain.
Here for Wellington.
Post.
And they've called for a shot. Chance for us to see the
blue 12.
Kicking acumen
offside.
Of Will Sinfield.
Gents, first offence, blue 12 offside. But
yeah, it's a really tricky kick to open up your exchanges, isn't it? On the 5 metre, outside the 22. Let's see what Will Sinfield's got in his locker.
Absolutely.
Time.
10 minutes on the clock then. Floodlights are on at Allianz Park here in North London. Great occasion for these schools under 15 sides. Play at the very top level. Sinfield's kick. Not quite. Mortimer thinks about taking a quick 22 dropout, which he does. Tries to send it deep. Warwick communicating with each other to try and create the defensive wall. They come forward as a wall, but it almost allowed the chance for Wellington to kick over it and regather, but it's been well tidied up by Will Kelly for the blue and whites. Plenty of aerial kicks going on in this game. We've seen a bit of that from both teams, but it seems we've got a few more boot-to-ball specialists in this one.
Yeah, Mortimer's winning that battle at the moment, isn't he? Every time the winger comes up, it's just being put over his head. Wingers are both in two minds whether to sit back, help out their fullback, or whether to come up, and they're being run ragged at the back at the moment.
Warwick line out, it's well won. Miles Mortimer coming through the centres with Eddie.
Still's got control, it's gone backwards.
Referee's happy enough with it. Miles again, Mortimer wants to thread the little kick through, get the wingers turning back and facing their own try line. Puts the pressure on. Oh, but that's really good work from Wellington, stepping out. Chases on. Hugo Bright did brilliantly. Further pressure from Ben Jordan.
Leave it!
Warwick try and look after the ball. Mars, the scrum half, has a little foray himself. Then Mortimer, quick to run in and play scrum half himself as soon as he sees his half-back partner.
Advantage.
Caught up. Little knock-on from Wellington has given Warwick the advantage here, and they've taken it. That's a really good low body position and drive through the tackle from Athwal.
Leave it, Brock! Still have scrum advantage,
Now they go short
Blue.
side. Mortimer really keen to keep pinging these corners. Plenty of pressure on. Jamie Miller goes back.
Counter-ruck is good.
Referee allowing the counter-ruck from Wellington, from Warwick, sorry, but Wellington have managed to look after the ball. Strong work from Jamie Miller. Wellington scrum half needed desperately to tidy back and not give the penalty away. The support got there in time, and Wellington will have a chance to clear their lines here. Pressure is on.
Hold.
Mortimer's going to field this without it going into touch. Throws the long ball back in field. It's Archie Rippon. Now they're trying to find some room on the right-hand side. Chance to cut back in field against the drifting defence. The noise goes up. The Warwick fans are in really good voice here at Allianz Park. Just
It's accidental, gents. He's into his own man. Couldn't be helped.
Warwick over on the
Scrum
far
black.
side.
Unlucky.
The defence was well positioned enough to not make an easy option for Warwick.
There we go.
They got caught in amongst themselves. There'll be a scrum to the boys in black.
Great counter-attack from the kick. You see Mortimer field the ball really well, then send it wide to the winger Alex Green, and the work rate, I think it was Spencer, to come back and give them an extra man on the outside was absolutely fantastic. That's what you want to see from your outside centre, that work rate to get back and give you an extra number.
9, 6. Blue 7, hands off.
Hit the ball at the back. Striding forward.
Leave it, Blue, you're off now.
Jack Reed.
Hold.
Well, with the skippers.
Pass back in.
Little chip through the middle. Well, that's brave in your own half. Oh, it's really beautifully gathered. Excellent from Will Sinfield. Seen a couple of glimpses of what he can do. That was sublime. Now then, can they create the extra man here on the outside, Wellington? Perhaps the ball should have gone from Ross Hanneken. Could have put his winger into space. Jasper Johnston must have been screaming for it. Can Warwick get the man into touch there? They can. Using the touchline as an extra defender, getting them into touch.
We're not going quickly, gents. 3. No need for that.
There's a little bit of needle over there.
No need for that.
Well, so far, this is the lowest scoring game by this stage of any of them. So, in the day so far, that's how hotly contested it is. Almost worthy of a final in itself. Quarter of the game gone. Warwick 0, Wellington 0. Ball to the back of the line.
It's not straight, captain.
Isn't straight.
Scrum.
So Wellington will have a scrum here, and
there you go. That's yours.
to try and mount an attack from this position. It's a tight old match, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, tensions are rising. You can see that by the exchanges we just saw on the far touchline. It's really tight, and the thing that I don't want to see is the first team to score the other team's heads goes down, because they're both playing some brilliant rugby.
Do you want to go and get it? Luke, we need an asthma pump, please.
I've just got a call for an asthma pump.
Who for?
So I was just preparing it for this.
Okay, happy to carry on? Got it. Time on.
Captain Jack Reed in need of some air.
Yes, absolutely.
Crouch.
Fascinating encounter, this one. Both teams really keen to try and set the back lines going, get the interplay between forwards and backs. Ball's away, Sinfield.
Now you've run into him, player.
Now then, that kick didn't quite get through, and Mortimer shaped a kick and then ran through, and he gets through another little gap and offloads really nicely. Both fly halves playing excellently so far in this one.
Outside.
And it's for Mortimer again. Outside the 22, gets the kick down. Keeps bobbling and bobbling, and Hugo Bright goes back, gathers it, offloads. Jack Reed.
Advance to
the ball there. Warwick might have turned this one over. Indeed, it comes back on their side in a good position on the 22. Little show and attempt to get through the gap from Jack Forsyth.
It's no advantage, Cohen, because he's on the ball there, so we're going to go back for the knock on here.
No advantage. Credit to the Wellington scrum half Miller there. He was the
lost forward by Black.
Position to potentially turn it over. Being in that position, he's
there we go.
A bit of a knock to the lower back. You can just see him holding there, but was the advantage that wasn't coming from the knock on.
Just have a look at the AR for me. It's scrum in line, all right. Crouch.
Can Warwick mount an attack?
Bind.
Neither
set
on the board as yet. One missed attempt from the tee in terms of penalty.
Okay.
From Wellington.
We've turned.
Well, look at that from Warwick.
Let's have you a bit squarer and a long bind on the body. Make sure you staying off his arm as well on your side. Fine, stay off his arm.
That we've had so far.
That's fine, but I need your feet, both feet.
Absolutely brilliant.
Look at that. All right.
We need to sign them up for the England women's games.
Okay, crouch. Bind.
Let's go, boys.
Set.
Too many syllables.
No. Hold it.
Full arm back row.
Warwick pick and go from the back. Have they got the opportunity to send the winger in? Came off a Wellington player.
I think he's lucky not to go in the bin then. To me, that looked like he was going for the intercept, and that was a definite try if he didn't touch that ball.
Yes, line out. Take the line, gents. Hang on. Step off. 6, Black. Thank you.
penalty against Wellington for holding that in.
Holding on. Post, captain. Yeah.
First chance for Warwick from the tee.
Mortimer was very adamant that he didn't want to do anything but kick this between the uprights.
Well, it's a tight old game.
Okay, anywhere on these fine. Yeah.
We have seen one missed attempt early on from Wellington. It wasn't the easiest of efforts for Sinfield.
10 to go. Yeah.
I always think it's credit to the defence as well when you're in a great attacking position and you choose to take the kick.
Yes, absolutely. Suggests that they're not sure they're going to get any more out of you. Mortimer nails it through.
4 black.
And Warwick are the first team on the board.
Substitution, please. 4 black.
Penalty. And it's
Number
Warwick
4.
3, Wellington 0. And I think we've already got our first change. Wellington's number 4, Ollie Cash, is making way for Tobias Scalabrini.
Say when, Luke. Hang on. I'm waiting for him to go off the pitch.
Wellington just having to hold there until the change had been made. Restart. Oh, it's superbly taken from the man straight onto the field. Scalabrini leaped brilliantly, but the referee saying he went forward. Might have been the slightest nudge on the floor, but he was like a leaping salmon after that ball.
He absolutely was. Great kick-off initially, textbook.
Just be sensible.
Textbook kick from Will Sinfield, and then what a catch that is.
Look at this. Scalabrini is flying after this.
Bind.
Thank you very much. Just lost it there on the floor. Away from
Pass back
Miles.
in. Hold blue.
Competition for the ball is good, and it looks to be coming back on the Warwick side after Keaton Badhan got his hands on it.
8 roll.
Wellington skipper's got to get his body out of there. It's away from Miles. Using one of his big front row men to carry that one up. Got to clear it out. Mortimer. Another high ball, putting the pressure on Wellington, but it's well gathered in that time. And then the support runners round the outside. That's really strong support play from the inside centre. Oh, he looked to try and get the kick across Hanekom, but it didn't quite work. And now Warwick send the kick back with interest, and they'll get themselves a bit further downfield. It was really lovely play from Hanekom. Sensed that the opportunity was there to play. Get on the supporting run around the outside. Trying to thread the kick through the outside of the right boot. Didn't make quite enough of a connection on it.
Yeah, absolutely. His work rate to get back and support his back three was brilliant. But equally, what a kick from Henry Mortimer off the outside of his boot, so that as it hits the ground, it's going to bounce and roll towards the touchline.
Use it!
Yes. On by Bertie Pugh-Morgan.
Away, blue 2!
Ball fired back.
No advantage coming, gents.
A little bit of pressure. Not a whole lot.
3 black, please. 3 black. 3 black. There's no advantage coming from the original rock-on, gents.
Some early changes, really, for Wellington. Ted Johnson leaving the field.
Scrum.
Lucas Brook coming on to replace him.
No advantage from the knock-on by blue. We're here, aren't we? Yeah?
Where's the mark?
Black scrum, yeah.
Which one's the mark? This one?
Yeah, we'll take it.
More messages coming in to hashtag NatWest Schools Cup from Romy, cheering on her godson Ben Jordan, watching live from Johannesburg. Well, we have a truly international audience. Great to have you guys with us.
Bind.
So we've got audiences in Cork in Ireland. Also appreciate the nod from Aaron Athwell.
Pass
Got our
back
team
in.
sheet sorted now, so we are aware that Aaron is wearing the number 1, not the number 5. As Wellington try and take the ball out of the 22.
You need to stay up, Black. Arrive up, Black.
Send us your messages. Let us know where you're watching. Can you beat Johannesburg in South Africa? That's wonderful to have you guys there.
Backwards.
Watching our live stream.
Blue out.
Allianz Park on englandrugby.com, YouTube, 15's Rugby and various other rugby sites as well. Wellington trailing currently, looking to get out of their own 22. It's been a low score in the first half, but it's been absorbing at the same time. A few little errors creeping in. But
arrive up, Black!
Fascinating moments as each of these teams looks to set the other retiring and facing back to their own try line with the aerial battles. It's away from Miller. Oh, looking to put his man through the gap, but the referee just says it went forward.
Good man.
Might just have done. Ross Hannacombe shown he can be pretty handy.
Do it again, do it again.
Let's have another little look at that.
Brilliant line from Hannacombe. Great pass from the base. You see him sizing it up, taking his time. Brilliant execution, ball out in front. And then fantastic line. Not sure how that's gone forward. That's 1-1 though, I guess.
It is, absolutely. I was just going to say.
Crouch. Bind.
Pretty strict on the old backwards passing rule. So referee.
Hold.
Noise goes up again from the Warwick supporters. They want to try. Will it come now? Mortimer on the run around with his centre, Eddie. Needs support as he presents that.
Stay up, Blue.
Warwick stepping inside the tackle is Jacob Line. Maul is set up. Wellington are doing all they can to hold this up and win possession. If Warwick can't get any more go forward on it, they're piling as many bodies into it as they can. Now they do get a bit of go forward. And has that ball come to the deck successfully for them? No, it's unplayable. So it will be possession to Wellington. That's really good defence.
Yeah, great choke tackle there, targeting the ball, keeping him nice. And when you run into contact that upright, that's all you need to do. Target the ball, get underneath him, and then get the rest of your mates to hold you up as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Good recognition from the Wellington defence there.
Let's go, Jez, please.
I temporarily forgot about the little hand warmer I had.
Can you come out, please?
It's very toasty.
Crouch.
One of my pockets currently.
Bind.
Just thought I'd share that with you.
Set.
2.5 minutes to go until half time.
That's all right.
They really need to get out of their own 22. They've been down here for an awfully long time.
Advantage penalty.
There is a penalty advantage coming though. That might give them the chance.
Blue 10. Blue 10.
10 is offside, but well, rather than going for the territory clearance, they decide to try and come straight up the middle, and it's the strength once again of Hannacombe.
Stay up, Black.
Here's a traditional busting inside centre, calling for the ball quickly on that quick tap. Perhaps rather than clearing for territory down the left or right side, that was the right option.
That was flat.
Ball over the top. Referee says flat on that occasion, but then it's ripped.
Advantage scrum.
And it comes back on the Warwick side. The advantage wasn't coming. A little bit of squaring up to each other going on over the far side with Wellington skipper Jack Reed involved.
You need an example, please.
Yeah, here we see the wonder ball coming out of the back.
Crouch.
Oh, to be fair, it was pretty flat, that one.
Bind.
Brilliant pass.
Set.
Not what you expect from some of your forwards.
Absolutely. We've had a couple of those this afternoon to enjoy. It's away from Miles to Mortimer. looking to try and find some space for his three quarters to run into. Oh, it's been knocked forward and then knocked forward again.
13 offside in front of the knock-on. 13 offside in front of the knock-on.
13. Ben Jordan was just in front of where the ball was knocked forward when he tried to play it.
No time for the line. No time for the line.
No time for the line out.
Captain. Captain.
What's the decision from Warwick? They're just debating whether they conclude the half, which is the decision. They will go in front, but it's a slenderest of leads. It's the slenderest lead of any team at half-time that we've had all afternoon. A low-scoring first 30, but it's been utterly gripping as both of these sides feel each other out and try and find the opportunity to get around each other.
They're going to come into you.
We're certainly interested in your views on that first half. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. We know we've got people watching from Cape Town in South Africa.
Look, do you want to?
Also, Toby Pallister watching from a sunny Sydney in Australia. Great to have your company. Send your messages. Hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. You can send them to me, Nick Heath, on @Rugby Media. Or to nhunt09, Natasha Hunt, who is, of course, the England Women's winning Rugby World Cup scrum half, who's alongside me in the commentary box. We haven't got any tries to review. We can just have a think about the day and the other semi-finals that we've seen. Of course, we've got the Vars semi-final, the NatWest Under-15 Schools Cup Vars final, which will be between Dr. Challoner's Grammar School and Sir Thomas Rich's. And, well, they both got through. It was the first game of the day that Dr. Challoner's won by 41 points to 12 in the end. It was pretty convincing. They had the back line to play plenty of rugby, but Bridgewater offered some up-front grunt that, well, if they could see more of that from Sir Thomas Rich's in the final, will cause Dr. Challoner's problems. Sir Thomas Rich's, who had a 20 points to 0 lead in their semi-final, only winning that by 23 points to 19. But we enjoyed those Vars semi-finals, and there was some good rugby on offer.
Yeah, there really was. I mean, I definitely think that Challoners are the on-form team going into that final. They put together some really, really nice team performance. In terms of their opposition, Sir Thomas Rich's, they again came through a really tough encounter to get the win, and that's always going to stand you in really good stead. They came from behind, took the lead, and then held on to it, so that's going to be a really great game down at Twickenham on the 16th.
Sedbergh are the team that will be meeting the winner of this one. Warwick, who've been in the last 3 finals. They won it in 2013 and 2014. They were finalists but runners-up last year. There's Wellington in their huddle. Wait to find out whether they've got what it takes to get through to the final and overcome Warwick. Oliver McRobert watching live from Cape Town. Come on, Welly. Daisy Taylor, great carry from Will Kelly, number 5. We are broadcasting live on englandrugby.com. Did we just see someone watching the football in that box? Shocking, sir. We shan't have any round ball action going on here. Charlie Sharp getting in touch. Go on, Warwick, you lads. Piers Morgan is with us here at Allianz Park in the crowd, cheering on his son Bertie, who is playing at number 7 for Wellington. Just 3 points between the sides. Hope you've had time to put the kettle on, get yourself a quick cuppa. We've got 30 minutes more of this brutal encounter to come. I'm loving this message from Stuart Hughes. Puddle the dog, cheering on Warwick in front of the fire. Stuart, if you could send that roaring fire to Allianz Park, I'd be most delighted. 7 hours out in the cold over 4 semi-finals.
The hand warmers aren't quite cutting it at the minute, are they?
They're taking the edge off. They are taking the edge off. Great to be bringing you this coverage. We thank you for your company wherever you're watching this live stream. Great also to have the insights of Natasha Hunt, who is bidding, of course, to become an Olympian come August. Rio 16, England women's sevens team looking to tear it up as rugby becomes part of the Olympics. Looking forward to it?
Touching wood as you're saying it, Nick.
Yes, absolutely. as you may. Selection yet to come, of course. Wellington with possession then. Start of this second half. Solid carry. What will have been the messages from each of those coaches?
I think just more of the same. Both teams are putting together some really good stuff. Maintaining possession obviously is key, and potentially for Mortimer is to give your backs a bit of a run, because he's kicked a lot of the possession away, which he's done really, really well. Oh, as I'm saying that, he's going down with a bit of an injury.
Just out of shot. Mortimer was just hobbling on one leg, and he's gone down as the ball goes out over on the far side.
He's had a really strong first half, but what he's done by putting all of the kicks through is that the back three is starting to drop off now, so that's creating space elsewhere. So rather than kicking through, for the back three to run onto it, and obviously the most dangerous runners on the pitch, now he needs to get the ball through the hands, give it to his back three to attack that space that they've left.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to have to be the job of someone else, because it looks to me like Mortimer may have made his last contribution. A little shake of the head. Don't know whether it's a touch of cramp or anything worse. He's back to his feet. Maybe that's all it was. Little hobble, and he's running back into the action. First bit of possession for Wellington in their own half there from the restart. They seemed a little wider and deeper, and perhaps that's been a message that Wellington need to heed.
Yeah, and those initial carries were taken on really, really well, weren't they? So potentially aggression in the ball carries as well.
Warwick with possession. Oh, sorry, Wellington now with possession. Referee saying it's all fair. Finn Baxter with the carry. There is a much more depth on it from Wellington at the start of this second half. Sinfield spotting the opportunity to get through there, fizzing it through the hands. Good tackle to get Jasper Johnston into touch down on the near side. So we're seeing a bit more cutting incision from the Wellington back line. Trying to give each other a little bit more space, I'd say.
Yeah, great run there by Will Sinfield, and then good hands again. Taken into touch.
Just got a bit of attention for Jack Reed. Now we have a message here from Dan Lord via hashtag NatWest Schools Cup. I want this to be true. Watching from a hostel in the foothills of the Himalayas. Now I don't know whether Dan Lord's just trying to outdo everybody else, or whether that's true. If it is, that's marvellous.
It's a bit early to be getting in nominations for man of the match as well. Come on, Dan.
Yes, he certainly is trying to sway the vote. And Rupert Pugh Morgan watching my nephew Bertie, along with his grandmother, auntie, another uncle and assorted cousins. Go Welly. Well, good to have your company.
Well, we've got this gap in play as well. I've got to do a shout out to Miss Hunt, my sister, teaching at Wellington College at the minute, and she's here in the crowd to watch them. Hey, sis.
Family ties, loyalties to the teams as well. It's been a family day. I had my nephew playing in the first one. You've got your sister teaching at Wellington. Wonderful scenes. So Warwick, big defensive moment here. They've called just the two-man line out, and they've knocked it forward. It's not worked out for them. Wellington then with possession with Lucas Brooke. It's there for Miller, gets it away. Big scrum half, big fly half Sinfield is always happy and ready to carry, but well out of the picture. Ross Hannacombe there is on the floor. He's not looking particularly good, and he is one of the big carrying options for Wellington. But as I say that, there are other nominees putting themselves forwards and trying to get over that gain line. Miller looks to go short side. Warwick defending for all their worth. Miller again. Fizzes it away. Sinfield. They're going to have to be careful if they come back to where the injury is on the floor, but they might not want to lose this momentum. Hugo Bright goes to ground. Referee's just keeping an eye on the placement of that injury. Sinfield wants to try and get Johnston into the action. Assistants having to give a good look as to when that ball goes out, the flag goes up. But it may be that we've seen the last contribution from Ross Hannacombe. And that would be disappointing from a Wellington point of view, because he's been bright and carried aggressively when he's had the opportunity.
Yeah, he's done really well in the first half. It will be a big loss for Wellington if he has to leave the field. Here we see Johnston getting shepherded into touch again, just by his hair.
Another message from Hugh Griffiths. Good luck to Wellington College, in particular Ross Hannacombe and Hugo Bright. Well, unfortunately, Hannacombe is being forced to leave the field, and understandably he looks fairly devastated about it. Just limping off just out of your picture.
Yeah, schoolboy rugby is built around 5 players for me: the hooker, the number 8, the 9, 10 and 12. They're always your key men, people that are going to take you forward, so that's a big loss.
George Timberlake coming on then to replace the centre. Sarah Morrow, all family watching on Mother's Day. Come on, Warwick. Harry Patterson watching in sunny Bangkok, notching up the international points here on the live stream of the NatWest Schools Cup. Under 15 semi-final, second match. The winner of this one facing Sedbergh. It's another untidy line out.
Hannacombe's just tricked us, by the way. He's just jogged back onto the pitch in that break.
Has he really? There he is. My goodness, I'd missed that. I don't think he can bear to be on the sidelines. Miller waits to get that one in. Pulls in from Miller. Gets it away. Wellington backline were all tightly compacted behind the scrum there, and then launched themselves forward. Didn't quite come off for them. I think perhaps they needed a little bit more width on whatever they were running. It's there for Miller again. Picks to go short side through Hugh Morgan. Scalabrini's in there. Warwick defence is pushing them out, but it's a penalty to Wellington. Miller runs it in quickly. Are they in a position where they might take it back for 3 points and square things up on the scoreboard? What's going to be the decision for Jack Reed? As we've said a few times, these chances to kick penalties into the corner and go for catch and drives can be tricky at this age group, because you can't lift players.
Be very careful. Roll away.
Well, a warning from the referee to Warwick.
Scrum opted.
So Wellington opt for the scrum. Goes down well with their supporters in the stands.
Right, thank you.
Warwick make the noise to urge on their defensive support.
Yeah, showing their intent, aren't they? Let's hope it pays off for them.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Ready!
Big shot from Wellington. Nearly a nudge at the bottom of the scrum, and then a great direct line straight through the middle, and look who it is! Lazarus himself, Ross Hannacombe, back onto the field, having hobbled towards the touchline with an injury. He then smashes straight through the centre, and what a line that was, Natasha Hunt.
Yeah, well, that clearly injury wasn't hampering him there, was it? What a line. The pace that he comes on, I thought he fumbled the ball at the back of the base there, but brilliant line. Just evades the defence, and then a great finish as well.
Send him on, mate, get him off.
Well, great score from Wellington. Surging straight through. Sinfield adds the extras. Wellington College go into the lead.
Just give me the all clear to go, Luke. Got it.
How well can Warwick respond to that? A couple of changes start to be made. Joe Gibbons in the second row, leaving the field. Lucas Brook also. Restart taken in by Dwan. Wellington back into the 22, Sinfield.
Pass back in.
It's away. That was a big hit. There's a penalty for it. Referee's told them to wait.
Blue 13, keep it low.
Penalties against Harry Spencer for going in a little bit high on Hannacum. Just have another quick look at that.
On the back.
It's your mark.
Oh, it is high.
It was kicked up to the halfway line. Wellington line out. They've opted for a two-man. Just Scalabrini and Bertie Pugh-Morgan in there, but it didn't work out for them. As soon as the ball left the hooker's hands, Warwick came thundering up. Now then, Warwick chipped that one forward, asking questions of the fullback, and they dump him into touch. Blue and Whites trying to get their tails up, get those continued positive on positive moments that we've spoken about all day.
Yeah, fantastic tackle there from Forsyth. Brilliant chase from the kick. Great little nudge to put it in behind. Winger was up flat, fullback obviously had pushed a bit wider. Fantastic chase, dumping them into touch like you say, and then another line out.
Two. Gents,
interesting that both teams are choosing to put two men in the line out each time, because it's kind of negating their back options. There's so many people in the back line now, so if they do win the ball, when they pass it out, there's not a lot of space to work for either team.
Well, it's also the couple that we've seen that have gone two-man. They've lost each side that have nominated it. An unfortunate sight that we can just see down below us, and we send our best wishes, is Henry Mortimer, who is unfortunately leaving the field, or sorry, being wheeled down in front of us with his leg in a boot and being led out. So we certainly wish him all the best and a speedy recovery. He was playing really well. Now Warwick have the chance to attack down the short side. Still with the ball. I think they're going to be lifted into touch, or they did well to offload and keep that back in field. Henry Miles goes around the short side. He's in danger of losing the ball there. Wellington got themselves in a good position to win that. Just sniffing around the fringes, really. The scrum half got himself isolated. Perhaps the ball should have gone. Warwick was just beginning to build up ahead of steam. Wellington will now have the chance to relieve the pressure. Toby Pallister, can you say hi to my stepbrother Hugo Bright from me? Tell him we're all watching down under.
As you are.
Henry Dalton, me and the family cheering on the old Shrewsbury boys. Tobias Scalabrini, Will Sinfield and Jack Reed. Now the ball's come down into Warwick hands.
Leaving that block! Hands out!
Little short-range pass. Trying to crash through. Get over the gain line. Warwick not too wide at the moment. They've certainly looked the most dangerous when they've had a back line to speak of. But now they've given it away, and it's going to be a race to the line. And I don't know if they're going to catch him. The chase is on. Can they haul him down before he gets there? Oh my goodness me. Ball is there for Wellington. Can they use quick ball to get there? They knock it on at the base. Oh my word. Hannacum was screaming for the line. He's already got one try.
Black 20.
But the chase was absolutely superb.
Fantastic chase back. That's what you want to see, the intent from those boys. Somebody's break the line. That could have been a clear try.
Keaton bad.
Absolutely brilliant. And you see now all of the Warwick boys in your picture coming back, getting onside, and the counter ruck causes the knock on. Brilliant bit of defence.
Sorry, 8, in you come.
Here's Morgan on his feet, anxiously watching.
Bind. Set.
Warwick. Scrum in the shadow of their own posts. Got one of the wingers right out on the far line.
Yeah, interesting setup from Warwick here. They've got one person really wide on the right-hand side. Everyone else is stacked to the left. If Wellington get a turnover here, this is a really easy run-in for the number 8.
Yes, it certainly will be.
I guess you've got to think about the attack when you've got the ball.
Well, yeah, they're certainly looking less like they're just going to clear the lines. They're looking like they want to try and strike from under their own posts if this ball does come back on their side. It is there. They've tried to pick and go down that short side, but it's got swallowed up at the back. Wellington defending it well. Kick downfield, not found touch. Have they got the options down the short side? Tackle is good, and then the ball goes forward. So Warwick will have the scrum.
Great pressure there from Miles. He puts the kick up and then he gets in the defensive line, manages to join Green and make that defensive hit, force the turnover.
Scrum.
Sinfield's taken a little bit of a knock there, just gets back to his feet. There's the clearance.
If it's anything like Honeycombs, he's going to come on and score in a sec.
Water off, please, gentlemen.
Tweets coming in.
Hang on.
Alfie watching live from Lakota, USA.
There's your mark there, look. That's it.
Finley Bell, absolutely banging game from the under-15s. Will Sinfield tearing things up. Erridge watching from Peru, apparently.
Set. Hold.
Scrum is moving an awful lot, but it's there for Warwick. Kick downfield. Stays in. Opportunity for Wellington to try and counter-attack. It's back in field to Sinfield from Bright. Up to the halfway line. Oh, but the ball spills loose and Warwick come through. They're going to need to support each other there, though, which they do. Now they've tried to find Wellington caught at 6s and 7s defensively, but they get away down the short side, and now the chase is on once again. It ended up coming off a Warwick hand. What's the decision here between the officials?
So thrown into him as opposed to try to grab? Okay. Knock on into touch then, gents, option.
Oscar Roberts' work rate is absolutely phenomenal at the minute. He is covering an awful lot of ground. Equally, Hugo Bright has had so many kicks to field and he's dealt with every single one exceptionally well. There was no way he should have got through the two on-rushing Warwick defenders there, and he did, and he managed to make a lot of ground for his team.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Wellington. Replacement scrum half. James Carton.
Hold.
Gets that one away. Sinfield has had to go to ground to field it, and here comes the on-rushing Warwick line defence. Puts the pressure on, but Wellington deal with it well. They're still ahead on the scoreboard, of course. Into the last quarter of the match.
Use it.
Pick and go around the corner from Albert Douin up to the halfway line. Ball shot to the left. Sinfield half show and go through the gap, but there's a penalty advantage here.
High tackle.
It was the high tackle as the ball was spilled. Had a couple of those from Warwick.
Captain, that's 2 now.
There we are. Free just having a word with the captain. Ball kick downfield.
Yeah, Alex Green does really well there just to control the ball with his feet. If he goes to pick that up with the hands, then that could have been a potential knock-on. And then a great nudge downfield. Get it to the halfway.
Keep going, Blue. Keep going, Blue.
Ball is in. Warwick take it down. Are they able to get it to ground? Yes, there it is. Miles with the kick over the top. Oh, fullback's done really well there.
Hold.
Mind you, the crossfield kick might not work out too well. It may be more advantageous for Warwick. Picked up by Archie Rippon. Been ripped away though by Wellington. Strong defensive work from Hannacombe, but in fact, not rolling away as the call.
Over there.
The referee wouldn't let the scrum half go quickly, but he does go quickly second time. Tries to catch the Wellington defence napping.
No, Black, leave it! Hold. Leave it, Black!
Away from the scrum half. Trying to use the big men to step through. Oh, but then it's been lost. But a penalty for Warwick.
Entry. You've come up the side.
They can't go for the posts in order to get themselves in the lead. There's, 11 minutes left remaining of the match.
Scrum.
They call for the scrum.
You've got
Natasha Hunt, what would you be calling here?
Yeah, definitely scrum is the best option. They're 5 metres out. It ties in 8 forwards from Wellington defence, and it gives the Warwick backs that opportunity to strike from 5 metres out.
Clearly round, please. All right.
Potentially Miles for a pick from the base as well. He's been really strong with his ball carries all game.
Yes, absolutely.
On the line.
Apologies, Jackson.
Crouch!
Miles is the nippy little 9.
He is the 9. Well, I thought you meant it would be him going.
Hold!
There's the pick from the 8.
Leave it, Black 7.
Bertie Pugh Morgan told to leave it. There's not an awful lot of room down that side, and Tobias Scalabrini is in there causing all sorts of problems, the big man with number 18 on his back. Look at him holding that up almost single-handedly.
Ball is there, it's playable.
Warwick have done well to get that to ground. They're not going to get the turnover, Wellington. So it's a show and cut back inside from Forsyth, but the ball's just been knocked forward, and Wellington congratulate each other for the defensive effort.
Yeah, Forsyth just needs to put his head down there. He's in a good attacking position. He just needs to get his leg drive on, low body position, and drive through. Instead, he's offloaded into a static man, and that's why, unfortunately, the ball's been turned over.
Well, there is an All Black legend in the crowd supporting his son Lucas for Wellington. It's Zinzan Brook.
Set.
Living over here in the UK now, of course.
Full arm. Stay.
Oh, that ball went back on the Wellington side to begin with, but then it's come back for Warwick. A little turn and straight from Zander Eddy. Penalty coming for Warwick.
Hands in.
It's getting tighter as Warwick do more and more to threaten the Wellington line.
Scrum.
They call the scrum. Slightly exasperated look on the face of Henry Miles.
I think because he saw the coach running on with the tee.
First of all, we had a player not rolling away, but he opened up and the ball became available, and then he played it back with his hands. So we'll take a
couple of penalties in this area of the field.
Put your leg down.
The last 2 or 3 minutes.
I've got about
the argument while it's this tight for them to have gone for 1 penalty and then expected the chance to try and get more, but Warwick perhaps need to think about how effective their wider back line was looking in the early exchanges of this match. They had the run on Wellington in those exchanges. Look at the shove though from the boys in black and yellow. Warwick do well to deal with it. Oh, it's untidy as they try and run around the corner, and then it goes forward. That was inaccurate from Warwick, and Wellington defend it well. Really strong shove on the scrum.
There's your mark, Black.
They're just slightly overcomplicating it at the minute. Is all they need is a little bit of composure. They've got the advantage at the moment. They're in the right area of the field. They just need to calm down, run through the phases, and try and get over that white line.
In the hands of Wellington from the line out. Just outside the 22.
Pass back in.
Carrion set up from Finn Baxter. Ball set back. Cleared downfield. Oh, a little mazy run from Archie Rippon, and then he finds support, and they're down the near side. Trying to get Warwick into touch, Wellington, but then they're going off their feet. Referee not giving anything on the first ask. Roger Jackson, the skipper, leads on really well, and then the clear out continues. Oh, it nearly opened straight up for Henry Miles to go through himself. Ball back in field. Warwick, they've not got too many men out wide. They're going to need to get a three-quarter line in place if they're going to try and get it out there. They then kick over the top. Oh, it's not a great kick, but the referee is bringing them back.
Number. Hands in.
Hands in the ruck, the penalty. Not enough of an advantage coming. What's going to be the decision here? One of the coaches is suggesting they kick it into the corner. And this is the difficulty, as we've mentioned a few times, with the line-out situation.
Yeah, you just don't know, but I do think Warwick had the edge in the line-out. They've maybe got a little bit more height coming on, so...
Advantage scrum.
Here come Wellington.
Advantage over.
Again, out of defence. Oh, that's a really strong run. And they're away through Bertie Pugh Morgan.
Not held. No release.
Made some serious yards for Wellington there. Getting themselves upfield, tried to get the offload over the top. There was no one there to receive it. They'd all overrun. So a few considerations for the man of the match. Wellington with the edge on this one. It's a difficult one to call a man of the match sometimes when you're not quite sure exactly how the game's going to finish up. But
yeah, I think players to mention. Captain Roger Jackson has been brilliant for his team, absolutely exceptional. I think Hanekom has been brilliant as well. Sinfield has played a really big part for Wellington, but I'm not sure about Hugo Bright. He's been absolutely phenomenal at the back. He's fielded some kicks really, really well. So all in contention for me at the minute.
I'll come back to you at the next stoppage.
Equally, that man there, Henry Miles, has put some fantastic stuff together.
Yeah, he's kept things ticking over. As play continues, Wellington have possession, but Ross Hanekom is now calling to have to leave the field, and I think he's got calf cramp or something. They're all getting it.
Got one here. We got one here.
Plenty of people getting attention all over the place. As Ross Hanekom gets attention, but Natasha, your man of the match.
Yeah, we're looking at him now. Unfortunately, he's down. It looks like a bit of cramp because he's been run ragged at the back, but Hugo Bright has been absolutely brilliant for me at the back. He's had so many kicks
you might need a minute, Luke.
to deal with, and he's dealt with every single one of them really well. He's either broken the line and ran really well ball in hand, or he's sent the ball back over and made gains that way. Absolutely brilliant game from that man.
He has been tested a fair amount. Dealt with everything that's been thrown at him.
Just under 2 minutes.
Just under 2 minutes, then you hear the referee say.
Yeah. It's the clock starts. He needs to go because he's been subbed. So.
I think the worst thing about that sort of cramp is that your muscle almost goes straight back in once you're then pulled to your feet.
Yeah, the worst thing about cramp is the worse it gets, the more likely you are about pulling a muscle. So if I was on the opposite team, if I was Warwick right now, I'd be putting a ball right on his head. See how he deals with that.
Well, I think we are seeing the final contribution
of
Ross Hanekom. just hobbles off down below us.
Play on.
Ball is loose. Warwick have it.
No back.
PA's kicked into a bit of Brian Adams here. Not sure if they realise the game hasn't finished yet. Big carry from Warwick.
Bit of motivation for the boys.
Yeah, perhaps it is.
Play on. Play on.
It's a little loose from Warwick. They try and come forward with it.
The hands back.
Chip it forward, trying to send the runners through to get hold of it. It was well taken in by Sinfield. Watched it carefully. Wellington do have a number of runners down this channel. Alex Green was calling for extra defenders, but in fact it's then the penalty to Warwick.
The mark's on him.
They looked for a moment like they were going to kick for the corner. Well, they do try and kick possession away. Do they not realise perhaps how little time they've got to try and launch an attack? They need cool heads and a strategy to get the ball up the other end. Keep ball and send the runners and support. But at the moment, it's a bit loose from Warwick. Kicking it away without much time left. It's back for Hugo Bright. He'll happily take the offer of the support runner while his legs are only operating at about 60%. Counter up from Warwick.
No hands.
Is it coming back on the Wellington side? It looks to be. Players at this stage will be wanting to know exactly how long is left.
Yeah, I think I just heard the ref's whistle bleep as well, so Wellington could have potentially put the ball into touch there. As it is, Warwick will launch another attack.
Carried forward by Forsyth. Up down the three-quarter line. Can they find the room to get going on the outside? Making some good ground here, Warwick. Picked up by the scrum half, he gets dragged into touch. Is that the final act? It is! The ball needed to come back in field from Warwick, but it's no matter as far as Wellington are concerned. They are victorious, and we will be without Warwick in the Under-15s Cup final for the first time in some years.
Well done, young man. Good game. Well done.
It's been a low-scoring encounter, but it's been absolutely gripping.
Well done, boys.
Piers Morgan will be pleased. His son put in a decent shift. Warwick, they had the slenderest of advantages. But when Hannacombe scored the try that was converted by Sinfield,
well done, boys.
Wellington went into the lead and they did enough to hold on to it and see the game out. Natasha Hunt, your thoughts on Wellington making it through to the final at Twickenham?
Thank you.
A great team performance, to be fair to them. Like their coach alluded to at the beginning of the game, they didn't necessarily have outstanding players and they didn't breed that within the squad, but what they did have was 1 to 15 solid players, and their basics really shone through there. Simple catch pass, really nice line that got him straight under the post, and good execution then to come out after the half absolutely firing.
Well, those are the thoughts of Natasha Hunt. It's been great to get her insight over the course of the day throughout all of the semi-finals, and we'll hear again from her shortly down pitch side with a bit of post-match reaction. But Wellington are the victors. You can see what it means to the players. They will be going to Twickenham. They will have a final at the home of England Rugby. The Under-15s NatWest Schools Cup NatWest Schools Cup final, indeed, on March the 16th, will be Sedbergh against Wellington College. It's a final score in the second semi-final of Warwick School 3, Wellington College 7. Well, here's the try that put Wellington into the lead, and it was the line from Hannacombe, absolutely at full tilt and straight through the defence. First phase ball Sinfield picking his man, and Warwick had no answer to that particular charge. Straight through Hanneken. Only a moment or two before that, of course, he'd left the field, or was hobbling off the field anyway. And I think perhaps a bit of cramp or whatever it was passed him, and he got straight back on and then scored that try. An influential contribution that put his side in the lead that they held on to until the full-time whistle. So we can get some post-match reaction. Natasha Hunt is down pitch side with the Wellington coach. Let's hear from Kevin Kachuk.
I'm joined by Kevin, who's the master in charge of rugby at Wellington. Kevin, what are your thoughts? You must be absolutely buzzing for the boys.
Yeah, really delighted for them. I mean, it wasn't the most compelling spectacle of attacking rugby, but that's because the teams worked so hard in defence. Both teams, credit to Warwick, they worked very hard and made us work for everything that we got today.
What does it mean to you and your team to be heading to Twickenham on the 16th?
It's fantastic for the boys to have worked so hard all year and to have that chance to, you know, win a championship at the home of rugby. So I know that they'll be really buzzing about it.
Definitely, and you mentioned in your pre-match interview that you didn't have outstanding players, you didn't breed that in your team, but you had really great performances 1 to 15, and that was something that you really looked to focus on. Do you think that came across today?
Yeah, I think I said we didn't have any superstars. We definitely have outstanding players, but yeah, I mean, that's what it took to win that game. The substitutes that came on made a huge impact, and you know, 1 to 22 today, and not just that, the boys that have played and weren't able to be here today due to injury or selection or whatever. It's a real squad effort today.
What did you say in your halftime team talk? Because they definitely came out firing in that second half. I think the first initial carries, they were really up for it.
Oh, we just turned them around, really. They know what that they did wrong in the first half, and it, you know, it was evident when they came out in the first couple minutes that they'd figured it out. So.
Brilliant. Well, we wish you the best of luck at Twickenham on the 16th. Congratulations for your win.
Thank you very much.
Well, a very happy Wellington coach, and so he should be. Well, we've had 4 tremendous semi-finals here, and it means that on March the 16th at Twickenham, following the result of this second semi-final finishing Warwick School 3, Wellington College 7, we will have the NatWest Schools Cup Vars final, Dr. Challoner's Grammar School against Sir Thomas Rich's, and then the NatWest Schools Cup final. Under 15s, of course, Sedbergh against Wellington College. We've really enjoyed your company for all of the live streams, and we will be back, of course, for that live stream from Twickenham for the under 15s and under 18s finals. What a day of rugby that promises to be. Thanks to Natasha Hunt for her analysis in co-commentary, and for all the team that have brought us the live stream this afternoon. We look forward to your company once again, but from all of us from the NatWest Schools Cup, it's a very good evening from Allianz Park.